So now with both Somura and the Hoshaku setting themselves up to be the ultimate evil in Kagurabachi, as well as an immediate threat to the country as a whole, the Kamunabi is now on its last legs and also at a complete loss for how to proceed. And Hikori, our trump card that was meant to give us an advantage over the Hoshaku by connecting with the enchanted blade wielders and getting them back to us, is now completely out of commission, and potentially with the amount of damage that have been done to his neural pathways by over-exhausting the storage space, Hikori may be done permanently, meaning we are now not only completely outnumbered and overpowered by our enemies, but saving the sword wielders and getting their blades back is basically just a pipe dream now. This leaves the Kamunabi with only one choice to defend themselves, and that is the Shinichi, the Magatsumi blade, who, since they've been working diligently on while Chihiro and everyone else was handling their problems, is now 3/5 unsealed. However, in my honest opinion, with how the Swordbearer assassination arc just went, is this really just another trick the Kamunabi are falling for and just playing right into the Hoshaku and Yora's hands, who we already know their ultimate goal is to steal the Shinichi? Right now, it's safe to say things are literally as bad as they could be. Somura's betrayal has led to the death of Aruha, wielder of Kumayori, who Hirohiko, the youngest Hoshaku member, is now contracted to, which sets up a huge rematch between Chihiro and Hirohiko, who is now rightfully obsessed with his new first friend ever. Somura's owl power is now completely active, which is presumably an ability of the sword Tobimune that can be seen all over the country, essentially meaning that Somura's vision and eyes basically cover all the land that is possible for the Kamunabi to inhabit, which is very ironic for the man that cut his eyes out. And with owls specially tuned to search for high pockets of spiritual energy, if any kind of enchanted blade is released or used, it immediately just tips Somura off, and he has already shown the power to just teleport wherever these owls show up. So with the Hoshaku now working on finding the two remaining enchanted blade wielders, who the Kamunabi have apparently lifted and moved to newer locations in order to keep them safe, the Kamunabi's goal is to hopefully let the Hoshaku and Somura's relationship crumble on its own by taking their time, waiting things out, and hoping that things don't get worse than they already are. And not for nothing, we do know Somura's relationship with the Hoshaku is shaky at best. He does not support any of their evil intentions and really only allied with them out of his twisted sense of morality and justice. Once he's done with the enchanted blade wielders, he's already told them he's coming for them next. It is not impossible to think that negotiations between these two parties may break down and result in Somura or the leader of the Hoshaku, Yora, having to take action in some kind of civil infight. And we've already had confirmation from the Hoshaku that Somura is clearly enough of a threat to not only keep the Kamunabi in check, but also the Hoshaku, because apparently just him being around with Tobimune means the entire organization is not free to move as they did previously. The blind swordsman has single-handedly locked all of them in place and kept the Hoshaku stagnant. While Somura sure is doing these things for all of the wrong reasons, as of right now, Somura's intentions are to guide and influence the events of the future as peacefully as possible. Speaking of manipulation, the one secret that Somura did keep from the Hoshaku is the fact that he did not actually kill Chihiro, which we could have kind of already guessed. Big surprise, the main character of the story didn't actually die, and this was just a fake out. Although, a good fake out in general, honestly. We saw the two of them clash, and Somura apparently stabbed Chihiro and left him with a lethal wound, and it was lethal enough for everyone in the vicinity to think that he died. However, the consequences of this are felt in many different ways, because Shiba confirms that Chihiro wasn't just injured and incapacitated and they thought he died. His stab to Chihiro apparently was just reversed entirely, meaning that while he intended to kill him, there was some secondary property of the blade that ended up stripping Chihiro of his life and then eventually closing all of his wounds and healing everything to the point that instead of dying, Chihiro just lost maybe a good pint of blood or so. Now, we don't know the exact reason why Somura kept Chihiro alive, but it's pretty clear that while he was trying to send a message, we do know that his ultimate goal is to finish this within the week, so that way Chihiro never has to become or walk down the path that the enchanted blade wielders did previously. One, he wanted to teach Shiba a lesson, as Shiba is Chihiro's guardian, and Shiba is primarily responsible for whatever happens to Chihiro. Somura's decisions seem to have one second point as well, because the death of Chihiro and the revival of him afterwards means that the connection between Chihiro and Enten was actually severed. That direct contract between the two of them was immediately removed the moment Chihiro quote-unquote died. Chihiro is, at least at this very moment, a normal human being without any ties to the blades at all. Despite Shiba getting Enten and having it, in storage, Somura did also intend to take Enten with him, which means that Somura's main goal of quote-unquote killing Chihiro was to sever him from the ties of the Enchanted Blade World, and again, as we saw last chapter, he wants to solve everything so that way Chihiro does not have to bloody his hands for revenge. So with Owl active, Somura on high alert all over the country and searching out any blip of spirit energy for enchanted blades, Somura intentionally kept Chihiro alive and made sure Shiba understood they needed to hide and stay out of this problem. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Aruha. Somura did seem to be very much more willing to kill Aruha than Chihiro, as Aruha, who was already in the great sin that supposedly they dealt with, Chihiro is still safe from that, so he doesn't want to see Chihiro stumble into the same problems that they did going forward. All of this really truly culminates in the main question of what exactly is it that Kunishige Rokuhira and his blade wielders all did these years ago that was just so heinous and unforgivable. Even Shiba is supposedly in on the secret and has yet to tell Chihiro. He even hesitates in telling Chihiro when Chihiro asks what the hell it could be. It's something that we really need to figure out, especially with Somura doing all of his plot relevance based off of that event. Without the full picture of why he's even fighting in the first place, Chihiro will never effectively grasp the situation and will always be in a vulnerable position to someone like Somura. Whether adults like Shiba or Somura want Chihiro to stay out of the fight or not, whatever the reasons or how dangerous it may be, Chihiro has already started down this path. He's gone so far down and I don't think there is a turning back. Chihiro has killed people, made strides to become stronger, and has gotten even closer to the people responsible for his father's death every mission they go on. If Shiba truly believed in what Somura was saying and that Chihiro should be spared from this fate, Shiba should have stopped Chihiro a long time ago. From day one. It's too late to worry about spilled milk. Regardless of what Somura's reasons are, and regardless of people think he needs to be saved, thankfully Chihiro isn't alone on this either, as he shares this goal with the Mikazumi, the elite ninja warrior squad that was originally tied to Somura and was left alive, surprisingly. Because of their master's betrayal and Hikori's sacrifice of potentially losing his sorcery forever, are indebted to Hikori, and by proxy, Chihiro, willing to help him accomplish his goal of revenge against Somura and defeat the Hishaku, now especially that it's a personal grudge for them as well. And with the Kamunami unsure of how to combat one, the strongest enchanted blade wielder of all time, deeming that the Mikazumi is the most efficient way of combating not just Owl and Tobimune's surveillance, but Somura's eyesight in general, the stealth aspect of the Mikazumi is perfect to not just fight along Somura, but act as the greatest deterrent and weapon against him. So now, resurrected, born anew, Chihiro Rokuhira throws on that ninja attire, which ends up just being a slick-ass suit and tie, looking like he's in the Men in Black. He joins the elite Mikazumi Ninja Squad on their mission to fight back and take down Somura. Whether or not this resolve comes after Shiba revealed to Chihiro what the Enchanted Wielder's dark sin was, and regardless of the enemy that stands in Chihiro's way, he will never shy or stray away from the path that he's walked on, the path of an avenger. If Somura truly wanted to keep Chihiro out of this mess, he should have saved his dad years ago. It's way too late for Chihiro to change now. Whether Chihiro joining the Mikazumi is because he is now going to become a stealthy ninja and learn a new way of fighting, or he immediately recontracted with Enten, it's unclear because, again, if they're going right for Somura, sure, they want to proc his surveillance and have him show up, but if they want to go under the radar, Chihiro using Enten is just going to immediately tip off Somura. So we're going to have to wait and see what the Mikazumi's plan is going forward, and also if we're going to be able to interact with these other two enchanted blade wielders that the Hishaku are now looking for. First and foremost, I am more than excited to see where the series of Kagurabachi goes. This last arc and the reveal of Somura seemed like it was going to be a big change to the narrative overall. Kagurabachi may never be the same. And I don't know about you guys, but I love plot points like that that change the story forever. Let's see what Hokazono's cooking up for us. Someone needs to warn Hokazono about doing this "are they dead, aren't they dead" thing with Aruha. They will not appreciate it no matter how you manage to pull it off. I promise you, we have already seen them come for Gege Akutami's head. I do not want to see the same happen to you. Let us know if Aruha's dead or not. Tell us now. That being said, I will call before it happens, in before Aruha disappears for 200 chapters, and then in the final moment, as he wakes up, he helps Chihiro kill Yora and seal the Shinichi. Everyone claps, and we ride off into the sunset. It truly was our Kagurabachi. But seriously, with the way that Somura apparently has been playing both sides of the coin after the war, it is definitely possible for Somura to not completely kill Aruha. I mean, we've literally already seen him do the same with Chihiro and with another character that we find out in this chapter. The knowledge that Somura quote-unquote killed his daughter makes all of this easier to believe, because it means that Chihiro wasn't just some special case and he wanted to save Chihiro because he was too young to realize what he was doing, which is what a lot of people thought. Somura just outright has the power to fake people's deaths and has done it often. He's been using this ability to keep people closest to him safe for decades, apparently. Because the Kamunabi were so damn restrictive, and we've even seen this with Aruha specifically, were so restrictive to the enchanted blade wielders when keeping them hidden from the Hoshaku, it resulted in a large lack of freedom and comfort for not just the wielders themselves, but also the wielders' families, who by proxy also needed to be protected. And not for nothing, we saw how Somura reacted when it came time for the Masumi to actually help Somura. Somura just hates people that don't follow their own path and live specifically for other people. The Masumi's main job is just to support their master. It's what they're trained to do. And we see that brought to the fullest degree when they're doing Somura's laundry, they're opening the blinds for Somura when the morning comes, waking him up, they make him food, and we even see them continue these deeds with Chihiro, who is now, given the title of their new master. Especially since Chihiro is injured, they do not want him to lift a muscle and recover. So they are literally pouring water down his mouth, they're feeding him food, he doesn't even have to eat, which honestly, Chihiro's not too keen on either. In my opinion, it's just a trait of decent people that are more than capable of not only handling things themselves, but also don't want to burden other people with their issues or problems, right? Chihiro and Somura are cut from the same cloth when it comes to that respect. When you remember that Somura was the legendary role model, the blade wielder that Chihiro wanted to emulate, to look up to, Chihiro and Somura being similar in that regard makes absolute sense. I mean, it's part of the reason why Chihiro is going to work so well with the anti-Samura squad. Not just because he has insane swordsmanship skills and Enten is OP, but because Chihiro is a great person that will be able to fill the role that Somura once had in the Masumi group. Combined with their stealth, they may just be able to surpass their old master Somura. And as of right now, that's really one of their only hopes going forward, as due to this now new three-way deadlock, including the Kamunabi, the Hoshaku, and Somura as his own rogue faction, everyone is pretty much stagnant for the time being. If you remember a couple chapters ago, even Yora, the leader of the Hoshaku, admitted that they won't be able to move as freely with Somura out and about with his enchanted blade unlocked. However, Chihiro and the Masumi actually have one trump card that the other parties don't, or at least not right now they don't. But on top of this, they're also able to bring Somura to any location they really need, because the owl will alert him the moment an enchanted blade gets released. So he's going to teleport and pop in wherever he sees that energy signal, so they can realistically start the fight at any time. The owl that has been set by Somura and Tobimune literally covers the entire country, and even at 11 a.m. it is pitch black night, with the eyes of the owl overlooking everything from Tokyo to Kyoto. And sure, Chihiro, ready to throw hands immediately. I don't know if he's actually ready, but the Masumi literally have to tell him to not pop his Enten out and just start the fight right now. They do have things they need to accomplish before they just begin this brawl, as their actual goal will be locating and retrieving Somura's long-lost daughter that was thought to be dead. Somura is an unstoppable force when it comes to power scaling in Kagurabachi. The Hoshaku as a group are struggling to tackle him. The Kamunabi and all of the wielders and soldiers they have left are struggling against Somura. The main goal here for not just the Kamunabi but the Hoshaku as well is to gain some level of handicap that they'll have over this person that's clearly stronger. Yora has admitted they can't really move at all, and the Kamunabi are just incompetent as a governmental agency as far as I've seen in these last 60 chapters. They even themselves realized that they fucked up 2 years ago by not taking Somura's daughter hostage leverage much earlier, which means both the Hoshaku and the Masumi now have the shared goal of wanting to find Somura's daughter as quickly as possible so they can gain leverage over Somura and potentially break the deadlock. We're back into the breaking deadlock phase. Nothing has changed. The one benefit that the Masumi have over the Hoshaku in looking for Somura's daughter is they are the people that helped Somura fake her death. And although Somura did all of the checks and boxes he needed to ensure that her death was as real as possible, the false documents and terrible bad autopsy was probably enough to fool the Kamunabi, as again, we just talked about why they're inefficient. But the leader of the Masumi mentions that, yeah, I think the Hoshaku are smarter than that. They're probably going to be easily able to figure out that she's still alive. And we do see later that they don't exactly know where she is or where to begin, but they're pretty clear that these guys are going to lead them right to him. And it's going to become that much harder to find her because Somura's daughter doesn't even know she's Somura's daughter anymore. After the Masumi fake killed her, they enacted a spell upon her that removed all memory of her being Somura Seiichi's daughter and essentially gave her a new life free of all of the troubles of the Enchanted Blades. She's essentially a civilian now, and it's the price that Somura had to pay to be willing to free his daughter from the restrictions of the Kamunabi and walk away from the prison that he inadvertently surrounded her in, which shows that even long ago, whether he was the Enchanted Blade wielder or even long before that when he met his wife, whenever these family things occurred, Somura has always been a man that was willing to make big sacrifices if it meant keeping the people he loves safe. Bro was willing to fake his daughter's death and never see her again if it meant she could live a happy life. And it makes sense that he would be Hail Marying this entire situation if he truly wholeheartedly believed he was the only one that could solve it and end with the best possible result. And again, because Somura is actively keeping the Hoshaku in check, it makes sense why they would also be searching for Somura's daughter as well, especially if they're able to figure out that her death was faked. Because again, whatever side is able to gain his daughter's favor is going to put Somura into a corner, and by proxy, the other faction as well. Their goal is, of course, to get Somura's daughter first, because not only is this the best time to search, as Somura's active surveillance around the country is keeping the Hoshaku low, unable to move as freely as they want, keeps them out of the Masumi's hair, and delays their plans of capturing the Blades, which is more than enough time for them to take this detour side quest right now. They confirm that the spell that is on Somura's daughter has yet to be touched, so the Hoshaku haven't made their move either. However, we have to assume that the Hoshaku will be able to remove that spell from her. Considering they were able to completely undo the seal of the Shinichi in 3 years, if they are able to get to Somura's daughter first, it's game over. Which makes this a race and a competition to the end. We are introduced to the 2 new tattooed Hoshaku members that are going to be hunting down Somura's daughter on the opposite team. One of these Hoshaku members is supposedly carrying an enchanted blade along with them, although its lifelong contract is still intact, so he can't exactly use it. So this means this is one of the Hoshaku's chosen wielders of the 2 blades we have yet to be introduced to. The man's name from the Hoshaku is Kuguri, and he's apparently a pretty bloodthirsty and violent guy. Just being in the deli makes him want to slice things, and he's just talking about waiting to kill things. He's been waiting so long for Yora to give him this order, which is almost verbatim what Hirohiko was saying, so it really shows that the Hoshaku have been biding their time, and when they say that they were impossible to crack and figure out in the last 3 years that they've been silent, that's because they've literally just been doing nothing and hiding in the shadows as much as possible until it was time to strike. Now, I don't believe we've gotten the woman's name yet, unless I missed it. Someone maybe in the comments can fix it. She is teasing Kuguri because he's holding on to his enchanted blade and saying that he's imparting his love upon it, even though it's unrequited, despite it still just being spoken for, and it's not in his true possession yet. So we can see that they do have somewhat level of chemistry together. And these 2 Hoshaku members are apparently on the hunt for some child. Now, these people seem like teenagers, young adults themselves, which is interesting that all of the Hoshaku members would be so young. You would think characters like the Hoshaku that killed Kunishige were all older, but apparently so far most of the people that we've seen are all youngins. I'm sure that's not a coincidence. You really see where the Masumi is gonna have the advantage in this arc, especially when you consider that Kuguri and the girl Hoshaku member have next to no idea who they're looking for, what they're looking for, where to even begin. But the thing is, we already know that the Masumi are on the case, so if they're able to link up and surveil fail them. Again, the girl reminds Kuguri that good things come to those who wait. And we spend the very last scene of the chapter focusing on what I imagine is Somura's daughter in school, living very nonchalant, her best life, unexpecting of what is about to happen to her. I'm excited to see what happens here, because not only do we have 2 new Hoshaku members that we are clearly going to get into a fight with, we now have Chihiro working alongside the Masumi ninjas to gain a whole new understanding of fighting and potentially level up even more, so that way the next time he meets up with Somura, the next time he meets up with Hirohiko, he is that much more prepared. And I'm excited to see what this next section of the story has for us. I don't know if we're still technically in the Swordbearer assassination arc, or if we are now moving to something different. Like I've been saying in the last couple of chapters, with Somura's owl overlooking the entire city, you really do feel the stakes and the finality of what's going on right now. Shit is hitting the fan, and I'm excited to see where it goes. The hunt for Seiichi, Somura's daughter, immediately turns into a confrontation between the Hoshaku and the Masumi Ninja Squad, now up against 2 full-fledged members of the Hoshaku, and unable to use Enten in fear of alerting Somura to their location and blowing the entire operation. How will the reborn Chihiro handle these battle circumstances? With the same elite warriors that were able to fight alongside Somura and defeat all of the Datenseki crystal warriors that plagued Senketsuji Temple, it might be possible, but will Chihiro be able to achieve the same threat level as someone like Somura did without the use of his enchanted blade? I really don't know how long Chihiro's gonna be without the use of Enten. Based on the pacing that Hokuzono has been using for these chapters, it could honestly be anywhere from next chapter, next week, to another 10 from now, all depending on what Hokuzono plans to do and when he wants to reintroduce Somura into the fray. But one thing that I would love to note is I do think it's interesting that Chihiro is almost undergoing the exact same trials that all of the previous blade wielders had to go through after the Seitei War. Even people like Oruha, rest in peace, had to learn how to defend themselves and others without the massive handicap that their enchanted blades allowed them the moment they had to relinquish them after the war. The fact that by accepting a lifetime contract with an enchanted blade removes any chance of that wielder also ever using sorcery is another genuine huge burden when it comes to fighting on them. Yet still, warriors like Somura and Oruha, and presumably I have to imagine the other wielders that are left, are all still formidable foes even without the enchanted blades and being nerfed significantly. So if Chihiro ever wants to be able to get on the same level and fight enchanted wielders on the level of Somura, who supposedly is one of, if not the strongest enchanted wielder outside of the Sword Saint of Magatsumi, of course, this is essential training for Chihiro. Moving on to Iori Samura. She's living the life of a normal, ordinary high school student that just conveniently gets caught up in all of these crazy circumstances. Since the owl appeared, she has constantly had trouble sleeping because there's some recurring dream that has been affecting her relentlessly her entire life. What she doesn't know is these are memories of her old father Somura Seiichi, and the chains and lock of the spell that bind those memories from ever surfacing within her. She has never been able to fully remember that dream when she has it either, and she doesn't really have it all of the time, but when she does have it, it's so vivid that it affects her whole day afterwards, and she's even mentioned it to her close friends and classmates. As far as Iori is concerned, her mother raised her from the moment she was born, and her father left her very early. However, since the sky blackened with the owl of Tobimune, Iori has been having the dream non-stop for the last 3 days and has felt uneasy and like everything around her is wrong. On top of all of that, since the sky blackened, the violence in the neighborhood has been on the significant rise, and ultimately, society has felt very unsafe since all of these things have occurred. But the Kamunabi, effective propagandizers they are, decided it was best to just keep society moving like normal. You gotta keep the trains running, right? Declaring the traumatic and evil owl that's overlooking everyone in the entire country, yeah guys, don't worry, that's not dangerous. No worries, everyone just get back to work, go back to school, nothing's going on whatsoever. But I think it's funny that even with all of this going on, Iori considers this just a mostly normal week, which not only speaks volumes about the kind of society that's currently being run by the Kamunabi, but it also shows how jaded Iori is to the world around her, as if she's always felt something was off. The theater that was destroyed during Hirohiko and Chihiro's fight ended up on the news and became an overnight viral sensation. And while it's clear that Hirohiko was kind of in the right, saying that the general public is not going to care what side of the conflict Chihiro's on. To any ordinary person, the amount of people he's killed is going to make him come off like a monster. There will always be special cases that can acknowledge the good and justice Chihiro appears to do as well. I mean, even as far back early on, despite an entire city block basically getting demolished due to Sojo's lightning attack with Cloud Gouger, Hikori was still able to notice that Chihiro did his best to endure the attack and try to save everyone around him, even if no one else noticed. And in Iori's class, there's actually some goofball that fits the bill of Hikori, idolizing Chihiro and what he did at the theater, despite, the general public labeling him as a crazed murderer. The goofball even draws Chihiro's scar on his face with marker, trying to act like it's a mark or a curse that appeared on him since the owl showed up trying to play the main character. Of course, again, it's only marker. He wipes that shit right off his face the moment he gets roasted enough. But his assumption that Iori has also been having dreams for the last 3 days is because she is also chosen. It does spark the idea in her brain at the very least that, yeah, he's just yapping about nonsense. He actually might not be too far off. Now, her friends are normies. They are really just trying to have her brush all of this supernatural stuff off. It does sound crazy when you think about it in ordinary circumstances. These people are even weirded out by the Kamunabi and sorcerers in general just because of how supernatural they are. So it's obvious civilians would just try to forget about all these crazy coincidences, and Iori's dream becoming much more prevalent, and with the world changing around here, just a, likely coincidence. However, she does not have the luxury of living in this dream world and hiding in it anymore. Everything around her is about to begin to crumble, because 2 Hishaku members, the ones that were introduced last chapter, immediately make an appearance in almost no time at all. Right at the correct location, school, they even jump and rocket themselves into the right classroom. Talk about perfect luck. Whether this is because they trailed the Masumi, or they were able to, again, just piece things together slowly, they waste absolutely no time slaughtering people at the front gate, and just causing overall chaos in Iori's class. And even though they don't know exactly who they're looking for, they do have traces of Seiichi Somura's blood, which will let them determine what type of student has the same blood type as him. Because obviously, Iori's not going to be using the name Somura, that would be too obvious. And because all of the old photos of Iori were botched and altered with sorcery, they have no choice but to try every kid until they find the correct match. And while going one by one would probably take forever, if they gather all the women in one place and just slaughter all of the boys, they cut down their time in basically half. Just shows to me that none of these Hishaku members have a single shred of dignity or care for the average civilian. All of these guys are psychopaths. None of them are redeemable. However, I will take back what I said about the goofball from earlier, because he's the only one that's willing to step up and try and defend his classmates against the Hishaku members. Not that it makes him the brightest. Obviously, he would have died instantly, but it does make sense to me that the only one that was able to recognize the justice Chihiro was fighting for would be the only one exceptional enough to stand up and fight. Unfortunately, again, since he's a guy and they don't even need any of the guys, they have no problems killing him. Kuguri, the male Hishaku member, is more than happy to just start killing him and make him the first example. However, right in that moment, Iori Somura jumps right in front of the goofball, hoping that Kuguri would be smart and skilled enough to pull back and not hurt one of their potential targets. I have to say, like father, like daughter, the willingness to stand up for what's right doesn't fall far from the tree, apparently, even though Seiichi is doing things in his own crazy way now. However, because she caused trouble for them, they're just going to determine that she's not the blood type they need, and they're just going to kill her right afterwards. But it's at that moment that, again, another being jumps right into the fray. Chihiro and the Masumi Ninja Squad arrive, and Chihiro is able to slash right at Kuguri's head, while Kuguri blocks at the right second, but it's just enough of a distraction for the Masumi to kidnap Iori right underneath the Hishaku's noses. The Masumi are able to put together that the Hishaku probably picked up on a slight crack or the weakening of the seal on Iori's memories and identity. They were probably able to sense where she was in a given general area, but they can't pinpoint exactly who she is in the crowd. At first, the Masumi assume there has to be some kind of external force causing this, but even I and they also pieced together that the only person who is aware of the seal besides them is Somura, and he would have no reason to break it because that would just put his daughter in danger. But it is clear now that from Iori's constant dreams, the uneasy feelings of the world around her, and the fact that she's always felt that there's something important she was forced to forget, the Masumi discover, even if Iori has no memories of Somura, the fact that she has been subconsciously trying her best to remember whatever she has lost, she might even be breaking the seal on her memories from within all on her own. This interesting piece of information is enough to put a smile on the leader of the Masumi's face, because the idea that the two quote-unquote children that Somura deemed better off left out of this conflict are both surpassing Somura's expectations is just making him outright chuckle. Chihiro having the strength to keep fighting despite losing everything time and time again, and maybe not being able to use his enten until the time is right, and Somura's own daughter Iori, and her strong will and desire to remember her father and not live under the guise of a lie. The power of the next generation doesn't need the sins of the old to hold it down. Contrary to what Somura believes, they will be able to shoulder those burdens and carry on stronger for it. With no time to spare at all, the Masumi tell Iori that life is going to be a lot different now, as they reveal that she is in fact the target the Hoshaku are looking for, and whether she likes it or not, she's going to be under their protection from now on. Chihiro vs. Kuguri will be an interesting fight to see, especially if Chihiro is unable to use enten. Depending on whatever kind of power Kuguri has, if he's just a fighter, powerhouse, or has some sorcery of his own, he's planning to forsake it to get that enchanted blade on his side, so who knows what he's capable of. Okazono's Naruto influences are on full display in this chapter, even more so than usual, because first, a couple chapters ago, it was the blatant reference of Seiichi Somura's Tobi Mune feathers having some kind of sleep-inducing effect. Now, we've got Sumi from the Masumi, wow, that's funny, using ninja scrolls to store vehicles like motorcycles. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of Capsule Corp from Dragon Ball in there too, but come on. Based on the Masumi being ninjas, and with the leader of the Masumi, Ro, even throwing projectiles like shuriken later on, I think it's clear which one is much more of an influence on Kagurabachi's author. But to me, it's a welcome addition to the series that normally focuses on spiritual powers and swordsmanship. The more fighting styles, the better in my opinion. So last chapter, we were introduced to Iori Somura, the daughter of the traitor Seiichi, and how she was wiped of her memory and cursed with some spell that was meant to keep her safe from any enemies of the enchanted blade wielders, and basically put her in as a ordinary citizen in some kind of dream state where she was living a fake life. However, on her own, whether this be through plain willpower or because she has some kind of latent potential of spiritual power, Iori was able to slowly whittle down this spell that was locking down her memories of her father, and that just means she might become a very big asset later on in the series. But right now, we just gotta focus on getting her out of here, because it's not just us that want to get Iori, the Hishaku are after her as well. And with both the Masumi and the Hoshaku looking to gain an edge over Seiichi Somura by capturing Iori and holding her hostage, although I would argue that the Masumi isn't really taking her hostage and definitely is a much more comfortable group of people to be rescued by, as Chihiro confronts Kuguri, the new, larger-built Hoshaku member that has an enchanted blade of his own, although he hasn't been able to contract with it yet. The other members of the Masumi take Iori and do their best to explain just enough of the situation to her, so that way she trusts them enough to get her to safety. But as they do find out, which I have to love, is while the spell could erase her memories, it couldn't erase not only his influence and parenting, but just the genes of being a Somura in general. Because clear as day, you know this is Somura's daughter when she refuses to leave, because she needs to know that her classmates will be safe. Even though, not for nothing, it's not like she's gonna be able to do anything right now, but I commend the bravery. The Masumi opt to take a huge risk and agree that the best option is saving as many people as possible. So just riding off of Iori's confident energy, instead of trying to sneakily make their way off of school grounds and potentially put all of Iori's classmates in danger as the Hoshaku continue to test them, they decide to make a much larger spectacle of leaving and draw the Hoshaku away from the school entirely by the motorcycle. Meanwhile, Kuguri, who seems to know exactly who Chihiro is, implying that, to me, he is essentially the arch nemesis of all these new younger Hoshaku members now. Kuguri's excited at first, at least, to clash blades with Chihiro. But on the sound of the motorcycle taking off, Kuguri splits, and the other Hoshaku member, who someone comment below, I'm not sure if we got her name or not yet, also bursts out of the classroom to follow the escaping Masumi. The woman Hoshaku comments on how unprofessional it seems for Ninja, of all people, to be so blatant and obvious with their getaway vehicle. Now they know for sure who Somura's daughter is, because remember, up to this point, they had no idea who they were searching for, they just had a brief idea of the location. And they were about to test every single person's blood in the school, killing them one by one, starting with the men, until they found Iori. And the Masumi, by doing this, essentially saved the Hoshaku hours, potentially days of time, because what if they crashed into the wrong classroom? What if they had to start new from the other people? Or what if the people escaped? This could have gone very badly. Or at least the Masumi would have, because conveniently enough, they were already about to test Somura's blood anyway, because Iori was standing up for her classmates and put herself first in line. So honestly, whether the Masumi escaped covertly or took the more obvious route, the Hoshaku probably would have figured out that the random girl that they were about to test that just disappeared and Chihiro started fighting them for was most likely their target. I don't really know who they were fooling by acting like they would get away with this. As she talks though, Kuguri isn't interested in conversation and just starts giving one-word answers. She immediately picks up on this and asks what's wrong and why he's in a bad mood, and he cryptically mentions that to slash at one another in battle is to converse, which is a trope we've seen in manga and anime plenty of times before, and honestly, I subscribe to it. Based in a sword fight, it's polite and proper manners for both warriors to put their full heart into their swings. It's what makes things exciting, and how warriors are able to truly understand one another. Not only did his scrap with Chihiro get cut short, so that's one thing that would disappoint him. Without saying it directly, Kuguri could tell Chihiro wasn't swinging his blade with full confidence in that brief clash. And that's because, the truth is, despite Chihiro being quote-unquote recovered from his fight with Hirohiko and that encounter with Somura, Chihiro was left with permanent scars that refuse to go away. These scars, although many of them sure are physical, only adding to the wear and tear of Chihiro's body since he started this journey of revenge, beginning with his iconic temple scar and now just accruing so many more over the course of the series. To be honest with you, a lot of the more heinous wounds that are leaving graver injuries are on his mental and the emotional state of Chihiro right now. Because, again, this is all being put on a child, a young man who's not even old enough to drink. Now, the hero that Chihiro's looked up to for years, the swordsman and idol, Somura Seiichi, just betrayed him and everything he knows and almost outright killed him. Meanwhile, Kunishige Rokuhira, Chihiro's dad, his killers are still running free and currently spreading evil throughout the world with the weapons of Chihiro's father's design. So, like, no matter how much Chihiro hardens his resolve, right? It's very tough to handle all of this. Even the leader of the Masumi Ro admits it's way too much for any one person to handle. Whether Chihiro can properly shoulder these burdens or not, it doesn't change the fact that all of this additional weight is just going to drag him faster and faster to hell by the second. With all these racing anxieties in his head and the worries that can be felt between two swordsmen as they swing their blades at one another, Kuguri's upset because he probably feels Chihiro's inner struggle. And on top of that, the students that were surrounding them are calling Chihiro a murderer, bringing back the very recent PTSD of his theater fight with Hirohiko, where Chihiro got most of his new scars due to enduring Hirohiko's 1,000 paper cuts in order to disperse the civilian crowd and save as many people as possible. Taking all of the hits for these people that just turned around and labeled him as a serial killer on the news. And now, Chihiro is doing it all over again as they scream at him. Not because the Hoshaku are threatening them, but because he, the evil theater killer, has arrived on the scene. Once again reminding Chihiro about Hirohiko's words that he just cannot deny no matter how much he tries. He and Chihiro will always be seen as others, by the general populace. Monsters. A comfortable, cozy place like school, meant to bring people that are Chihiro and Hirohiko's age together for a pursuit of success and mutual growth, can only be set foot in by people like Chihiro or Hirohiko as some type of battlefield, just further reinforcing that monster image of Chihiro and causing Chihiro to falter again, just like he did against Somura. However, the difference is Chihiro isn't alone anymore. This is the lesson that the Masumi were trying to drill into him. They might be overbearing, and they might do too much when they feed him and dress him, but for a character like Chihiro who immediately assumes all responsibility for everything going on, which you can even see in this moment when he gets tripped up by the student's words and everything going on in the situation, he's only tunnel visioning towards his goal and tries to jump out of the window after Kuguri. But this thought process of needing to do everything on his own and no one else can help you do it is the exact thought process that led Seiichi Somura down this path of betrayal. The unbearable weight of thinking you're the only one who can accomplish a task. It's not just selfish, it also hurts everybody around you that wants to help you, which also references the Masumi's own brokenheartedness towards Seiichi thinking he didn't need them anymore and going on this traitorous downfall instead of just trusting his allies and letting them know how he felt. Moku reminds Chihiro what the name of their operation is. Mission Easy Does It. Chihiro has one job, not 5. All he needs to do is trust. If anything, putting both Chihiro and Iori in similar boats, because they both have to believe in a group of people they really don't know too well. And ironically enough, if Seiichi Somura, Chihiro's former hero and Iori's long-lost father, was able to somehow trust the Masumi, even though he's a traitor-ass rat, I would still trust his judgment when it came to that. So as the Masumi and Chihiro go out of their way to prioritize life, of course, standing in opposition to this is the Hishaku, who have no qualms at all about involving civilians if it suits their needs. And now, this isn't something that we as readers didn't already know, and it's honestly part of the reason that Chihiro was probably worried and wanted to rush after Kuguri, because Kuguri does not hesitate for a second to slice through entire buses full of innocents to try and make the shortest route possible to Sumi and Iori. But unlike the theater scene, Chihiro doesn't have to throw himself in harm's way to save these people. After getting talked down from the ledge, Chihiro purposely stayed out of the motorcycle chase, waiting at a distinct location at the end of the highway where the getaway vehicle with Sumi and Iori would eventually reach. Previously, Iori noticed that there was an extra katana on the back of the motorcycle. And if you paid attention, you would have also noticed that in that brief clash of blades, Chihiro was actually using his wakizashi. With the stage set, as Kuguri charges in for the kill, Sumi slides the motorcycle underneath the leaping Chihiro, whose hands grab the sheathed katana from the vehicle as it slips by him. And this time, when their blades clash, Kuguri can smile because he knows Chihiro's putting his all into these strikes. With Iori on her way out of the area, all of the civilians safe, Chihiro being right to trust his allies, he can finally throw everything he has into these strikes against Kuguri, now that his shoulders are free of weight. And judging by Kuguri's reaction, Chihiro's new reborn resolve speaks loud and clear through his slash. It is good to be back after such a long break. And it looks like Hokuzono is really flexing his creative panel muscles this chapter as well, which is always appreciated. Also, the personality that's beginning to leak out of the newest Hishaku member Kuguri is sure to lead to an amazing struggle between these two samurai. With all the enchanted blades put on a forcible cooldown, should they awaken the wrath of Somura, who can just instantly detect and teleport to any released sword he finds, this is the very first fight in which Chihiro needs to rely solely on his pure skill with swordsmanship, as opposed to the supernatural abilities of Enten. The problem is, even though the veterans of the Seitei War were in possession of their enchanted blades for less time, a mere year or two compared to Chihiro's extended 3-year connection, it seems that all the original wielders still were able to form a significantly stronger bond with their blade than he is. And Ro, the leader of the Masumi, assumes that this is most likely due to Chihiro never being taught the basics of swordsmanship and lacking a base foundation in combat. whereas all of the original wielders of the enchanted blades were all extremely powerful soldiers in the traditional sense. Due to Kunishige Rokuhira dying at the hands of the Hoshaku, and Chihiro being taken in by Shiba, who, albeit is a great guardian, isn't familiar with the art of the blade by any means. And because of this, Chihiro has essentially just been freestyling his fighting style this entire time. Which, don't get me wrong, is downright impressive. Chihiro bested Sojo, took down the Rakuzachi, and even fought on par with his newborn rival Hirohiko. The problem is, as this has created terrible habits in Chihiro, such as constantly relying on Enten's abilities to make up for his shortcomings. Instead of having a strong sense of combat and acrobatic skills, with the additional extension of the enchanted blade powers, Chihiro has just become the literal embodiment of an enchanted blade merchant. And now that Enten is unusable, Chihiro is drastically nerfed, more than any of the other original wielders would have been. Because of their original training, wielders like Somura and Aruha were still pretty deadly with just the average katana, both of them specifically being able to fall back on the basics of the EI White Purity style to take down threats. Compare that to Chihiro, who acknowledges his own flaws while in battle with Kuguri this chapter, as once distance gets put between the two, Chihiro acknowledges his first fallback would have been to use one of Enten's abilities here. But now, without them, and no training without them either, Chihiro has to adapt pretty quick. Meanwhile, this chapter also focuses heavily on giving us some more characterization on the Hoshaku member Kuguri. We still don't even know the name of the other Hoshaku member, and it's revealed that she's either just been knocked out or has taken a break, face planted to the floor after the car accident. We do get insight into how much sword fighting and the dynamics of the traditional blade art matter to someone like Kuguri, as we've seen him rant previously about how sword fighting is a way for true warriors to express their thoughts and feelings, creating a conversation of sorts, as he calls it. Kuguri is normally all about completing his mission. However, his brain is physically wired to desire intense sword battles, like even more so than it is to instinctually desire sex, food, and human connection, to the point that it actually just takes him over like an unstoppable urge, forcing him to engage in sword combat. In just the first exchange of sword slashes though, Kuguri is immediately unimpressed with Chihiro, even picking up on his own at the fact that Chihiro is untrained in just 3 clashes of their blades. And Ro, who watches from afar, also acknowledges that nothing Kuguri has done so far has involved sorcery and is just plain sword mastery, slicing through an entire bus in clean slashes, using extreme speed to overwhelm Chihiro in just one single strap. Kuguri is just a genius with the blade. And it's revealed in this chapter that most hand-to-hand or close quarters fighters do involve spiritual energy to some degree, usually involved in empowering the user's attacks or defenses. In sword fighting specifically though, a person needs to extend that spiritual energy outside of their body and into the blade to create a fueling cycle, something that Chihiro has been neglecting to do properly because of his heavy reliance on Enten's innate powers. While Chihiro can extremely amplify the spiritual power of his own body, such as when he uses the Nishiki cloak, he struggles emitting and maintaining that spirit power in Enten itself, previously always opting to just empower Enten with attacks like Kuro or Akka. And not for nothing, Nishiki is also just another application of Enten as well, just hinting at Chihiro's inexperience with spirit manipulation as a whole, which again does make sense considering his need to always brute force his development, at least up until this point. It's for this reason that while Kuguri acts as a perfect example for Chihiro to emulate, he's also the worst possible matchup for Chihiro at the start of his traditional training journey. And of course though, to Chihiro, who just pushes his way through any wall or obstacle he's ever encountered, he's more than willing to learn on the fly and adapt to this fight as he sees fit. Meanwhile, Kuguri, on the other hand, is just not interested in that experience at all. In fact, it does nothing but piss him off and paint Chihiro in a bad light, because, funnily enough, it reminds him of Hirohiko, and when the Hoshaku leader Yura tasked Kuguri with training Hirohiko in the art of the blade. As someone who respects the craft and honors the origins of its traditions, sword fighting is nothing more than a tool for Hirohiko and Chihiro to achieve their ultimate goals, whereas Kuguri suggests looking through history and studying the sword masters who came before. Hirohiko brushes Kuguri off and says he doesn't need to do all that, and the power will come to him eventually. He's an intuitive learner after all. someone who examines subjects in a sometimes unique and more creative way. Similar to Chihiro, honestly, as people like Hirohiko and Chihiro prefer learning concepts on their own and in their own unique methods, as opposed to, understanding people and consulting what others believe on them. In a way, it displays their tenacity and self-confidence, but also a little bit shows a disrespect of the people that came before and the struggles that they endured to carve out the knowledge for future generations. And for someone like Kuguri, that is held in the highest regard. And this is just plain unacceptable. In his own words, how can Kuguri engage in a decent sword fight with an idiot who can't even respect the ancient art of battle? As he slashes Chihiro out of the way and sets his sights back on Iori, he's just bored with the idea of fighting such a troglodyte. And this attitude towards swordsmanship explains why Kuguri wanted to hold on to his chosen enchanted blade, despite lacking any kind of contract with it, wanting to deepen his understanding and relationship of the blade before he even has the luxury of wielding it on his own. Kuguri is a man who prioritizes his own swordsmanship over even his own job, as once Chihiro finally does pique Kuguri's interest, his brain is incapable of comprehending anything else but engaging in the art of blade combat. And Chihiro, after Kuguri's disinterest and harsh words, was able to tap into his understanding of his ex-role model Somura and use his imagination to mimic the pure white Ei style in order to fill his katana with spirit energy and release it in one large burst of speed. And despite this being some immature imitation, it is more than enough to send Chihiro's feelings and resolve directly into Kuguri's brain, who, after wrestling with his duty, admits he can no longer ignore this chance and just wants to have a sword fight. Because not only will defeating Chihiro prove his worth as a swordsman, he can also prove to Yora and the Hishaku in one swift motion their ignorance of true art. With the knowledge that Kuguri's words actually got through to Chihiro, as opposed to Yora and Hirohiko who just outright ignored Kuguri's pleas for the understanding, maybe Chihiro can rise to the occasion, which is not only a great opportunity for Chihiro to learn on the fly with an unironically great teacher who might, based off of his love for swords, just prioritize fixing Chihiro's sloppy style more than actually beating him in the fight. This might be the best chance we have of getting away and rescuing Iori, considering we know that the other Hishaku member is just out of commission, at least as far as we know, considering we haven't seen either of their sorcery potential. She could have some kind of crazy spell or ability that raises the stakes much higher than they currently are, but regardless, at least we know that we'll be getting an amazing sword fight between these two samurai. And especially with the guilt hovering over Chihiro that it was his fault for putting Hikori in such a dangerous situation and jeopardizing his storage sorcery. That hunger for growth will fuel his development in the battles to come. Honestly, I feel like I understand Kuguri in this moment. For all of the hype that was put behind Chihiro imitating the Ei White Purity style, just for it to result in Chihiro and the Masumi escaping and leaving Kuguri with blue balls was not the way I envisioned this chapter going. But all this means is Kuguri is just going to be that much more fired up when the two of them eventually clash. And at the end of the day, the main mission was getting Somura's daughter Iori and making sure that she's safe from the Hishaku. So the moment Kuguri abandoned his mission for the chance at a good sword fight for Chihiro, the Masumi had already won. There was nothing left to do but buy time. However, despite the brief awakening of the sword style in Chihiro, he has in no way mastered it. When Chihiro and Kuguri go for their second clash, Chihiro immediately realizes that he's not able to build up the proper amount of spirit energy during an actual battle. Attempting to close the distance with no distractions is one thing, but with Kuguri actively in his face, Chihiro just can't waste time it takes charging energy and speed when he needs to defend himself. Unluckily for Chihiro, because of Kuguri's love for the art of swordsmanship, he's able to immediately recognize the technique as the Ei White Purity. This not only means that the trick won't work on Kuguri and catch him off guard twice, but that Kuguri will be able to recognize the flaws in Chihiro's stance and potentially overwhelm him. According to Kuguri, the Ei White Purity style is so esoteric and is an extremely unique style of combat. This is because of its precise movement and unique conditions. The style has been notoriously hard to learn and has truly only presented direct certifications of authenticity to 2 users of the technique. them being Somura Seiichi and Yoji Uruha. The original creator, Itsuo Shirakai, and his two disciples are the only possible way to learn the technique, so that's why Kuguri immediately assumes that Chihiro is a student of Uruha or Somura. However, Chihiro denies this, and it just makes Kuguri think he's lying, because the sword style is literally on the brink of extinction and about to fade out of relevancy due to the inability of anyone to learn it besides those three people I just named. If this is the case and what makes the EI White Purity style so rare, and Chihiro didn't learn it from them, how could he have possibly wielded such an amazing style with little to no effort at all? And it's here we understand not just a lot about the Rokuhira genetics, but why Chihiro was able to become such a powerful warrior despite having no formal training whatsoever. He has intuitively persevered over every enemy he's met up until this point, and the reason for that is the Rokuhira's special gene of extrasensory. It's a deep ability to intuitively learn and understand objects or properties just from seeing them, as opposed to having to traditionally study them and discover them and go the whole 9 yards. The observant eyes that Chihiro inherited from his father Kunishige is what allowed Kunishige to exceed the abilities of every swordsmith before him and utilize the Datenseki crystal's power. Kunishige was able to meld the toxic material known as Datenseki into the enchanted blades due to his supernatural perception, being able to draw out the Datenseki's stabilization by observing the most minuscule of features and properties of the stone, coming to understand it and know it better than anyone just on sight alone. Now, obviously, any swordsmith that is swordsmithing can learn to gauge a steel's temperature and composition just on sight, but the Rokuhiras are able to bring this level of perception to its peak, even enough to extend this kind of extrasensory into combat situations, as shown when only after watching Somura perform the EI White Purity style once as a child, young Chihiro is able to perfectly replicate Somura's form in no time, as if he'd been training for years. And now that he's seen Uruha and also more of Somura, Chihiro is able to copy their movements to a T. The funny part is, being faced with the information that Chihiro could intuitively perform the White Purity style, this legendary technique without training, Kuguri is confronted with the previous flashback we got last chapter of Hirohiko claiming he too learns intuitively and from watching others. Previously, Kuguri denounced Hirohiko for this carelessness, and now Kuguri is almost eating his words, because he was just driven to a blind desire to sword fight with a combatant that normally Kuguri would detest everything about, claiming that good sword fights only come from people that understand and respect the art, but clearly that is not the case. As Kuguri checks on his partner, who we finally get name dropped as Toto, our group uses ninja techniques to warp themselves to a location known as the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel, an establishment that ensures its guests have the ultimate rest with no threat or worry of danger coming their way. The Bloodshed Hotel and all of its subsidiaries maintain a spiritual barrier that guarantees complete privacy amongst all of its residents, hinting that it's possible you could even be staying at the same place as your enemy and probably never know it. Sumi admits that the barrier works well, but because havens like the Bloodshed Hotel are very rare and far and few in between, it probably won't take long for the Shaku to suspect they might have used these havens as a place to hide, and they might just start checking them regardless of the barrier keeping their senses safe or whatnot. They won't be able to hide here for long, but it does give them at the very least 24 hours to rest, and according to the Masumi, prepare an even stronger seal for Somura's daughter that will permanently remove her memories and keep her safe from harm. The Masumi are fully prepared to do what is necessary to protect Iori, even if it means erasing a part of her life forever, but Chihiro is noticeably upset by all of this. Of any people that Chihiro has met so far on this journey of revenge, there's no person that should be able to relate to him more than Iori. Hirohiko might beg to differ and claim to be more close to Chihiro, but minus all of those psychopathic tendencies, Iori has also, technically if you think about it, lost a father to the enchanted blades, and is now being thrust into a dangerous situation that she never asked for. Despite Somura thinking his daughter is better off not knowing her father is a killer, Chihiro considers that when Iori asks if he himself is a killer. The Masumi try to run defense, denying that Chihiro should be labeled as such, and Iori begins to apologize for the misunderstanding, but Chihiro tells her that she was correct the first time. A killer is exactly what he is. But despite being a killer, no. Because he is a killer, he'll be able to protect her and keep her safe without hesitation or doubt, cutting through the veil of being a killer, disqualifying you from being a good person. If Iori can accept Chihiro and see the good in him despite all of the blood on his hands, well, then maybe Somura is dead wrong about his daughter being better off not knowing her dad's a killer. And unlike Somura, who took all agency and choice away from Iori, Chihiro returns it to her in one flash, denying the wishes of the Masumi and allowing Iori to choose her own fate. The Masumi want to lock Iori away from this life forever. And despite promising to explain everything to Iori once they get safe, they're going back on their word and saying, well, there's no point to explain everything to you because you're just gonna forget it. And this strikes Chihiro in a way that the Masumi would never understand. Because it makes Chihiro question, if he had never lived with his dad, he probably would be able to go to school. He probably wouldn't have to fight to the death. His body wouldn't be permanently scarred. Would Chihiro be happier if he didn't have to deal with his dad or live with his dad? The Masumi technically aren't wrong in saying this path would be much safer to take. However, Chihiro also knows deep down in his heart of hearts that despite everything that's happened and how time has went, he wouldn't trade his time with his father for any other alternative. And as the Masumi's master, Chihiro defies their wishes, opting to tell Iori everything there is to know about her father and what he's done. And after 24 hours, when that new seal is complete, Iori will have a choice. She can accept her true memories and bear the burden of this dangerous life, or she can truly feel that she's better off not partaking in this and getting rid of the knowledge that hangs heavy over her. Regardless of what Iori chooses, it will be her choice, not one that someone makes for her. Ro is concerned because, the Hoshaku from this point on will be coming after Iori if she decides to take on her memories, but this only fills Chihiro with resolve, knowing full well that if Iori chooses to accept her fate, he'll do everything he can to meet her halfway and keep her safe, even if that means taking the legendary, impossible to learn EI White Purity style and making it his bitch in under 24 hours. It's almost like I'm even more hype than when I thought Kuguri and Chihiro were about to get into a fight, because Chihiro's aura just needs to be studied. I get so hype whenever he decides to do something like this, and for being in the first 60 or so chapters, most main characters are not built like this. So god damn it, Hokuzono, just keep cooking and I will keep making these chapter reviews. You can count on that. When this chapter first started, I was surprised Hokuzono was actually going to spend time going through and explaining to Iori who Seiichi Somura was, instead of just flashing forward to after the conversation. But it was clear to me the moment the Seitei War flashback kicked in that this is exactly why this was all done. So I just sat down and I shut up, because this brief look into the event known as the Seitei War that has been nothing but referenced up until this point is probably one of the most crucial and interesting aspects of this chapter, as for once, we actually get a decent picture of what occurred 22 years ago, or at the very least, we get Chihiro's interpretation of what occurred. Because one thing I think is very important to keep in mind is Hirohiko's brief jab at the way Japan teaches the Seitei War and frames the enchanted blade wielders as heroes, despite what Hirohiko implies actually occurred. An idea that what the country has been teaching and what Chihiro knows to be true, quote unquote, about the war is actually just a propagandized twist on what actually occurred. Something that is honestly all the more reinforced by Somura's actions as of late and his blatant hatred of the quote-unquote evil that he and the other wielders that were first to commit. There is no mention of the great tragedy that Somura speaks about in Chihiro or the Masumi's rendition of the Seitei War, but that's honestly probably because they don't know anything about what this stain of history might actually be. It has, for all intents and purposes, been effectively snuffed out from the current generation's knowledge thanks to the Kamunabi's efforts. But as Chihiro explains it, 22 years ago, a random island called Shokoku appeared like a mirage out of the fog out on the southeast coast of Japan. Shokoku is the original home to the Datenseki, the crystal being used by the Hoshaku for super warriors, and the same material used to craft these enchanted blades. With the island of Shokoku came the natural inhabitants of the island, who, due to coexisting with the crystal and building society around it, the Datenseki crystals did not overwhelm these people's bodies, and they could wield its full power without restriction or lethal repercussions. According to Chihiro, after the island of Shokoku and its inhabitants appeared out of nowhere, that same day, the natives of Shokoku invaded Japan and started the war as a hostile foreign force. It took 1 year and 5 months for Japan to invent a countermeasure, which were the enchanted blades developed by Kunishige Rokuhira. And as the legend goes, the Swordmaster and the 5 heroes of the enchanted blades saved Japan, taking the battle to Shokoku and wiping the enemy out instantly. Just as soon as they had appeared, they were gone. Iori, having lived as far as she is concerned, a normal high school life, even considers the wielders as heroes, presumably being taught this version of history in schools. And again, while no one says that, she's wrong about this, as Iori's memories return, one vivid panel does stand out of Iori and Seiichi holding hands as father and daughter. But the reason it stands out is because once you zoom out, you can actually see he's walking Iori away from their vandalized house, graffitied with insults like murderer, killer, and sinner. While the Masumi simply brushed this off as claiming not everyone agrees with war or feels the same about what needs to be done, it could be another potential clue to Hirohiko and Somura being correct that the Seitei War was actually something done unethically by the Kamunabi, and it's been covered up over the years through propaganda and erasing history. Who's to say the non-bastardized and correct version of the Seitei War is Japan being either scared of Datenseki or just wanting it plain for themselves, convincing their armies to attack just by using the excuse of invasion to justify it. It wouldn't be a surprise to me if these people were peaceful. I mean, we don't know how this relates to the Kyonagi clan, but apparently they were wiped out ruthlessly. But the one point that I will leave you on, because I just want to move on and I don't want to veer too far into headcanon because again, we just don't know, this is all predictions at this point. It is interesting to note how the only casualties we've ever heard about from the Seitei War are those caused by the enchanted blades, the Shinichi Magatsumi, Somura's claims of doing evil. We've never heard anything about Japan's side of the loss of life, right? We haven't ever heard or seen of any Seitei War veterans, at least besides the enchanted warriors, but apparently for a year and a half, Shokoku was hostilely invading the country. And we didn't have any counters, supposedly, until the instant that Kunishige cracked the Datenseki code. It's unknown when the Kamunabi were created, what era they originated in, but it is clear that they existed during the Seitei War, or at least directly after it, because they provided the necessary resources and manpower to ensure all of the enchanted wielders and Kunishige were hidden and safe. But their primary aim as an organization is a bit suspicious. It's simply to prevent and eliminate threats to the nation. I'm not saying that they would do anything that crazy, I kinda am, but at this point it's unclear right now what the truth is. We really don't know anything about the Seitei War, and this is really our only account of the events that we can go off of, so for right now, this is just what we have to take as truth. Because thinking about this too much is just gonna have us end up like Iori, who after learning all of this information and having her memory seal completely shattered, faints and needs to take a rest. Chihiro takes this opportunity to practice the pure white Ei style, knowing they have less than 24 hours to hone his skills and make them exceptional enough to take on threats like Kuguri, since, enchanted blades are still off the table with Somura acting as the owl eyes in the sky. Meanwhile, Milku and Sumi are hard at work on the permanent seal for Iori, having to work on the roof outside of the Bloodshed Hotel because sorcery is just frankly not allowed within, as to not create tensions between the different parties in the vicinity. Apparently, the seal is going to take them all night and they won't be able to sleep, which is going to be really funny when Iori just tells them that, hey, she doesn't need to be sealed anymore, we're all good. However, the Masumi and Chihiro have a lot less time than they thought, because without missing a single beat or chapter, the Hishaku arrive on the scene ready to stir up trouble. And according to Sumi, the Bloodshed Hotel is ran by Yojiro Sengoku, a master of the Reigen One Sword style, and all of the staff are his full-fledged disciples. On top of that, this whole place is a staple haven for the underworld, and 9 times out of 10, if you start a fight or problem in here, there is going to be a bunch of random thugs and criminals that end up getting involved just because. And you know what? Based on how Toto, the Hoshaku partner with Kuguri, got incapacitated by a mere car crash, it's hard to imagine that she's going to be the one taking these people on. Which is why Toto uses her sorcery to summon Hirohiko directly into the Bloodshed Hotel, because apparently the security was too tight for him to sneak in on his own. With both arms stitched back on and ready to go, Hirohiko is more than excited to get back to work after his brief hiatus. Unfortunately, he still can't use Kumayori, his enchanted blade, but that doesn't make him any less deadlier. He brings along just a hairpin, and when one of the hotel staff aggress on the Hoshaku for using sorcery, Hirohiko just easily decapitates this guy, the supposed master of the Reigen One Sword style, without even using a blade himself. And of course, now that one man's down, Hirohiko can just steal his sword and use it instead of Kumayori, planning on cutting his path all the way up to Iori Somura herself. And considering taking down the Bloodshed Hotel, nothing more than a mere accolade and a notch on his belt buckle. So, while Chihiro is honing his natural swordsmanship high up in a closed-off hotel room, Hirohiko, his clear opposite and rival at this point, refines his own down below by slaughtering true masters of a separate sword style. Meanwhile, according to Toto, Kuguri is also stalking around the outside of the hotel, meaning Chihiro now has 2 threats that are directly looking for him. It makes me question if Kuguri was able to relay that Chihiro is still alive to Hirohiko, or if it's just going to be a big surprise if Hirohiko and Chihiro actually encounter each other. It is possible that Kuguri kept it to himself since, you know, he embarrassed himself last chapter and let everyone get away. But either way, I would love to see if Chihiro gets revealed alive and if that will influence the Hoshaku or even Somura's actions from this point on. It's also possible that they can't escape without revealing the secret at all. We'll just have to wait and see how this goes next week in the next chapter, honestly. Hirohiko is everything I could have ever wanted out of a rival for Chihiro. I know a lot of us still mourn Sojo and wish that he was able to stay as the great antithesis to everything that Chihiro is. But honestly, now that we've seen what Hirohiko is capable of as a character, I think he's a much better fit. Not only is he much closer in age to Chihiro, meaning Chihiro isn't clashing with a grown man almost twice his age as a quote-unquote rival, but the 2 characters' experience levels are almost completely identical from the beginning. Like I mentioned last chapter, it's poetic almost that while Chihiro was training his traditional swordsmanship upstairs, Hirohiko was essentially doing the same thing, albeit in his own unique fashion downstairs in the hotel. Toto specifically brings up how Hirohiko, similar to Chihiro, has been able to rely on sorcery and the supernatural to get by. But now that enchanted blades are restricted from being used across the entire country, it's forcing Chihiro and Hirohiko to improve skills they previously never would have had to. In order to complete a contract with the enchanted blade Kumayori, Hirohiko had to sacrifice his origami sorcery that he practiced over his short lifetime to perfect, going from a top-of-the-line Hoshaku member to essentially powerless, especially since Hirohiko has been neglecting his sword training. The man might even be at a worse disadvantage than Chihiro is currently, because at least Chihiro has been fighting with his sword recreationally for the last 60 or so chapters. At first, Hirohiko is more than happy to take on a bunch of NPCs and level his sword skills up that way, but without wasting any time, the general manager of the Bloodshed Hotel speaks up and decides to make an example of Hirohiko himself. Yojiro Sengoku has mentored over 50 disciples on the legendary Reigen One Sword style. Instead of making the battle a coin toss with a large variation of skill in his students, Yojiro declares he'll defeat Hirohiko himself with the 150 years of history that's been being put behind his blade. Immediately, Hirohiko's inexperience shows. Yojiro's sword is too heavy for him to properly block, and the way in which the Reigen sword style moves constantly places Hirohiko in a vulnerable state that leaves him wide open for attack. It's in this moment of danger, though, that creates an epiphany within Hirohiko. Realizing that his swordplay is truly on this low of a level, Hirohiko is forced to face the fact that if he can't keep up with the general manager, how is he ever supposed to keep up with Chihiro? Enchanted blade or not, all of the powers in the world could be awarded to Hirohiko. If he can't beat Chihiro in swordplay, he's never going to be considered in the same ring as him. This realization inspires Hirohiko to make swordsmanship his own. Ever the free spirit who prefers to learn things intuitively, or in this case, in my words, the hard way. Because needing to be on the brink of death to jolt his brain, for lack of a better phrase, just to lock the fuck in, is not always the best way to learn something. That could severely end up with you dead if you don't have this epiphany. But thankfully, Hirohiko's a main character. In a quick flash, he drops his sword and changes his wielding to a backhanded style, dodging the general manager's stab by a hair and returning to neutral ground. Todo, the Hoshaku sorcerer that teleported Hirohiko in, decides she's better off staying out of this fight, as it seems she really isn't a type of combat sorcerer. She's actively avoided both fights she's been a part of now, and even admits to being scared of someone like Yojiro, the general manager. Regardless, once she starts seeing Hirohiko sweat, she asks if he truly doesn't want any help. But Hirohiko's tone changes for some reason, from worried to confident after this clash, saying not only does he not want help, he actually thinks it's a better idea if everyone came at him all at once, including the manager. Everyone is rightfully confused, wondering who the fuck he's talking to when he was getting blitzed by Yojiro just a second earlier, but it's at that moment that one of Yojiro's arms slips clean off, revealing that, in that slight little blur of a moment, Hirohiko actually moved his blade in a way that cleaved right through Yojiro's left arm, leaving even the general manager, again 150 years of swordsmanship, unsure of how Hirohiko managed to achieve such an abnormal trajectory. Yojiro acknowledges Hirohiko out of respect and asks who he's a student of, and Hirohiko just scoffs at that idea, calling them pig-headed and saying, why does he have to be anyone's student to be worth a damn? He's a student of freedom, moving forward and carving his own path. An absolute raw panel for Hirohiko, who steals the show on this chapter without any shred of doubt. Declaring there won't be a next time, Yojiro and his disciples pounce on Hirohiko, while we cut back to Chihiro and Iori, who just woke up from her nap. The Masumi are putting the finishing touches on Iori's memory seal, leaving Chihiro and Iori alone to discuss their similarities and differences. Despite both of them being children of war, Iori has been able to live a life of comfort, where the only kinds of fights she gets into are petty ones over stealing her classmates' desserts or competing over test scores, where Chihiro has endured a life of anguish filled with blood, death, vengeance, not even a single good night of sleep. Iori is sad to think that her friends might be worried about her right now, but even more so is Iori is slowly beginning to realize that if she does accept this truth that is her life, she will never be able to return to that peaceful, quiet life again. If she's Samura's daughter, she can't live both lives. Unfortunately for her, it is a life or death ultimatum. Chihiro mentions that despite how similar their stories are, he admits Iori's life at school and not being a part of the cycle of violence is honestly pretty peaceful. He even questions his own sense of self for a moment when he talks to Iori, claiming that even though he's been convincing himself that it's better to live with the truth even if it's painful, comprehending the decision that Iori has to make, Chihiro admits that believing what he did was arrogant, because when she finally does come to the decision that she wants to forget this life and just go back to school, Chihiro not only understands but accepts her words wholeheartedly. Because, at least in his eyes, unlike Iori, Chihiro never had a choice. This life of revenge, full of constant killing, it was the only way that Chihiro was able to move forward. Chihiro can look at all this death and not have fear because it's the only way he knows. There's no other way to go. Iori, on the other hand, has two roads she can go down. She has a choice. And regardless of what decision she makes, there is no right answer, because Chihiro says they are both her truth. Whatever she decides on is her life. Not a fake life, but a real and honest one. It almost seems like there is like a hint of jealousy in Chihiro's tone, as if a part of him wishes that there was another way that he could have chosen. He's been convincing himself of all of this for so long. Was there truly never any other chance for Chihiro to go down the path of a normal high schooler? Was this life that he chose to live honestly the only way he could have gone about things? Unfortunately for Chihiro, the man never gets much time to comprehend all of these philosophical questions because we're always moving on to the next thing. As the elevator is called up, it opens to reveal the general manager of the Bloodshed Hotel's disembodied head, carried by Hirohiko with his blade in the other. Blood falling from his face, Hirohiko smiles, telling Chihiro that he's ready for him now, implying after massacring the general manager and all of his disciples, Hirohiko's personal swordcraft has leveled up to a point he feels confident facing his rival. Meanwhile, Chihiro, who currently is running on no sleep at all, draws his blade forward. He calls upon the few hours of pure white EI style training he was able to get in during the night and tells Iori not to worry, as he promises to return her to school, no matter what. My only thing is, how do we feel about Hirohiko blitzkrieging his way through 150 years of swordsmanship history? I mean, for a general manager that ran a bloodshed hotel that supposedly kept the underworld in check, at least underneath its doors, for decades, if not centuries, that reputation went out the window pretty quickly for an 18-year-old with no sword training. But I guess Chihiro did the same for the Rakuzachi. This generation really just has to be this peak, I guess. And what are your thoughts on Iori's decision? Do you think she's right to reject her real life and choose the more peaceful one? Or do you think by the end of this arc, she'll probably end up changing her mind? Round 2 of Chihiro and Hirohiko starts off extremely strong, thanks to Hirohiko's new, self-taught and created on-the-fly sword technique. Despite lacking a huge amount of experience, the prodigy Hirohiko is able to not only cleave through 100 years of sword mastery, but also keep up with and even exceed Chihiro's white EI purity style. Reviewing a short flashback of the fight with Hirohiko and the general manager of the Bloodshed Hotel, when Hirohiko changed his form and slashed through the manager's arm, it was not just some kind of fluke. Both the general manager and his disciples, after hearing that Hirohiko is some kind of student of quote-unquote freedom, they immediately look down on and underestimate the boy's ability. As the master swordsman of the Reigen One Sword style, similar to someone like Kuguri from the Hoshaku, Yojiro Sengoku values tradition and hard work above all else. The dignified man trained over 50 students, and despite them all developing into strong guardians and wielding the one sword style efficiently, even now, they still aren't able to land a single hit on their master in sparring matches. It's for this reason that despite Hirohiko being able to land such a critical attack on the manager, both he and his disciples were not willing to accept that a student of freedom had surpassed a master of tradition. To the point when they're watching their general manager get cut to ribbons by Hirohiko's technique, Yojiro's disciple can only cry out in utter denial of what's happening before his eyes, coming to the conclusion that his sensei lied to him all those years ago, when during a training session, the manager stated almost as if it was a universal law that hard work and dedication will always triumph over innate talent and quote-unquote, as he calls them, geniuses. Yojiro even goes as far as to say that there are no geniuses in this world, which shatters the young disciple's entire worldview when he watches his master get cut down by one of these mythological geniuses, a moniker that fits Hirohiko beautifully. From the moment Hirohiko denied sword training from Kuguri, he's been constantly being looked down on and told that he needs to start taking things seriously. However, I'm genuinely scared to see what a Hirohiko that uses effort, dedication, and time to develop his skills would look like. Because as of right now, Hirohiko just coming up with random shit on the fly and seeing what sticks is enough to tear down 100 years of history. And with no prior instruction or knowledge, Hirohiko just creates his own unique style of swordplay just out of nowhere. An extremely effective one at that, because it is not only enough to surpass the Reigen One Sword style, but it can even compete with the White EI Purity style, a purely esoteric sword fighting technique that only a few handful of people have been able to actually master and compete against. And while sure, all of that is impressive, what is the most insane thing about all of this, honestly, is that, again, this improvised fighting style that Hirohiko comes up with is actually a very difficult and unorthodox way of wielding a blade that most genuine sword masters probably wouldn't even be able to do with practice. Because with little effort, Hirohiko is just passing the sword between his different hands in quick succession. He's alternating between front and backhanded sword wielding. He's throwing the blade behind his back and switching his wrist around to change the trajectory and the direction. And because the sword is just moving so much in general and constantly changing hands, forms, all of the kinds of styles, it's giving the impression that Hirohiko's blade is just quite literally disappearing as he makes attacks. It is just too difficult and quick for any kind of enemy to discern where Hirohiko's attack is coming from. And because of that entire concept and idea, it's giving Hirohiko a even larger range of counterattacks, as his sword can just very easily change positions at the snap of a finger. Combined with Hirohiko's bare bones combat experience that at least allows him to understand where an opponent's blind spot will be and being able to keep within it and attacking from it, that way his attacks are always aiming where his opponents cannot see, this invisible sword illusion continues to maintain its effect even against high-level sword masters. But conveniently for Chihiro, not only are his eyes, similar to his father Kunoshige's, able to quickly adapt and perceive such small and minute details to the point he might be one of the only characters that can keep up with Hirohiko's new sword style, it's also the exact reason that Chihiro was able to learn the White EI Purity style from scratch and with no prior instruction. Also, conveniently enough, the White EI Purity style speed is the perfect opposition to Hirohiko, because Hirohiko even admits Chihiro's sword is actually moving faster than his is. Again, someone that was able to move faster than a 150-year-old sword master. Chihiro does believe, though, that he has yet to perfect his White EI Purity style, so technically, there's an even higher level of speed that Chihiro should be able to reach. Now, what is interesting to me about this fight is both of these characters are the mythological geniuses that Yojiro was claiming don't exist in the world. Hirohiko's new fighting style was enough to kill the general manager on his first attempt at using it, and despite Chihiro never receiving training or anything at all, just watching two former role models perform the sword style, Chihiro can just replicate the pure White EI style from sight alone, which again is a close to extinct fighting style that's on the verge of being forgotten due to its not only difficulty to grasp, but its inability to pass on to any students besides Somura, Oruha, some other dude, and then the main original master of the sword based off of the small panel we saw of the 4 plaques under the sword style. Just like the intuitive learner Hirohiko, Chihiro is able to adapt to crisis situations in no time, and honestly, it seems like he learns under pressure much better than when he's going through traditional training. I'm sure that taking time to practice one's skills are definitely important, but as of right now, that entire idea is just being flipped on its head by Hokazono. I mean, I've said it multiple times at this point, but Hirohiko just destroyed a sword mastery style that lasted generations, and Chihiro is nearly on the verge of mastering an esoteric sword style that was impossible for the average sword user to even handle and conceptualize. These two rivals together, whether they like it or not, are more tied together and connected than they can care to appreciate. Or at least Chihiro can care to appreciate, because Hirohiko is completely down for this whole rivalry thing. Kindred spirits indeed. Now, meanwhile, as Chihiro and Hirohiko are battling it out on the elevator and also making their way down to the bottom floor, Iori and Masumi are making their way to the top of the hotel in order to complete Iori's memory seal. Now that she has decided she's going to be better off going back to school, saying screw all of this crazy violent stuff and just living a peaceful life away from all the bloodshed, the Masumi have a much better understanding now on the parent-child bond than they did beforehand. Because the last seal was weak enough for Iori to break just by remembering the feeling she had for her father. But now that the Masumi understand that her mind will always try and search for these memories, they can better respond and create a stronger seal that stands no chances of weakening. Which means once Iori returns to school, that's it. Everyone will have their minds wiped like it's Men in Black. She will become undetectable to any of the Hoshaku or any other threats looking to go against her father, Somura. Sure, there are people that did die and people got hurt in that small little scuffle at the school, but everything will pass, life will move on. And it does seem that now that we're getting closer to this ultimatum being made, Iori does have some doubts, it seems, about leaving a huge part of her life behind. She's not meant for a world of bloodshed, to be honest with you. You know, at the end of the day, this life of blood and violence and revenge, she's not built for it. Right now, she's really only being protected. She's some type of liability for the most part. Unless she has an awakening and develops some type of crazy sorcery or just gets trained by some kind of Masumi later, Iori is always going to be an issue and just someone to take care of, similar to how Kara was in the very beginning of the story. Which, I wonder what's up with her. I wonder how she's doing. What happened to that other girl that would take missions for Chihiro? I wonder how they're all doing. Do they think Chihiro's dead? Anyway, what's keeping Iori from questioning her decisions too much and thinking that she's making the wrong decision is what Hirohiko mentioned just before the fight broke out. And Hirohiko says that not only is Iori Somura's weakness, and he thanks her for being born, Somura is, as we know, currently on a mission to take out the rest of the Enchanted Blade Wielders due to his own self-imposed restrictions of guilt. But because this guilt is figuratively, but also literally, blinding Somura, he's not even of sound mind enough to keep tabs on his daughter and know this entire debacle is going on and that she may even be in big danger. Sure, we know that Somura does care about his daughter. While it may be true that he is distracted, Somura definitely put his daughter in hiding because he felt it was the best decision to keep her safe. But in this moment, at least from her perspective, especially with everything that's going on now, it seems to her that he just abandoned her and didn't care about her at all. In her mind, she's been the only one grieving loss. So if her dad doesn't care about her, it might be better off if she just forgets and moves on. But this small little interaction is enough to make it clear to me, at least, that something is going to spark Iori's desire to not accept this school life, and she is going to stick with us till the end. Because not only is it just, shonen obviousness, but something is going to show Iori that Somura, her dad, does care about her. Whether he actually shows up and protects her personally, or another offhanded comment is made by Chihiro or Masumi, or she remembers a memory of her dad caring. I sincerely, severely doubt that this arc is going to end with Iori just going back to school and living her normal life. I think she's in way too deep to just be forgotten about. But we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. Because right now, my attention is completely on the round 2 battle of Hirohiko and Chihiro, and I need some kind of payoff from that before we begin to even move on with Iori. One thing that Hokuzono does really well is introducing some everyman character into these insanely chaotic battle shonen situations and putting on full display the greatness that is sometimes shown by ordinary people. In the face of adversity, 2 people who have every possible reason to stay out of this bloody battle over enchanted blades, despite the chance of death, stand up and fight against the Hoshaku. Kagurabachi, as a manga, understands that stories are not just tales of great people, but paths paved by entire networks of allies and friendships that all share a common goal. With the major inclusion of the Masumi as well as Hokori on Chihiro's previously solo journey of revenge, Hokuzono's message is pretty clear on that. At the same time, there are those without a doubt who are just blessed with innate talent that sometimes just need a push in the right direction. Iori Samura has been going back and forth between the 2 lives that she leads. One of peaceful sanctity with her friends at school, and the other life being on the run and constantly in danger as Seiichi Somura's daughter. However, Iori is having doubts about living either life at this point, as despite what the Masumi claim about having an unbreakable memory spell this time, it does seem a little hard to believe, considering we have to imagine that's exactly what the Masumi thought the last time they sealed her memory. But the Hoshaku know who she is now. And no matter how well they attempt to hide Iori, there's always a chance that this could just happen again. And it's not like the Hoshaku are afraid to look for her out in the open or do things stealthily. I mean, they were literally about to slaughter all of the male students at Iori's high school because there's no chance that they would be her, and then they were just going to be nice enough to simply pluck the girls off one by one just to check their DNA, just to make sure first. If Iori lives as Somura's daughter, she'll be under constant protection and surveillance by the Masumi, putting the Masumi's lives in danger, just as she kind of is now, as Kuguri, that traditional swordsman Hoshaku member that fought Chihiro earlier, arrives at the rooftop with an army of low-ranking thugs at his disposal. Iori realizes that no matter where she is, as Somura's daughter, as an ordinary schoolgirl, she's putting people at risk just by merely existing and associating herself with them. The realization is slowly coming to her that no matter what life she intends on choosing, she's always going to be a burden to the people around her. Meanwhile, the army of low-level thugs that the Hoshaku have enlisted all seem to be brainwashed and completely immune to pain. However, Moku insists that they are definitely weaker than they were at Senkutsuji Temple, which I don't know if this is because these warriors are generally under some kind of like hypnosis sorcery, or the Datenseki crystal boost that was given to these people are that much weaker just because they're low level. Either way, just like it was in Senkutsuji Temple, the problem isn't how strong these people are, it's how many there are of them. Because keeping up with the Hoshaku's image so far in the series of just literally hiring any criminal they can get their hands on, sacrificing them like lambs to the slaughter after dosing them with Datenseki, I have to imagine that what's going on has to be reducing the population of this country significantly at this point, right? Come on, there's at least almost a good 1,000 people, I have to imagine, that have died alone in these last 70-something chapters of Kagurabachi alone. Chihiro and friends are like literally cleaning up the streets Batman style, except they are definitely murdering all these people instead of like 50-50. It looks like he probably killed him, but Batman doesn't kill, so he's probably still alive. Kuguri also relays that Hirohiko and Todo have spread the message of Somura's daughter to all of the criminals in the Bloodshed Hotel, meaning even the people that aren't on their payroll are all going to start trying to claim that bounty, because now with the general manager dead, there's nothing to hold any of these people back from just breaking all of the truces and starting problems. Now that the Masumi are effectively stalemated on the roof, there's really no way for them to escape and get Iori out of here, and honestly their memory spell is useless without the general manager's lantern key. I mean, let alone that the Hoshaku are right here looking at her as we speak, but it's very clear that they are all going to be overrun by this endless horde of Hoshaku zombies eventually. That is, until Ikora, that weird boy from Iori's high school, shows up with that lantern key at the right moment. And he declares he needs Iori back at school with him, and that he's willing to do anything, even get covered in scars like Chihiro, if it means he can save her. We get a small glimpse of a flashback of Iori being enrolled into the local school and having an assigned seat next to this boy Ikora. And based on the mean girls who talk a bunch of shit on him, calling him weird and stuff, it's made very apparent that this man is an outcast and is often bullied or ignored by his peers. This girl warns Iori not to talk to Ikora, and despite all of this, she still goes right up and introduces herself to him, considering him a friend to her almost immediately, and at the very least, viewing Ikora as a goddamn person, right? Which is more than can be said about all these other kids. In his own weird and self-important way, Ikora abandons solitude because of this. Even now, as Ikora sits in the massacre-ridden Bloodshed Hotel and has seen more dead bodies and blood than he probably ever has in his entire life in one day, Ikora admits that Iori probably only said hi to him because she's a nice person. But even if it was just an ordinary action from her and wasn't special at all on her behalf, it was more than special to him. Everyone around Ikora tells him to stay out of this mess. His teacher and nurse that patch Ikora up tell him not to get involved during the previous school raid because it's probably going to be very dangerous. Even his classmates are telling Ikora to stop. Just like back then when everyone told Iori to ignore Ikora. But just like back then, this isn't something Ikora can just do. Hearing that Hirohiko and the other Hoshaku members are trying to kill Iori on the roof, Ikora squeezes blood out from his wounded fist and redraws the scar of the theater murderer, aka Chihiro, onto his face as a declaration of will, running directly into the battle between Hirohiko and Chihiro, right where we left off last time. In classic asshole fashion, Hirohiko instantly makes a killing motion towards the high school kid, but Chihiro blocks that blade, and instead of telling him to get the hell out of here, he tosses the key to Ikora. Ikora says he wants to do anything to save Iori, and as if sending respect to Ikora's cause, Chihiro is more than willing to entrust this key to Ikora and get Iori's memory spell and Ikora to the roof as soon as possible, bringing us right back to when Iori was falling into doubts that she truly belonged anywhere at all. And Ikora, despite all of the odds and chances of death, stood tall and shouted Iori's name to the top of his lungs. And right here, right now, something awoke inside of Iori. That ordinary person's excellence, Ikora's willingness to accept Iori, no matter who she truly was, leads Iori to the answer that she was seeking all along. And it's not one of the two choices that were given to her originally. She is not gonna go back to being Somura's helpless daughter that needs to be protected. But she's also not going to forget her past and potentially put all of her friends at risk. Iori's answer is an answer deserving of a Somura. In the briefest of seconds, Iori's mental spell shatters entirely, freeing herself from the Masumi's restrictions and allowing her to tap into some kind of latent power that was kept dormant within her. As she springs into action, Iori immediately grabs a sword and uses it to block the Hoshaku's attacks on Ikora. Iori will not be putting anyone else in danger. Instead, she herself is going to fight and protect her right to live that ordinary life, not as some fake figment of her previous self. She doesn't need to pick a life. Instead, what makes the most sense to Iori right now is to accept both sides of herself. All of her, after all. As Chihiro said originally, there is no right answer to any of this. Now that she's going to be living both lives, I honestly have no idea what to expect from Iori and where her awakening is going to go from here. But honestly, gotta say, I am definitely more than excited to see what Hokuzono does with it. Also, knowing that the really only potential scene cutaway we can get is just Hirohiko versus Chihiro, it's telling me that something intense is going to be happening next chapter no matter what. I mean, look, what more do you even want me to say? Hirohiko and Chihiro's rivalry is quite literally everything I could have ever wanted out of a dynamic like this. This chapter of Kagurabachi has wholeheartedly convinced me that Hokuzono heard all of our complaints about losing Sojo as a rival and just went fully balls deep into the idea of a philosophical foil type character that Chihiro needs to just continually grow and develop. Now, Chihiro already had a massive amount of potential to begin with from the start of the series. I mean, that much is apparent just based off the fact of how strong he was with absolutely no formal training or any kind of sword technique at all when it came to combat. Chihiro was basically just freeballing the whole killing thing since his revenge began about 3 years ago. Now that he has someone like Hirohiko to bounce back and forth with over the course of the series to keep benefiting Chihiro and force him to advance at an even faster rate than he would have ever normally, is a good thing. Why? Well, because Hirohiko is essentially the exact same type of intuitive freestyler as Chihiro. The only difference being that Hirohiko might honestly just be better at it than Chihiro is, as it's revealed in this chapter that from the ripe age of 3, Hirohiko was forced to murder a man with his own teeth that was in the process of assaulting him. And from that day on, killing was natural to him, which, yeah, no surprises there. But more importantly, the flow of spirit energy inside of Hirohiko was able to run freely through him and was almost pure instinct to him at this point. His innate desire to survive was so strong, it would constantly give birth to unorthodox methods of attack, as Hirohiko has never once really subscribed to any school of thought or traditional aspects of combat. His origami sorcery, although expert, was something he developed himself, and normally Hirohiko just trusts his own ability to handle a situation regardless of relying on some other type of thing, and is always just gonna find whatever weird way he needs to accomplish the goal in front of him. This not really only led to an extremely abstract sword style that Hirohiko developed, which is just being able to change and regrip a sword between both hands effortlessly, behind your back, front, fakey. It's all just child's play to him. Ironically enough though, it's the exact maneuver that makes the EI White Purity sword style so difficult to grasp. In a vision, we get to meet the original creator of the EI White Purity style, Swordmaster Itsuo Shirakai. When this technique was first developed, it was based off of the idea that something that is faster usually is almost always stronger. So in order to achieve the highest speed in swordsmanship, Master Shirakai had to grip the sword backwards with the blunt side facing his opponent to better reach a higher pace of attack. Although this is what also made this so difficult, because not only are you facing the blunt side to your opponent, the white purity style user then has to regrip the blade and twist it 180 degrees to actually attack their opponent with the bladed side, obviously. Because of this unusual vulnerability that you're putting yourself in, as well as the handicap that you're placing on yourself, a lot of the sword masters of Shirokai's era laughed and brushed him off as a fool. Not only was the sword style just completely inefficient, but it was almost impossible for a person to maintain their charged up spirit energy during that regripping phase. Spirit energy charging requires complete concentration, and just one distraction or wrench in that thought process can just ruin the flow entirely, which is exactly why having to mindfully switch up the way you're holding the sword mid-attack can cause a problem for so many people, which is exactly why it's only ever been mastered by 3 people. This is definitely an esoteric sword style that not too many people use, and you can even see by the nameplate we get in a couple chapters earlier that it is almost in extinction now, except with Chihiro and Hirohiko being maybe the only people that are able to recreate it. It is also why, even though Chihiro is this gifted learner type and has perceptive eyes that allow him to more easily recreate the actions that he sees, an additional night of training was nowhere near enough time for Chihiro to fully grasp the sword style. Now, on the contrary, for someone like Hirohiko, who is just regripping his sword over and over again in a single action, if not more, is not constrained by any habitual training styles or ingrained instincts betraying him as he tries to learn all these different sword styles, it's almost as if the white EI purity style was made directly for people like Hirohiko. Because as Chihiro is struggling to surpass Hirohiko's new improvised sword technique, meanwhile striving to find the trick to master the white purity style himself, his concentration is ultimately broken because Hirohiko not just mocks Chihiro for relying on someone else's teachings to win, he shows him how pointless it is by, in midair, Hirohiko just spins around and mimics the white EI purity style almost to a T, flawlessly and instantly pinning down the base foundation of the technique and executing a dash strike at Chihiro. Now, Hirohiko doesn't immediately master the ability, it's still very difficult for him to use, he even admits that it's hard, but it's crazy that this was developed off of Chihiro's incomplete white purity style. So the fact that he was able to match Chihiro's progress in just one usage doesn't bode well for anybody, because Chihiro knows that this last clash that we are leading up to by the end of the chapter is going to make or break this battle. And again, this is exactly what I wanted out of a rivalry like this. 2 people just constantly helping the other better themselves and become extremely strong fighters. And the growth during the fight is always the best way. Just watching Hirohiko download EI white purity style like nothing is the exact kind of thing I'm trying to see in my shonen almost all of the time. It makes Hirohiko so much more of a formidable threat than he already was, considering this sword gripping technique was already tough to deal with, something that he developed on the fly, and now we know, almost similar to Chihiro, everything this guy sees in battle is at risk of being added to his arsenal later. Both of these characters' ceilings are way past the sky, and despite living entirely 2 different lives, they are repeatedly coming to the same conclusions, which reinforced to me that really, whether Chihiro wants to admit it or not, they are most likely kindred spirits, perhaps even bound together by fate, because regardless of how this chapter ends, these 2 characters' journeys are not anywhere close to over, especially with Hirohiko not even unveiling Kumayori yet. As Chihiro and Hirohiko ready themselves, holding to their unique method of replication, they both know it's whoever is in this clash that's the fastest that will win. Chihiro begs himself to break his limits, but once they both launch forward, that sense of impending doom falls right on top of him. Chihiro knows, at this very second, Hirohiko has actually achieved a greater mastery than Chihiro did. At least until, from his peripheral vision, Chihiro catches a glimpse of Iori Samura, fully awakened, her original sword skills and combat abilities sealed within the memory spell that the Masumi enchained her with. Now that those chains are broken, the girl effortlessly wields a katana with grace, swiftly slicing through every hostile threat in her direction. Not necessarily to kill, but more so shave away the danger in the most delicate and precise way possible. And that brief second As Chihiro's life flashes before his eyes, just that demonstration of Iori's experience is enough to add on to his own and finish the puzzle, give him that last piece that Chihiro needs to visualize completely Somura's example of the white EI purity style. With a crystal clear replica in his head, as Chihiro's eyes turn back to meet Hirohiko's, that previous advantage the boy of freedom had slips away almost as soon as it came to him. Chihiro cuts right through Hirohiko's blade like it was butter and slashes the boy right across his chest, just dashing right by him without missing a single beat. Chihiro is even surprised by this, as this was definitely the final click in place that gets the EI White Purity style into his hands of mastery, directly parallel to Iori, who after dicing up the Datenseki Crystal Warriors in her way, also opens her eyes to the truth. And now, this is just my personal interpretation, but considering the description of Iori's sword technique not being designed to kill, instead using the speed to delicately and precisely cut away danger, it makes sense why this was the missing piece that Chihiro just could not grasp. For an Avenger whose entire identity has been surrounded around killing and slaughtering those who hurt his father and also taking out whoever gets in the way of accomplishing that goal, slashing his blade without the intention to kill is probably something he would have never even thought of. I mean, frankly, it's probably something a lot of swordsmen don't think of in a world like Kagurabachi. It's honestly most likely the missing piece that Hirohiko was losing as well that made him lose that clash. It's obvious based off of this description he probably was wounded non-lethally. I'm sure he'll have plenty of time to consider all of this new information and make something completely new out of it much later down the line. Because that being said, with Iori and Chihiro both in their elements now, mind's eye open. Kuguri is not going to be able to handle these two threats alone, and sure, Hirohiko's insane growth was fun to watch this arc, but Chihiro has now bested his rival twice in round 2. So we really won't know what's going on until next week, because knowing how fast-paced this can all be, you really never know what's about to come next. I mean, Hirohiko's inclusion alone was pretty much a wild card. So I would just hate to see what's coming next if the stakes are only just beginning to go up. While there is a lot of intensity going on in this arc, surprisingly, this flashback does flow very well with the overall pace of everything, in my opinion. It's nice to get an explanation as to how Iori became such a skilled swordsman, capable of wielding a blade even with her eyes closed, as if mimicking her blind father. And it's also interesting to see the very first time Somura met Yora, the leader of the Hoshaku, as this closing moment for the chapter is most likely the exact time that Yora and Somura made their deal that they would work together, apparently in order to stop some inevitable tragedy that will befall the country. While the chapter does focus mostly on the strained relationship with Somura and his daughter, as well as the actual reveal that whoever the hell Iori calls mom is not her real mother, despite all of that, it's still a very heartwarming story, to say the least. What this flashback does show to us is that Somura was previously married to a woman named Inori, and around the time of his return from the Seitei War and Iori being born, Somura's grief and guilt, as we know, plagued him heavily, and participating in the violence that he did held him back as a person, but also as a man. He was so focused on the past, Somura was never actually able to move forward, unable to even hold his own flesh and blood in his hands because of all the blood he viewed as staining them. Feeling unworthy of not just having a daughter, but even offering and accepting love and support from life he helped create. As someone who puts so much emphasis on the lives that he stole, Somura's inability to feel he deserves happiness does make a little bit of sense. Why should Somura get to enjoy the blessings of life that he took part in creating when, with Tobimune, there's clearly hundreds if not thousands of lives that he tore away from this earth? This ended up affecting Somura so much that it resulted in him not just rejecting the love of his daughter, but from his wife as well. Clearly, this whole problem with Somura leading to their divorce, as Inori's dismissal of Somura's guilt clearly shows, and ultimately, she feels like Somura feeling sorry for himself is just an excuse that he can use to run away from his responsibilities. Something that's interesting to see Hokuzona tackle is the duality of man, especially a man like Somura. A double standard that, looking into Kagurabachi, you can also really see in real life if you look hard enough for it. As when stepping into that dojo that Somura helps coach the local police force in, all of the men and swordsmen in training cannot stop themselves from saying great things about Somura and complimenting him, claiming that Iori should feel lucky to have a father like Somura, someone whose country's existence depended on him. And the fact that he takes his free time to be willing to volunteer and help at the police dojo makes Somura some kind of amazing person to these guys that could really do no wrong. To the world, at least into the open, Somura is viewed as this amazing man who holds stature and is just a great all-around person with no flaws. Yet to Iori, his daughter, and especially to his ex-wife Inori, Somura couldn't be farther away from this vision of the truth that all of these people have about him. To those around him, Somura is some established war veteran with years of service that was willing to put his life on the line to save all of the innocents around him. A man who, in his free time, chooses to go back to the community and prove his excellence by having others learn from him and look up to him. But to his wife and daughter, Somura is just a sad individual. A man who's so plagued by guilt, he doesn't even feel like he can hold or touch his daughter, so much as even be in the same household as his family. Somura could give his life for the country, but can't even give the time of day to those that are supposed to be closest to him. And sure, Somura has the rationality that he's keeping his family sheltered from the bad parts of his life. Realistically, it's a piss-poor excuse that's only there to make himself feel better. You can explain it with any kind of mental gymnastics that you want, but it's wholeheartedly selfish for Somura to do what he did to his family. Abandon his wife and daughter simply because he feels he's not worthy of being in their presence? I'm sure they would love if he was in their presence. And all of this time not spent with them is just inflicting unhealable wounds to two people that he should be loving and supporting the most, instead of his fucking country. Not only does his wife obviously feel scorned and abandoned and also neglected by the man who was supposed to cherish her for the rest of their lives, his daughter grows up without a father in life and internalizes her mother's hatred and anger into her own traumatic life lessons and choices. Listen, having to live without any parent can be rough on someone, and it can be even harder knowing that parent isn't just, alive. You didn't lose them because they died or, something bad caused them to not be a part of your life. That parent is still out there choosing to just spend their free time with everyone else but you. For whatever reason Somura has, guilt, selfishness, whatever. For a kid, even if it was the most righteous reason in the world, it would be tough for her to understand. And obviously, I'm not saying that parents need to be there all of the time and you can never leave your kid alone. If you're a military parent or you have to go away for work, that doesn't make you a bad parent by default. But why this makes Somura a bad father, and why his own wife is probably right in refusing to see him as the rest of the world does, is because he can't move forward from his trauma to support those he loves and is therefore hurting them. He can move forward to help this police force, but he can't move forward for them. Somura can barely do the bare minimum of checking on his wife when she collapses ill. And the moment Inori asks Somura to watch Iori, he's too guilty to look after her. How could he possibly do this? It's one thing to feel guilty. It's a completely different factor to have so much self-pity you can't even be there to support the people you need the most. Again, a war veteran that was willing to give his life for people he didn't even know. But as Somura and Iori spend more time together, they actually do begin to connect, and they impart each other's wisdom onto one another. As weird as it sounds, Somura learned more from an 8-year-old girl than he probably did in any amount of time he had in a lifetime of war and violence. Iori loved to cook with her mom, and because of this connection, Somura was able to learn how to cook, something that he clearly was never able or willing to do in their previous relationship with Inori. So that small, brief passage of life the two had was more than enough to change Somura's view on how he viewed the world and everything. While Iori gifted Somura the gift of cooking, Somura was able to bestow the gift of the way he used his blade to Iori. And just as their contest ended up in father and daughter collaborating to make one main dish instead of fighting and making two separate meals, Iori, now in the current timeline, acts as the perfect representation of this, accepting both sides of herself, making one true whole, a whole that is willing to fight back and accept whoever she is, denying the predetermined fate that her father tried to steal away from her. The worst part is it even seemed like after this small amount of time, Somura did manage to change a little bit for the better. After the death of Inori, sadly, Iori's real mother to her illness, Somura is finally able to gain the courage to not only be there for his daughter when she cries, but actually touch and wrap his arms around her for the first time in his entire life. He's able to actually see through that dark cloud of guilt, and at least for the people most important to him, but most especially for his late wife now, Inori, who sadly won't be able to do it for him anymore, Somura's blood-stained hands are finally able to move and look forward and take on the role that he was always meant to have as a father. That is, until the arrival of Yora at the Somura doorstep, who makes an offer that was apparently so impossible to refuse. It was enough for Somura to throw all of that character development that he just gained out of the window, because it seems right after this talk is when Somura requests the help of the Masumi to seal Iori's memories and take off. Also, it's very clear that since Somura is at his own residence and not in hiding at this point, this is way before the Hashaku actually attacked Kunashige at his home and stole all of the enchanted blades, which just even further reinforced my theory that Somura knew well before Chihiro's dad was on the chopping block. Whatever this goddamn dark tragedy is that Yora foretold to Somura, it was enough to not only betray an old friend and all of his comrades, but it was enough for Somura to go back on the promise he made to his wife and abandon his daughter all over again. So whatever the hell it is, it has to have been enough to turn the whole world over. And alls we can really hope for is that whatever answer Somura gives to us was reason enough. It doesn't excuse it, but if it really was an apocalyptic situation, then maybe he should have just trusted his daughter a little bit more. But we're just gonna have to wait to see if we find out what this scenario that Yora foretold to Somura actually is, and more importantly, why it involves the Sword Saint and the Shinichi Magatsumi. The Seitei War started when they invaded. The citizens of that small country were bloodthirsty savages by nature. Their bodies were resistant to Datenseki. Their invasion advanced steadily. As everyone knows, our heroes and their enchanted blades turned the tide. The heroes succeeded in eradicating the citizens of that nefarious small country. Thanks to our heroes, every last one of them was wiped out. Our country was protected. Somura thinks to himself here, he's like, nah, you're capping. This isn't what you came here for. The sins you people committed and the disaster that will befall. Somura says, I don't think that's what you came here to say. Yes, I know the truth. The events that led up to the eradication. The story the public doesn't know. Let's go, baby. Are we gonna find out? Are we gonna learn? I'm telling you, so before we even find this out, if any of you guys have been following my chapter reviews on the second channel, you'll know that I full-on called BS on this small nation suddenly appeared and they started attacking us and they invaded us and we had no choice but to wipe them all out. Like, absolutely not. These motherfuckers propagandized the hell out of this and used that as an excuse to take over this country. Easy to see through cover story, to be honest. I mean, yeah. But to be honest with you, when you grow up and you're taught it from the day you're born, and you have no other reason to see otherwise, and the very few people that do know what happened are old and few between, and they very slowly start to, die out, and that the truth goes with them. It's unfortunately very easy to pull some shit like this, even in real life, sadly. But it's definitely, yeah, it's pretty obvious when you really put some thinking into it. You're like, something don't seem right. But let's read. When the Shinichi emerged, it turned the tables on the enemy. We waged a powerful counteroffensive, rapidly driving them back. The heroes encroached into the enemy's territory. At this point, the end of the war was in sight, and the enemy flew a white flag, bloodthirsty savages. We were taught to call them that from our textbooks. But in reality, human beings are individuals. Physiologically, that small nation's inhabitants had a unique genetic resistance to Datenseki, but they were still human. The royal family who led the invasion were deposed. They chose to surrender. Somura knows, in order to prevent further casualties, they signed a treaty, and for a time, peace was established. Okay, so actually the small country did invade first. So that is fact as far as we're concerned, from right out of Yora's mouth, and Somura is not denying this. They signed a treaty, and for a time, peace was established. Oh no, I see why the Sword Saint is a problem now. Bro said no, they must be annihilated. Holy. One of the heroes who had trod over countless corpses during the war went berserk. The strongest of the enchanted blades responded. The true realm of an enchanted blade conforms to its master. The Shinichi Sword Saint is a fucking demon incarnate. Holy hell. He unlocked the true realm because he wanted to go full homicidal. Holy. He said, nah, they're all getting cooked. And Shinichi said, all right, bet. Time to lock in, king. The abilities that the Swordmaster evoked were a force of pure obliteration. In the immensity of that power, the Shinichi and the Swordmaster consumed each other. Then, all reason had vanished, and the calamity that ensued was beyond virtue or evil. Wait, I'm sorry, what? So that's why the Sword Saint was able to control the Shinichi when the head of the Sazanami clan was using it. They are one and in the same. They have literally become one being together. Like, the Sword Saint has basically fused with his sword entirely. That makes sense why they just have to seal the sword and just keep it sealed forever. Even without a wielder, it could be a fucking danger to society, probably. I mean, the calamity that beset that small nation laid waste to roughly 200,000 lives. Now that's a body count, bro. Why is he alive? Yeah, I think one life for 200,000 is a small price to pay. I think I'm normally not a fan of the death penalty, but in cases like this, I mean, maybe they quite literally can't kill him. That's what I would have to imagine. It was only afterward that the 5 other enchanted blade bearers were able to stop him, and the Swordmaster remains locked away to this day. That is the real story of the cleansing of that country. The truth is, the Swordmaster is the worst murderer who ever lived. But this country was still in chaos, reeling from invasion. To re-establish stability and avoid further confusion, they hid the truth and enshrined the Swordmaster as a hero who defeated an evil enemy. Damn, fucking A. How much does he know? How can we blame them? It was for the good of the future. Yes, the future. As for the reason for my visit, I've come to deliver a prophecy. A prophecy. So long as the Swordmaster lives, the calamity known as the malediction will occur again in the near future. This time, in this country. What? Seiichi Somura, you have a job to do. For the future. Oh damn, and he pops away right when fucking Iori wakes up. Kamunabi headquarters. Long time no see, Somura. It's not like you to reach out. Did Somura try to like reason with them and like he literally just hit his fucking wit's end and didn't know what else to do but to side with them? That has to be what happened, right? Somura literally had to have had no other choice. This man knew the truth about the Swordmaster. That's so. Only the core members of the Kamunabi and the nation's highest echelon know that. Perhaps he was involved back then. His voice and scent were unfamiliar. And this man who knew the truth said that the malediction would beset this country next? A prophecy, huh? Well, it's like the dream of the monk of Tenrakuen, a sort of divination with no clear evidence. A possible disaster, in other words. So it's only possible. To prevent such a thing, the Swordmaster has been imprisoned deep underground, and the Shinichi has been sealed and isolated in a separate place, so that the two can never come in contact. So long as the Swordmaster and the Shinichi remain in this world, though, that possibility does exist. So then again, let's execute this guy, right? Right? That should be the obvious answer here. That seems pretty cut and dry to me here. To extinguish it completely, we would have to execute the Swordmaster. But as you know, that's not possible. The Eternal Contracts. These life and death spells are immensely sophisticated. It would have been extremely cumbersome to enact multiple spells at once. Oh my god, wow, dude. He's quite literally like the sole fucking, that's why Somura is like, they all have to die. That's why Somura is like, we all have to die. For that reason, Rokuhira used the Shinichi as its core and assigned it to the Swordmaster, his most trusted ally. Damn, bro. The Sword Saint was fucking Daddy Rokuhira's best homie? Wow. A fucking betrayal. That's insane. Like a master-slave configuration, he linked them all together to establish the contracts. So here's my question after that. Did Kunishige make Enten as the one and only enchanted blade that was separate from this contract? Because everyone was always so curious, why did he make Enten? There was literally no reason for Rokuhira to make Enten after everything happened. Enten seems to be free from this contract, meaning that Chihiro might be quite literally the only person that can actually potentially do something about this, or can use his enchanted blade separate from this clause. I have to imagine if the Sword Saint is connected to quite literally all of the, he's the core holder. Like, it's a master-slave configuration. Is the Sword Saint technically able to control the other enchanted blades? Because of this configuration, if the Swordmaster at the nucleus dies, the bodies of the other linked swordbearers will deteriorate, and within days, they too will perish. Whew, damn. But that's such a really good point too, like, if that might be Somura's plan, right? Like, because he knows Yora and the Hishaku plan to contract the enchanted blades themselves. It's possible that Somura can take everyone out all at once, the sword bearers, the Hishaku, and the Sword Saint all at once. And that might be his plan going forward. And in which case, knowing Somura was going to die, I do kind of think the wiping his daughter's memories and trying to get her to live an ordinary life separate does make sense. Yes, his daughter should be able to make his own decisions. His daughter should have her own agency. Iori should be able to say, hey, you, I don't want to forget. I want to stand by your side, even if you do die. But also at the same time, like, Somura knowing that Iori would just have to live with the death of her father. Somura is doing this for the right reasons, right? Like, he betrayed everybody, but he's doing this for what he believes is the betterment of everybody, the betterment of society, the country that he fought to protect. He's now still fighting to protect it, just in a battle all on his own. So I guess the next big lore dump that I'm looking for, what was it that made the Sword Saint become fucking wild? If the Sword Saint was Kunishige Rokuhira's most trusted ally, so trusted that all of the other sword bearers were willing to stake their life on his as the main nucleus of the enchanted contracts, the eternal contracts. What did he see in that war that made him so fucking jaded and so fucking discriminate towards their lives? That was an awesome chapter. I absolutely loved that. We got so much lore. Genuinely speaking, there's so much to consider. There's so many questions that I have in regards to not just Yora's involvement now, right? Because what's Yora's origins? How does he not only know so much? How is he able to get a hold of all this Datenseki? How is he able to put together this group of people that known as the Hishaku, this great group of sorcerers? What is their goal behind all of this? And more importantly, again, how do characters like Sojo tie into this? The Sword Saint, why did he go full genocide? This also calls into question how special Enten is, and if it has any outside purposes besides just giving Chihiro another blade, because clearly its eternal contract might be entirely separate from this master-slave contract. Kunishige clearly knows that he fucked up by trusting the Shinichi, yet he chose to make another blade anyway. Perhaps Kunishige, like the Hishaku, knew that the Shinichi would one day come about again, knew that the calamity would break out. and by creating Enten, he knew there was only one way to stop it. If the Hoshaku were able to find Somura, I have to imagine that Yora might have even talked to Kunishige. Perhaps Kunishige wasn't surprised when the Hoshaku came to kill him. I have also more questions about Kunishige, his involvement. How much did he know about Datenseki? How much did Yora know about him? Was Yora a sibling of the Sword Saint? Why is Yora banking on Chihiro like Itachi was banking on Sasuke, right? Like, why is Yora like trying to build the hatred in Chihiro and get Chihiro as strong as possible, setting him up against someone like Hirohiko almost purposefully? It's almost as if this might have been the plan from the get-go. There's so many possibilities that have come out of this chapter, and I am just more than excited to see what the hell Hokazono does with all of it, and how Chihiro fits into it, how all of these other characters fit into it. He's doing everything possible. I knew that this moment in Kagurabachi was coming, but it was still so sad to see. Whether this is the end of Somura's flashback and we're gonna cut back to what's going on at the Bloodshed Hotel, or we still have more of a story to see, seeing how tortured Somura is throughout any era of his life. Somura is tortured when he's away from his family because he can't bear the responsibility of taking care of them with all of his guilt and PTSD. Somura trying to exist and take care of his daughter while his wife is in the hospital and she dies. And then Somura just trying to live his best life with his daughter now. And then this whole school thing happens and his reputation happens, and it's genuinely one of the saddest things in the world to see that Somura believes that his daughter would be better off without him, when knowing that Iori would have done anything she could have not to lose Somura. And that's kind of my whole point that I was trying to make a couple chapter reviews ago when referring to Somura as someone that, despite having all of the nuance and reasons and PTSD and guilt holding him back, clearly guiding the decisions, guiding Somura's hand to make the decisions that he does, it's inexcusable to me, because at the end of the day, Iori wants what Iori wants. Iori did not want to lose her dad. Iori was willing to, it was terrible for her to live that way, but she wanted to live with her dad. And Somura being scared of her future, he doesn't know for sure how that would turn out. So again, I disagree with Somura making the executive decision, but at the end of the day, this is one of the saddest stories in Kagurabachi. The flashback of Somura and Iori was heartfelt. I genuinely enjoyed every chapter. I'm honestly upset that we have to go back to the regular story after this, because it was just such a nice addition and cutaway to not just explain Iori and Somura's struggle in detail, but to also give us so much of the lore dump of the Seitei War, the genocide on the island. And now we know that for the last 6 months before Rokuhira was even attacked, Yora and his partner and whatever other Hoshaku members there are have been disseminating conspiracy theories about all of the enchanted blade wielders, because he's like, hey, Somura, if you're not going to do anything, I fucking will. Which someone said it earlier in my chat, that it's nice to see how involved Yora is with the entire plot. Almost every aspect of everything that we've had happen is a direct consequence of Yora's actions. Yora knew that by spreading out leaflets and pamphlets of conspiracy, even though you wouldn't be able to capture any intelligent people with it, you'd be able to fan the flames of hatred enough to put pressure on Somura. And whether he knew that this would put pressure on Somura to eventually one day take the deal, or he was just doing it to spread the dissenting information about the enchanted blade wielders to push them out of public opinion and make them seem like awful people in order to start a full-on political uprising, a full-on revolution in the country. Because at the end of the day, whether you want to say Yora's decisions are evil and Yora is doing all these things with bad intentions, he's just trying to save the country, at least as far as we know as of right now. From what he said to Somura, he's trying to stop the malediction from happening again in this country. And if Yora has to completely end the lives of all of these enchanted blade wielders, including Somura and Iori and this sad father and daughter story, then he's got to do it. Yora is a methodical man, and he is the exact kind of main villain that a lot of shonen stories use, but it's always welcome to see. The very calculated, and long-term planner. However, this chapter does focus mostly on the duality of Somura's reputation as well as the awful condemnation that can occur to children of war. Kids are kids, right? That's said multiple times in this chapter alone, that, hey, kids are pieces of shit. They don't even understand what they're talking about. The one kid that's like, hey, you know, my dad said your hero crap is all bullshit. Oh, you're just a killer. My guy is like in like 3rd, 4th grade. He does not understand what is going on. But the issue that I also have is there are adults in the room, and even the adults in the room are terrible people. When this poor girl is trying to defend herself, and not just defend herself, but her family. I mean, at the end of the day, she knows whatever these people say, she knows the kind of person her father is. She knows her father did everything with the greatest intentions. She knows that even though her father wasn't around for her, her mom would still respect the work that he did. And at the end of the day, it's truly sad to see her struggle through this because she believes that she's strong enough to handle it. Because she's Somura Seiichi's daughter. She believes she can go through all of this torture and bear with it because she does not want to lose the only parental figure she has left, which is fully understandable. However, what I will say, even after everything I said in the beginning, if I didn't make everyone mad enough to click off yet, is Somura's worries about Iori's future are valid. Iori living life constantly being looked down upon and constantly being bullied and constantly not being able to have friends and has no real life, and the harassment and torture is only going to get worse as she gets older and she still has so much more time to go. Somura worrying that Iori might take her own life, or Iori might end up dying just like her mom, or she might just end up sad, depressed, and terrible her whole life. That would bring any parent to tears and bring any parent to do unthinkable things or do things that they might not normally do. Because watching Iori cry as she cleans off the graffiti, trying to make sure that Somura doesn't notice that the graffiti was put there and it was just all the trash, everything like that. At the end of the day, those tears you can't take away. Those tears are of a battered, broken, and abused child. That isn't any way to live. So personally, there was no right answer to any of this, to be honest with you. Iori getting bullied by all of these kids was never going to stop and was only going to get worse as the Hishaku continued sowing the seeds of disruption and chaos and just political attack on a poor girl. And the fact that she lies to Somura and tells him that, you know, actually everyone praised me and everyone loved me, and Somura even kind of understands from the beginning that I doubt that, but hey, if that's what you're gonna claim, sure, no problem. One thing that I do hate is, and maybe this is just an Eastern thing, but I hate, this does happen even in the West, where I hate how much reputation is seen. One thing that is almost ironic, Somura talking with one of the swordsmen at the dojo that he helps train at is apparently going to the same school as Iori. And funnily enough, it turns out the dude's son is the kid that got into a big fist fight, who we find out was talking shit. And here, this guy is like, oh, well, I'm so sorry. I gotta straighten him out. He needs to know that you saved our country. And like, you can tell that was never the point of what Somura wanted. You can even see from the looks on the people in the background, they're like, wow, this guy gives that much of a care about his reputation, when it's like, no, Somura just wants your kid to stop beating the shit out of his. You don't have to tell him that I saved the country. Tell him to stop fucking fighting women, like at age 10, right? Like, the whole idea that the home they live in, the people that Somura sacrificed his basically most of his life for, because again, he's PTSD ridden, he could barely handle being with his family until he had no choice but to take his daughter, and it gets so bad to the point that he has to abandon his daughter again because he thinks she'll be better off without him. Somura gave up everything for this country, everything, and that transaction never ended. That transaction never ended from the moment that he took up that Tobimune blade. From that moment on, Somura's life is awful. And you know what? I wonder if this was the same for the other enchanted blade wielders. We don't know much about Aruha. We don't know much about the other two enchanted blade wielders and what they did before going into hiding. So I wonder if this was just as bad for them. And not even just that, for these characters to give everything up and not even really have a peaceful home to come back to because they're just looked at as killers is terrible. And it's even worse that the sins of the father affect the daughter. Now, one of the most interesting things about how this chapter ends, and I know I might very much be alone on this, but I need you guys to follow me here. Somura meeting Chihiro, meeting Shiba here, beautiful, right? Great moment. We know that Chihiro looked up to Somura after this, and it's even important to note here that even at this point, after dropping Iori off and going on his own, Somura was not planning on betraying the Kamunabi, was not planning on betraying anybody at this point. He still trusted the Kamunabi had the situation under control, and even trusted everything enough to say, hey, Shiba, I'm counting on you to protect Rokuhira. I'm counting on you to make sure that the Kamunabi stays true to their word and we don't have this malediction. Shiba had one job: to protect Rokuhira at all costs for the sake of the future. And yet, in the exact page after that, Somura receives the call that Rokuhira was killed. So, I don't know if I'm alone in this, but Yura, we know, as a long-term planner, left Chihiro alive for a reason. Whether Yura was aware of Enten or not, Yura is definitely grooming Chihiro for something very specific in his plan. It's undeniable almost at this point, especially with their interaction in the Rakuzachi arc, where it's almost like Yura is trying to stifle and fan the flames of his hatred more, because the same way that he does it to get Somura to crack, right? The same way he does it to, you know, the entire country itself, where he just slowly builds that tension and lets it fan and rise until it becomes too much to handle and the country erupts from it, or crazy things happen from it. We know that Yura is grooming Chihiro for something, but we don't know how exactly he ties into Yura's plan, especially if Yura just wants to stop the malediction. We do know Enten, especially getting that explanation on the sword master having a soul connection to the other 5 enchanted blade wielders, and if he dies, all of them die, and Enten potentially being a separate soul contract from that whole conglomeration. Enten might be special. We don't know how special and how it might interact with the existing Enchanted Blade soul contract. But what I will say is, if Yura was aware of Enten, and if Yura truly is grooming Chihiro for some special purpose, Shiba, as the one and only person Somura trusted more than anyone to keep Rokuhira safe, failing that job, and then going to raise Chihiro and make sure he stays on this path of revenge, not stopping him, and in fact only just encouraging it and letting him play through the best of his abilities. Shiba, as a teleportation user, is able to be so many different places, yet for some reason he's absent so often. Shiba doesn't work for the Kamunabi anymore, I don't believe. Shiba was afraid to meet with the Kamunabi when Chihiro met with the Kamunabi the first time. I don't want to start throwing out accusations with no merit behind them, but I do just want to make a lot of these interesting and just put them out in the open, because everyone trusts Shiba because Shiba was willing to protect Chihiro and keep Chihiro safe no matter what. But again, if Yura has just been keeping Chihiro on the back burner, slowly building up his power until he needs to be used, I mean, is it really that out of left field for Shiba of all people, if he is in on it, to just keep tabs on Chihiro, make sure he's safe and make sure he always survives any situation he might not be able to? I don't know. Again, Yura, when he was attacking all of the Enchanted Blade temples and he was speaking over the phone, he did say that they had to be on the lookout for Shiba because he was one of their biggest concerns. He was like, here's their special war potential they have to look out for because they know how powerful Shiba is. Unless Yura was playing a character there is that debunks my entire theory. But again, I don't want to put too much stake on it. I just want to put it out into the ether and see what you guys all think. And maybe you guys can comment down below and let me know what you guys think about that. I don't want to mistrust Shiba. I don't want to, assume the worst, assume that there is a rat. But again, Somura still very clearly having the intentions of following through with what the Kamunabi ordered and keeping Rokuhira safe. Trust Shiba with that information to keep Rokuhira safe, and then Rokuhira dies not too long after. We don't know what's going to happen after this chapter. We don't know if we're going to go right back into the mix with Bloodshed Hotel, Hirohiko, and everything. We don't know if we're gonna see Somura make that contract with Yura on that fateful day after Rokuhira died. So this chapter of Kagurabachi has just set up so many different things going forward into the next half of this arc. Because now that we fully understand Somura as a character, we understand his struggle, all the PTSD that he dealt with even before his ex-wife died, to having all of that PTSD re-emerging and even guiding his decisions of leaving his daughter behind and trying to run from his problems yet again. Whatever way you feel about Somura doing what he did, leaving his daughter behind, whether you think it was the right thing to do and he was justified in that because he was protecting her, he knew that living with him would cause her nothing but pain, even potentially ending with her taking her own life later down the line. It's also one of the most tragic stories because we also know how Iori felt, right? Iori, at the same time, she was being bullied, tortured, beaten at school by almost everyone because the Hishaku were handing out all these pamphlets and fanning the flames of hatred over the Seitei War and its veterans. It's not because she was weak that she took it and handled the way that she was handled, withstood the torture, she withstood the bullying because she didn't want to make Somura upset. After losing her mother, the light of her life, finally coming to appreciate her father and know the good guy that he is at heart, she didn't want to lose him either. It's this misunderstanding that ends up with two people doing the best to keep each other safe, but ending up inadvertently causing each other the most amount of pain. You could say what you want about the emotional side of things, about if Somura was in the right or wrong. One thing that I think is interesting is Somura did actually protect his daughter from the life of an Avenger like Chihiro ended up going through. After Somura gets the call about Rokuhira's home being invaded, him dying, they stole the enchanted blades, everything like that, Yura, of course, shows up after the Hishaku slaughtered the enchanted wielder of Cloud Gouger. We really genuinely do understand and know what ends up happening after this conversation, that Somura ends up making a deal with John Hishaku. Yura is so cocky and confident he knows Somura is going to side with him on this front. What he doesn't know and is surprised by is that Somura did leave his daughter behind. And it's funny that Yura says, I was hoping to have another pawn help us take on the Sword Saint. Puts a whole layer of context and perspective into Yura's quote-unquote grooming of Chihiro as well. We know from that interaction of Chihiro and Yura in the Rakuzachi arc, Yura was fanning the flames of Chihiro's hatred, doing the same thing he did earlier to subtly manipulate Chihiro's actions and build him up, make him stronger. We could have always assumed what this could have been. I think I even said last chapter, it's possible that with Chihiro wielding Enten, the one enchanted blade not connected to the six-way, technically, master-slave relationship of the soul contracts of the blades, right, with the Shinuchi. And while that definitely may be a part of it as well, now we know that at the end of the day, he's hoping that he can use Chihiro in the future to help kill the Sword Saint. And something that got brought up that I definitely want to go into a little bit before we dive deeper into what happens after the flashback. Yura and the Sword Saint, and Yura's plan to be the new wielder of the Shinuchi, wield it in a way to where his true realm, his true instinct will actually destroy the malediction. Because the proof that the Shinuchi and the Sword Saint will break out and still have power is the fact that the flowers are still bloomed on the island. The malediction still exists. And we even know from the Rakuzachi arc that the Sword Saint is even able to take control of the people that wield the Shinuchi. In my opinion, Yura believing that they can kill the Sword Saint and then he can wield the Shinuchi and his true realm will end up stopping the malediction. There's a couple things here that make Yura either extremely bold, cocky, and out of his depth. And saying that a character that's this masterminded is out of his depth is not, me saying that he's dumb either. Take that with a grain of salt. The fact that he's out of his depth and he's that smart as he is what I'm calling into question. Is he really that confident that he'll be able to create his own true realm and even after killing the Sword Saint, he can wield a Shinuchi and turn the world into a better place? Is that possible? If the Sword Saint is able to quite literally take control of the people that wield it, although granted he's still alive right now, but let's take that into consideration. Yora is so aware that the Sword Saint can evolve. The Sword Saint can still reach grander heights, to the point that he believes that even the Shinichi being sealed and the Sword Saint being locked away isn't enough to make sure the malediction never happens. The Sword Saint still wants to accomplish his goal and is still at large, no matter what way you want to look at it. Yora also understands all of the lore, all of the Seitei War lore, and all of the Shinichi lore, and that the Sword Saint and the Shinichi actually, through their true realm, became one. It's clearly impossible for me to believe in any way, shape, or form that it's going to be that simple. There is obviously the whole idea of the Sword Saint suddenly changing and becoming a terrible person. Remember, this was supposed to be Rokuhira's best friend. Now, either Rokuhira is just bad at picking friends, because again, right now, I'm still questioning why Shiba's barrier made him late to showing up to the Hishaku, and wondering if Shiba is, was also tipped off or is also, a pawn in this game. What if it's true? What if the Shinichi quite literally takes on a will of its own and absorbs the wielder and goes wanting to spread out the malediction, and now the Sword Saint quite literally can't go against the will of the Shinichi? It's a chicken or the egg situation, right? Who is in charge here? However, I think it's interesting that Yora is either out of his depth and doesn't think that the Sword Saint, even after death, could somehow still live on in the Shinichi. But that brings me to my next question. A man who tries to, avoid his destiny, often on the road to attempting to avoid his destiny, runs into his destiny. Who's to say that this boldness, this confidence isn't a facade? Not in the sense that Yora is lying in what he believes, but in a sense that he's being led astray. Yora doesn't realize he's being pulled by invisible forces. Again, the Sword Saint's true realm is something we can't even begin to understand at this point. Impossible to understand. We don't know how he got to this way. It's also completely possible that Yora and the Sword Saint, again, this is pure speculation and theory. Don't take this as me saying this is what's going to happen. This is just me throwing a theory out into the ether and wondering what you guys in the comments will be able to tell me about it. What if, Yora, we don't know his background. We don't know why he knows so much. We don't know if he's like a survivor of the island. We don't know his backstory. What if, unironically, the Sword Saint has been leading Yora to this goal? The Sword Saint knows his body is frail. His body is going to be killed. His body is attached to all of the enchanted blade wielders. If the Sword Saint can lose this body and end up having a whole new vessel, wouldn't Yora be the perfect fucking person? Now, I'm not saying that's the way that Kagurabachi is going to go. We don't know if that's the way Kagurabachi is going to go. Yora's awareness of the Sword Saint's ability to evolve and his worry being lost on his will still living in the Shinichi, I think the answer is to destroy the Shinichi. Not, kill the Sword Saint, but also destroy the Shinichi. There should be no wielder. No, that power should not exist. That should be the answer, right? What I will say, now that this memory seal on Iori is broken, will Iori be able to open, ironically saying this, will Iori be able to open Somura's eyes to that same truth? She even says here, being Seiichi Somura's daughter, she dealt with slander and violence and she was a prisoner. But as Seiichi Somura's daughter, she got to see her mom's last smile. She got to live happily with her dad and have someone that cared about her and meet the man that she had been told so many bad things about and find out the good things about him and why her mom fell in love with him in the first place, despite all of his flaws, the golden heart that's down below. Iori just wants to see her dad again, even after all of this. And thankfully, she's most likely going to get her wish, especially with how this chapter ends, because now that the flashback is over, we cut immediately right back into where we were in the story, picking up seconds after Chihiro defeated Hirohiko in the last quick sword clash that they had. Hirohiko wiping out like he was on a skateboard, and Iori using her sword skills and her closed eye, replication of Somura's sword technique to fight off the other, Hishaku soldiers and criminals with Chihiro as a duo together, which is an awesome scene. These two children of enchanted blade wielders fighting for what they believe is is right and not falling victim to the Hishaku's menace, the Hishaku's manipulation. Now, the chapter ends on quite literally, a Kagurabachi staple at this point. One of the most aura-farmed moments that will be in history, right? And that's not even to say that it's one character's moment. It's truly not. Losing that sword clash tells him that even though he has refined his sword, he has refined his technique and done everything he can to surpass Chihiro, at this point, it's all or nothing. Hirohiko needs his enchanted blade, and he calls for Kumayori right now, which Todo does have for him. Before, no one wanted to use the enchanted blades because it would immediately set off Seiichi Somura. The owl that's in the sky is looking down upon any release of an enchanted blade whatsoever, and we know through his teleportation ability, he can be there within moments of them releasing, the moment he picks up that spiritual energy sense. Hirohiko admits Somura might appear, Somura will definitely show up, and I'm not strong enough to fight him, let alone I am covered in wounds and hurt. But the issue is Hirohiko isn't scared because he knows he's not the only one that's going to draw Enten. He's not the only one that's going to draw his enchanted blade. But because Chihiro, 1, is going to meet Hirohiko with that same intensity, and 2, because Iori, now accepting her truth, accepting who she is as a person, wants to see her dad one last time. And if Chihiro can pull out Enten and let it be to give her that moment, then he's more than happy to. And you know what? He tells Iori that she couldn't reach him before, but she will be able to reach him now. And as she cries out to see her dad, both Chihiro and Hirohiko release their enchanted blades at the same time. Kumayori, who we're finally going to be able to see what that blade is all about. I am excited to see what Uruha was cooking with and how Hirohiko is willing to use this. And I'm excited to see how the pure white EI style affects Chihiro's skill level with the Enten. And what I'm even more excited about is with the release of these two blades, in an instant, Seiichi Somura descends to the field like a fucking angel with these giant black wings showing up directly in front of his daughter. What's gonna happen next? Is this an all-out battle? Hirohiko and Chihiro versus Somura. Somura facing the two enchanted blade wielders to end them. Will Somura have mercy for Chihiro? Will Somura have mercy for his daughter? How is Somura going to affect it now that he knows that the memory locks has been released and he also remembers everything that he did? I am so interested to see what the hell Hokuzono cooks for us next chapter, because holy crap, guys. Now seeing Somura having his entire struggle contextualized really does make his character much more exciting to see. If Somura showed up in this moment without having that flashback, it would not have been as impactful. It would have been a hype moment probably, but now that we understand Somura completely and everything up until this point, I am more than excited to see how these events unfold. So while we didn't get this big all-out triple battle with the 3 enchanted blades of Tobimune, Enten, and Kumayori, I do have to say what we got is really just as good in comparison. Because it's always good to see that Hokuzono isn't afraid to throw us for a loop and change the story of Kagurabachi from what the audience expects to happen. We all genuinely thought this was going to be a climactic moment when Hirohiko, Chihiro, and Somura all released their blades at once, and it just turned out to be one of the most craziest misdirections, because when I tell you my jaw was on the floor watching not just how swiftly Somura took out his prey, but just how neatly Hirohiko and Todo played the situation. Because Hirohiko, I really have to say, has impressed me every chapter that he's in. Not only was he just able to learn the pure EI style in like 1 to 2 watches of Chihiro, he also, despite having next to really no training at all with Kumayori, was able to, what I imagine, just learn about its abilities and then release its banquet ability on contact fast enough to not die from Somura, because again, Somura did not waste any time. Hirohiko thought seeing Iori would throw Somura off of his game and make him hesitate for a minute, and ultimately this does end up being true, but we see even Somura hesitating only leaves about 1 millisecond of time for reaction, because if Hirohiko did not release Banquet when he did, that would have been endgame. And also if he released any other ability besides Banquet, because we still don't know what the other two abilities are. But Banquet being a hallucinogen, fully causing illusions like a genjutsu almost on everyone that's in the vicinity except apparently the Hishaku henchmen. So it seems like Kumayori can even select the targets that get hit, and it goes out by sound because Chihiro actually blocks the sound and dulls it through putting Nishiki in his ear, which is also another amazing level up for Chihiro to just on the fly come up with the perfect defense. We get a nice reveal of Tobimune when he cuts right through Hirohiko and Todo, because Tobimune is not just releasing all of these different crows and feathers, which help Somura sense his surroundings because he's obviously blind. So without having the ninja squad with him now, having all of the different feathers of Tobimune allows Somura to fight solo much better and project his senses onto everything else. But on top of that, it's basically why he's able to teleport himself at such a fast rate. Now that Somura has all of these feathers covering the battlefield, he can basically switch places with every single one of these feathers at any given time. Somura's Tobimune is one of, if not the strongest enchanted blade, because in combination with the owl that is able to cover all of the country with its vision, and he can just teleport anywhere he needs to, drop a bunch of feathers anywhere from that owl. What a perfect combination. Somura is essentially a one-man army through this. And the only thing that quite literally stops him from taking control of this entire situation is because Iori is here and present. I thought it was interesting that instead of even acknowledging his daughter, Somura goes right to blaming the Masumi for potentially breaking the seal on Iori. And when they admit that they had nothing to do with it and Iori quite literally broke it on her own, which in my opinion should elicit some kind of, wow, her memory of me was that strong, her love for me was that strong that she wanted to break the seal mentally of her own accord. It was able to break this spell that we cast on her. Without breaking a beat, he says, redo the seal. And while this seems heartless, and Iori even says, you don't have anything to say to me, now that we have all of Somura's backstory, while I don't agree, I can understand his philosophy behind this. Not having his daughter has not only kept her safe and made sure that she has nothing to do with this conflict and getting into trouble, besides the fact that the Hishaku were close to finding her despite the seal, Somura was able to commit these acts of atrocity free of guilt because his daughter did not know what he was doing. His daughter didn't even know he was alive. Now that his daughter not only remembers him, knows that he's alive, she's aware of these evil acts that he's committing, killing his friends and then killing the Hishaku, potentially dooming the country and working as a rogue warrior because he believes that only he can stop this tragedy. It's quite clear to me that Somura needs his daughter to be away from him. Somura needs his daughter to not know. We saw how much his PTSD and his trauma weighed on him in the flashback where he couldn't even be with his wife and daughter because of the PTSD he held from the Seitei genocide. Now, the fact that he's doing all of this to try and hopefully, by the way, is a big hopefully, because we still don't even know if he's going to be able to accomplish this, because what we find out at the end of the chapter is despite Somura thinking he's one step ahead of the Hishaku, Yura and his friend are still playing Somura like a fiddle. And it seems like this tracks with what the Hishaku are capable to do. They are all very intelligent, all very cunning warriors that are going up against very righteous, justice-filled, almost samurai, you could say, right? They're very honorable. Somura has defied his honor, but at the end of the day, he still has a moral code. Whereas people like Hirohiko specifically is more than willing to use his Kumayori, which is so fitting for a Hishaku member, by the way, to enact insane illusions that put everyone at risk and then could potentially end up with Iori dead, even though their ultimate plan is to save Iori, right? Not save, but kidnap her and get her under the Hishaku rule. When they're about to escape, Todo wants to leave, and Hirohiko refuses to leave. He says, if they leave right now, they'll never be able to capture Somura's daughter, and they have to accomplish their mission. And Todo's not stupid. She's not dumb. She knows that he just wants to fight Chihiro, and he doesn't want to give up. This is a chance for him to go back, fight Chihiro, and get a W. Get the W that was stolen from him in the last fight when Chihiro was teleported away by the storage technique. Hirohiko is putting his life at risk because it's what he wants to do, because it's what he believes he needs to do. This is all a game to him, as Todo confirms. Nothing matters besides going back, fighting Chihiro, saving the daughter, and being able to say that he didn't give up and he tried his best. And it's another reason as to why Hirohiko is the perfect foil for Chihiro. The exact same kind of drive and motivation, just in a completely different direction from the main character. Hirohiko is the perfect person, and watching someone that has the same kind of drive and motivation and just inspiration makes it interesting to watch, and especially seeing how the other two Kumayori abilities and the true realm of the Enchanted Blade will begin to adapt to Hirohiko's aspect of freedom, a student of freedom. What will Kumayori gift to Hirohiko, like we've watched Enten gift things to Chihiro? As the chapter comes to an end and Chihiro goes after Hirohiko and the sorcerer Todo of the Hoshaku, knowing that Iori will be safe because Somura is here, Chihiro knows that regardless of what Somura's feelings are on the matter, regardless that Somura wants to kill all Enchanted Blade wielders, he can't just leave his daughter to die. He never will be able to do this. So what does he do? Chihiro makes an educated guess and says, I'm going after them. Somura will protect Iori. And the ninjas are of course going to stay with him, even though they are kind of messed up by Banquet's abilities. And Chihiro makes the right decision because Somura immediately cuts down every Hoshaku henchman that's going after Iori in that moment. And as Chihiro and Hirohiko meet down below in the hotel and continue fighting each other, Hirohiko knows that this is another battle to the death. Chihiro also is aware that he needs to kill Hirohiko now, or Hirohiko will continue to grow stronger and become too much of a threat for him to handle. Chihiro makes a very offhanded lie, in my opinion, where he says, I just needed to know where Kumayori was. Now I can kill you without hesitation. Which, sure, Chihiro, I believe that. You want to save all the Enchanted Blades, but let's be real here. Hirohiko's come up was way too much for you to handle. The fact that you were able to best him in that sword draw was great, but let's not get cocky here. I personally put these two fucking badasses neck and neck right now. They are so even when it comes to power. So genuinely, I am interested to see where this goes. Is Hirohiko going to die here? I highly doubt it. I very much doubt this will be the last round 2 Chihiro and Hirohiko have. Well, it will be the last round 2, but there'll be a round 3, might even be a round 4. Chihiro works best when he has a character to bounce off of. His aura farming is multiplied by someone that can match his energy every chance that he gets. And speaking of matching energy, we now have a B-plot to this arc that may end up being another big moment that changes the landscape of the story as a whole. Because while all of this is going on at the Bloodshed Hotel back in Tokyo, we have Yura and Yura's friend, the tree sorcerer, who, just like always, are still one step ahead of everybody else, still playing 4D, 5D chess. Yura says, hey, Somura is our greatest weapon right now. He is our greatest asset. We have to use him correctly. And come to find out that this might have been the perfect plan that they ever had. Iori breaking her memory seal might have been one of the best coincidences that Yura could have asked for. Because now that Somura is, we know for a fact, hesitating, he is stuck in a place where he has no choice but to defend his daughter and keep her safe. Chihiro inadvertently also gives Yura the layup, because now that his daughter is in his grasp, they can, as they say, fire 2 arrows. What does Yura mean by this? Well, the first arrow, I have to imagine, is the very fact that Yura and his partner are right on top of the Shinichi's lair, right on top of Kamunabi headquarters. Before, when Somura was patrolling everywhere, there was no way they'd ever be able to make an infiltration like this. Now, as the owl dissipates, as Somura is forced to stay at the Bloodshed Hotel, they are free to make their move and attack. It's the exact moment that they've been waiting for this whole time. Which, again, what is going to happen in this infiltration? Is there anyone that the Kamunabi has that are going to be able to take on Yura and his partner? I need to know how we're going to be able to solve this problem, because it just seems like this is going to be another side of the Swordbearer assassination arc, if we really are still in the same story, that the Hoshaku have one-upped us and won again. But until next week, until the next chapter, we'll just have to wait and see what that second arrow is. Is there a way that they can kill Somura and Iori in one shot now that they no longer need him? Has Somura provided them with the perfect opportunity to steal the Shinichi and then he has used up all of his necessity for them? Where is Shiba? What is going to happen next? So one of the most interesting things to me about this chapter is that it immediately opened up regarding the true realm of the enchanted blade wielders, which is something we have dabbled into only a little bit during the Sojo arc as well as the Rakuzachi arc, because Sojo, despite the Cloud Gouger having a set 3 abilities, which was Yui, Mei, and everything else that it needed in order to use its lightning, use its ice, and use its power. Even that alone was a devastating weapon that was enough to stalemate 5 to 6 Kamunabi elites. And when it came down to it, when Sojo was pushed into a corner, he was able to awaken an ability that had never existed in Cloud Gouger from the beginning, because he slowly began to synchronize with its power, and his drive, his inspiration to live, fight, and survive and fulfill his own selfish ideals was enough to make the blade also feel his inspiration and begin to create new abilities that suit the wielder. And we begin to see this take even more of an effect in this fight between Hirohiko and Chihiro. Especially now that more characters have enchanted blades, we're going to begin to see more things develop in the bearers that were never to begin with, which is exactly how Hirohiko might be able to throw Chihiro off. Because remember, Chihiro went into this battle against Hirohiko very confident because he knew for a fact what the 3 abilities of Kumayori, the enchanted blade that Hirohiko is contracted with, are. Banquet, Play, and then it has one other ability. Banquet is of course the illusion ability that we saw last chapter that gave us the quick death scare, and also showed us that through sound, Banquet is able to create deep hallucinations and illusions in people, to the point that even able to transport Somura of all people, a master of enchanted blades, into his past and see the exact future he was scared of and why he abandoned his daughter in the first place, her unfortunately leaving everything behind, in a way to say it without getting demonetized. And we've even seen this level of adaptation come forth in Chihiro, even just in this latest chapter where Chihiro proved that he could use Nishiki on very specific portions of his body in order to refine his ears and not get caught up by Banquet's sound. Hirohiko of all people is one of the scariest people to wield an enchanted blade, specifically because of his whole idea of being a student of freedom, listening to no one and just letting his own actions and his own intuitive thinking lead him to the correct answer. It's almost as if enchanted blades were made for people like this. It's probably the reason that the Sword Saint was able to reach a new level of true realm that was never seen before, after he realized he wanted to completely eliminate an entire island of people. And it's here we see Hirohiko use Play, the next ability of Kumayori that allows him to control anything that the user deems as an object. And because Hirohiko quite literally sees corpses as trash, we see that his true realm, his want to accomplish all of these things at once, allows him to fight Chihiro down below, while his ability is still affecting things up above and literally making zombies fight back. Despite even having their heads chopped off, they are still able to fling their weapons and attack Somura and his daughter. So not only is Hirohiko basically juggling Somura without even having eyes on him, he has adapted to Kumayori so well that and wants to fight Chihiro so much that his utter determination alone is enough to force his sword to adapt and break through Chihiro's Nishiki. Hirohiko's Banquet quite literally levels up to the point that Nishiki can no longer dull out the sound of whatever illusionary tactic it's using, which makes Chihiro realize that the pace that Hirohiko is learning and to adapt to his blade and evolving it means that Chihiro can't waste time. He needs to kill Hirohiko now, funnily enough, just as Hirohiko resolves that he needs to kill Somura now. And we see the perfect combination of moves from a swordsman that is currently locked in combat already, combining Play and Banquet in order to completely force Somura into an hallucination where he's not on guard, and just be stabbed by all of these different zombies. And again, this would have been nothing for Somura that had nothing to protect. But now that he knows his daughter is in complete danger, he has to take all of these blades for her because he wholeheartedly believes he's the only one that deserves her. And the reason why I feel like Kumayori fits Hirohiko so well is because of the way that Hirohiko created this win condition. Hirohiko knew he could take advantage of Somura's weakness, his mental weakness, his emotional weakness. Somura, his PTSD, he's a troubled human being whose empathy gets in the way of him doing the best job he can. That's how we are in the situation that we're in, and Hirohiko being willing to not only take advantage of that, but take out one person for the Hoshaku and also get his selfish desires of fighting Chihiro. And it just proves that the true realm does feed into people like Hirohiko specifically, the people that are able to break boundaries just because they will it themselves. However, at the same time, Hirohiko is not the first, not the last, and not anywhere near the only person that is able to adapt with his blade on such a level. Because if Hirohiko's emotions and his drive to get what he desires is awakening new powers this early on in his use of Kumayori, how much of a true realm does a master, someone that has been with their blade for aeons, capable of? The master of Tobimune, the master of Crow, of Feather, of all of these different things that he's capable of. In the moment where Hirohiko just fully believes he won the battle, stabbing Somura through every possible orifice, Somura reveals the third and final ability to Tobimune. And I have to be honest with you, Suzaku makes so much sense. If you know what that stands for, which obviously Suzaku is the name of another name for the Phoenix, a god that is in Japanese, Chinese mythology, and I don't remember exactly which mythology it's named Suzaku, but Somura will be reborn. Somura, after death, is born anew, born stronger, born better. And we are going to see how all of that PTSD, that emotional trauma, everything that molded Somura into the guilt-stricken warrior of the night that we have now. Will Hirohiko be able to survive the full brunt of Somura's strength? I don't even know if he could bear half of that weight, half of that emotional burden that Somura has been having and putting and pushing on to Tobimune for who knows how long. Again, if the student of freedom can awaken new abilities on day one, a master that has had their sword for years, what have they been able to accomplish? Somura is going to be the very first chance we get to see what a true realm of a master looks like. Sojo's true realm was, again, day one evolution. Hirohiko's true realm, day one evolution. While Chihiro definitely has more of a true realm and has more experience with a blade, it's nowhere near the level of power of someone like Somura Seiichi. And it's very clear that Chihiro understands this. But it's time for Hirohiko to learn, as unfortunately most intuitive thinkers and students of freedom always do, the fucking hard way. Last chapter, it was made very apparent that Somura is what most people would call immortal. Obviously, as Hirohiko surmises earlier in this chapter, that Cloud Gouger was able to have strong attacks, but an interval between them, it's obvious there is some kind of restriction to Suzaku, which is Tobimune's third and final ability. Now, Suzaku, a legendary bird in Asian mythology, Japanese, both Japanese and Chinese, stands for the Phoenix. It's a different interpretation of the Phoenix. And of course, with Somura being able to use Suzaku as an ability, he's able to completely heal himself of all wounds entirely, almost as if he is reborn in flames. Tobimune also gives Somura access to flames and fire attacks, which just makes him that much more devastating and destructive to go up against in battle. Somura was an instantly teleporting, dangerous warrior. Add in the fact that he can just imbue all of his sword attacks with flames to the point that he can completely encompass an entire large building, the entire Bloodshed Hotel, in one strike. The main star of the show, despite having they both rise and fall in the same chapter, is Hirohiko, because as the person in this situation with the lowest amount of experience with their enchanted blade Kumayori, with the fact that he hasn't had the time he needs to make play the ability that allows him to control objects, come into his own. And what I mean by that is Hirohiko's big downside when it comes to getting the luck of the draw on the enchanted blade of Kumayori, play is, as we found out last chapter, the ability that allows you to quite literally control objects. Unfortunately for Hirohiko, you gain ability with play the more you have a respect and the more you have an understanding of something that you are controlling. So, for example, as is depicted in the chapter, you have the biwa that the Kumayori spirit is playing. And by understanding and learning how to utilize the biwa to its fullest extent, play is able to use the biwa at an expert level. Hirohiko, unfortunately, has a double-edged sword when it comes to this. Hirohiko, as we know from the age of 3, was killing people. Someone tried to force themselves on him and he was not at all having that and was willing to bite through that person's neck, as we get the flashback of in this chapter. Because of this, Hirohiko has never had respect for life, for anything, more or less. Hirohiko has the special ability to be able to control corpses because he deems them as objects. Because he has no respect for them, he isn't able to control them and puppeteer them as masterfully as he would like. This downside ends up putting him at a big disadvantage against someone like Seiichi Samura, who has had plenty of battles before this to enter his own true realm and gain new abilities with his blade. We don't know how long it took for Samura to get to the level that he's at, but it's easy to assume that Tobimune might not have looked like it does now in its original state. The ability to teleport to every single feather that you release, awaken flames, and actually rebirth yourself despite lethal injuries. Who knows what Samura has been through? It's very clear that based off the small little cutaway gags we get in this chapter of a painter looking upon a artwork of a phoenix and saying that they witnessed the phoenix, this exact painting, in the Seitei War. Speaking of the true realm, forced into a corner and the odd one out in this three-way battle, Hirohiko is unable to stand against Chihiro, who is able to just empower Nishiki and completely throw Banquet just out of the equation. And because he's not that capable of play with corpses, Somura with Suzaku and Chihiro with all of his Enten abilities now are going to mow right through Hirohiko. But this determination, this inspiration brought on by the potential of dying, allows Hirohiko to once again form freedom, take what the foundation he's been given and turn it into something that is his own, his intuitive thinking. He's already turned pure white EI style into his own ability. He's now taking Kumayori, the enchanted blade, and awakening its own synchronization. And instead of hallucinating and using Banquet to make illusions, he manipulates play in a way that says, screw using corpses, I'm going to take the entire Bloodshed Hotel and shatter it to pieces, make it crumble apart and turn to stone. Not only sends a bunch of corpses that knock Somura clean out of the building and sends him flying away, Hirohiko, bringing down the entire building, thinks he has just set up the perfect arena for him and Chihiro to take on and finish their third round. And the worst part about everything, all of this determination, all of this inspiration that Hirohiko has built up, so that way he can have this last bout with Chihiro, despite having every possible opportunity, excuse, and reason to escape, bites Hirohiko in the ass. One thing that you can give Hirohiko is his willingness to think outside the box helped him create this exact scenario. However, his unwillingness to respect the masters, the people that have been here long before, is what inevitably makes his downfall in this battle. By immediately disregarding Somura, he leaves himself wide open for complete obliteration. When Hirohiko looks back to Chihiro, thinking that it's just them now that can continue the battle, he notices that Chihiro's still on guard. Chihiro hasn't even stopped to look at Hirohiko. When Hirohiko questions this, he turns and realizes that's because despite flying out of the building, Somura is ramping his attack power back up and slamming himself right back through the Bloodshed Hotel. And as flames engulf the entire building, this winged angel ripping all of his power down, we get that last and final quick little flashback of the painter discussing that the flames aren't a flame of danger. Somura's true realm, the ability that he's awakened to after multiple battles in the Seitei War, after all of his PTSD and everything that his philosophy of taking on all of the guilt himself, killing his own enchanted blade allies, and even killing Kunishige Rokuhira's son at one point, desiring to do the same thing again, not giving him a second chance. Hirohiko's got plenty of years left before he compares to an all-or-nothing rampaging blitz of Somura's Suzaku flames. But instead of completely destroying the entire building, he completely reverse Uno cards everything, and the Bloodshed Hotel is repaired without a scratch, making Hirohiko's true realm disappear as if it never happened at all. Negative aura for Hirohiko as he cries, pisses, and shits himself, watching Somura the Phoenix just twirl his blade in his fingers lightly, ever so effortlessly, as he goes to kill this young, dumb, and ignorant Hashaku member. But right in that moment, Chihiro shows up, ready to draw pure white Ei style. Is Hirohiko gonna survive because Chihiro saves him? That would be ironic as all hell. This chapter was truly the rise and fall and the proof of where Hirohiko's limits lie. Remember, this is the first time he's ever used Kumayori. He might have been able to study it and learn the abilities beforehand, but he can't release the blade, otherwise Somura would have killed him and fought him earlier. So, up against two masters, despite Hirohiko being able to clobber and cut through all of these previous traditional hierarchies up until this point, he is not skipping his way past the levels of Enchanted True Realm. You might be able to beat the one sword style, but you can't beat Somura Seiichi. Is Hirohiko gonna die? Is this the last we've ever seen of him? Is that third ability that he neglected to use going to save him? Is Chihiro going to save Hirohiko? Who knows? This chapter of Kagurabachi, cleverly named Switch, depicts the final moments of the conflict at the Bloodshed Hotel, as well as the beginning moments of what is going to be an all-out war between the remaining Hashaku members and the higher-ups at Kamunabi headquarters, all in an attempt to attack the Sword Saint and, most importantly, the Shinichi. Now, one of the best things about the beginning half of this chapter is seeing what has finally happened to Hirohiko, Somura, and Chihiro. What we all thought could have been Hirohiko's final moments were taken from us because Kuguri actually did not escape and did not run away from the Bloodshot Hotel. He was simply waiting and biding his time for the perfect moment to unveil his own sorcery, which is known as Twilight Wave. And I have seen a lot of people talking down about Kuguri's sorcery when realistically the very idea of a spirit power that is able to be unlimitedly charged and even be enough to distract an enchanted blade wielder of Somura's level, enough for Hirohiko, Todo, and Kuguri to all escape and get out of his eyesight, especially now, considering that the owl is completely gone and they can actually run away. I have to give props to Kuguri where Kuguri is due, because not only is it possible he didn't use all of the 7 months of Twilight Wave that has been stored up, we've got to give my man props that it was still enough to catch Somura off guard completely and put him in a fight against someone that he definitely had no business going up against, because Kuguri even admits later as much that Somura does not give him inspiration for a big sword fight simply because he knows Somura is a demonic warrior on the battlefield and he does not want to mess with that. Hey guys, real quick, if you want to support the channel, make sure you go down to gamersubs.gg/noop and get 10% off your nootropics and energy supplement fix, and we'll get back to the video. Peace. Even Chihiro, after this short encounter and seeing what Somura is capable of, is in disbelief of how powerful Somura is, even to the point that he believes that Somura's abilities have evolved since the Seitei War 18 years ago, which is completely possible. if we remember how the true realm works, it completely goes with the warrior's emotions, the user that they are synchronized with. If that person finds new resolve, if they find new confidence or new drive, or they push themselves past their own limits, the sword is going to grow alongside their user, which, just knowing the amount of dedication Somura is probably feeling right now, knowing that he's going to not only have to slaughter all of his former allies, but take out the Sword Saint and then take his own life, is probably creating a level of self-indulgence, a level of feeling his own abilities, power, trusting in himself, and knowing he has to do what he needs to do, has probably spurred Tobimune to grow further than it ever has before, even though he hasn't touched the blade in what, a good 3 years. And in the Bloodshot Hotel mini arc, the character development that we got, clearly not just from Somura, seeing what he was capable of, learning about the final move known as Suzaku, and even Chihiro gives us a brief little understanding of how it works and how it's not infinite, immortality. It is basically just a healing ability that will deplete your spirit energy over time. Even though it is still surprising to Chihiro that Somura can use it at this level to this point, Chihiro himself is now able to fully wield the Pure White Iai style, which is a huge development in his swordsmanship, because not only is he able to defeat Hirohiko's Student of Freedom, something that, again, was able to topple 100 years of swordsmanship in the one sword style Reagan style, it's clear to me that now that Chihiro can wield Enten, now that the owl has dissipated and enchanted blades are free to be used again, all thanks to Hirohiko's fucking ignorance, Chihiro is now able to use all of this experience, all of this power, and all of this style that he has received in being forced to not use the enchanted blade with the enchanted blade. I mean, despite the fact that using the Shiki cloak over his ears to basically keep his balance was something that is proof that Chihiro is learning to use not only just his swordsmanship, but his spirit energy in even better ways than he was before, I think the person that got the most development and simultaneously had it all ripped away from them was Hirohiko, who we literally watch cry, piss, and shit himself over that Chihiro didn't even give Hirohiko the time of day. Hirohiko is crying not because he lost to Somura, not because he got his arm ripped off, or because he lost Kumayori, but because Chihiro looked at him with just no concern, no care. You are not my rival. I am not bothered by you whatsoever. You are not even on my level. And that level of disrespect, remember, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. Hirohiko even goes as far as to say that he doesn't even hate me. Chihiro doesn't fucking care about him at all, which is what is making him say, kill me now, I have no reason to live. This is a make or break for Hirohiko's character. He has been reduced to an emotional wreck and has been not broken physically, but broken mentally. We know he can get an arm back. He lost Kumayori, but we know he is devastating in combat without it. What Hirohiko needs to move past now is his drive, his confidence, and his desire to best Chihiro and best that rival cannot be his ultimate character motive. He needs his own resolve. He needs to be his own person and stop relying on the people around him. That will awaken his true realm. That will bring Kumayori back to him. That will break Hirohiko out of this mental destruction that he's going through right now and push him past a level of growth that he could have never have reached even now. And that level of growth he had was astounding, being able to shatter the entire Bloodshot Hotel. If Samura was not there, Chihiro might have been screwed. So Hirohiko is on the right path. He needs to pick himself off, dust himself up, and I completely said that wrong, but you get what I mean. And in the final portions of the Bloodshot Hotel arc, obviously Chihiro and Somura do get another chance to converse. Now Chihiro is much more calm. He's much more willing to actually have an actual discussion with Somura. Before, when Chihiro was finding out Somura was the traitor, he was in emotional wreck. He was almost in the exact same state that Hirohiko was. Remember how far Chihiro has come since that day. So now, in this moment, having Somura in front of him, where he has his wits about him, they can discuss Iori and how she needs her father more than ever. And Chihiro didn't pick up the enchanted blade to fight against Shinichi or fight the Hoshaku or for revenge. Chihiro says that he picked up Enten once again because he needed to face Somura himself and tell him why he is wrong for discarding Iori. And that is an interaction that I am super duper excited to see, because while Somura is clearly the stronger warrior and says he's more than willing to kill Chihiro again if that's what he asks for, I think this interaction between these two characters might go way differently than we think. But right now, there's much more important things going on in the story, like Yura and John Hatshaku invading the Kamunabi headquarters, or what they may consider just being let right in, because the Kamunabi higher-ups are fully aware they are going to need to just let them in the first layer of the barrier, or they're just going to fight on the surface and risk civilian life, which good on the Kamunabi for being willing to do that. However, it's possible this may be the biggest mistake that they have ever made, because while at first they just think there are two enemies, Yura and John Hatshaku, it turns out that all 7 remaining members of the Hoshaku are present in the headquarters now. The moment they opened the barrier, everyone jumped in. So it just went from 2 combatants to 7. Every single person except the 3 children Hoshaku members. I know there is still one other Hoshaku member that might be a child that we saw with Hirohiko before, but either way, they are bringing the full brunt of their firepower to this invasion. And while we do get the slight little fun Easter egg that not only Hiyuki is ready and more than willing to meet those warriors head on, we've got Shiba present who is helping them in security, which is interesting to me as someone that was willing to let Chihiro go into the trial before the Sword Bearer assassination arc even began by himself because he didn't want to face the higher ups, has now been contracted for security for the Sword Saint. Now, obviously, we do know that the person that asked Shiba for help was Shiba's old mentor. Shiba may have a soft spot, Shiba may have a better relationship with his mentor than he does with the other higher-ups. There may be some slight, problems with a certain few sections of people. We've already seen the people that were willing to kill Chihiro on the fucking spot because he was the spawn of Rokuhira. So clearly, the higher-ups are not all equal in their justifications. That being said, I am excited to not only potentially see Shiba in action, but see Azami, who also says that he's going to go down and help. So this all-out war between the Kamunabi and the best warriors that the Kamunabi has, Shiba, Azami, and Hiyuki, versus the 7 Hoshaku members that, honestly, we really don't know too much about. So I'm excited to see not only these new characters, but again, these characters that we've had hyped up for almost 80 chapters now, showing face in an actual combat scene. We may actually see Shiba fight and not off-screen someone. We may actually see Azami fight and not low-diff someone. So let me know what you guys think in the comments about how you believe this war is going to go. Are we going to lose more people? Is Hiyuki, Shiba, and Azami's lives potentially at stake? What do you think about these new Hoshaku members? Are you excited to see them? Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and most importantly, let me know if you think Hirohiko has lost all aura and is trending negative right now after this, or you think he's gonna come back stronger than ever. And he was killed by the Phoenix mentally, but he will rise like the Phoenix again and surpass Somura. Maybe I'm glazing him all too much. We'll just have to wait and see. As someone that has been investing in Azami stocks since the very beginning of the series and the man first appeared, this chapter was so satisfying to me to see, to know that this man, not only one rank underneath being a general in the original Seitei War, he's got his own boss music when you enter his arena to fight. I mean, how much cooler can you possibly get? This was a great setup chapter for what is going to be some of the most fun fights we might get for the next couple of chapters or so. Because obviously this isn't the only group of Hoshaku that are infiltrating the Kamunabi headquarters. We still have one other half, potentially 2 other halves, because this Hoshaku member, the samurai looking guy who is wearing a mustache mask and everything to hide his identity, has 2 people with him, 2 sorcerers that but are not actually Hoshaku members. They are just very extreme level mercenaries doing this job not even for pay. They're doing it just because they love killing and they love attacking Kamunabi people. While they had fun designs and they seemed like they might put up a decent threat, so much so that the scouter group of people that were in the very forefront of security for the west wing of the Kamunabi headquarters were deemed insects by them. Not only was their sensory skills so strong they could detect the very small, subtle sense of energy of head of the security having resentful feelings towards one of the Sogyo brothers for killing their nephew a long time ago. So one, it shows that these sorcerers are powerful enough to defeat Kamunabi officers beforehand, but two, it just adds to how strong Azami seems when it does come time for these characters to enter the ring with him and get one shot. Because if these characters are so strong that they are besting people on the sorcery rank of junior officers, the one category below Azami, definitely we're at least as strong as a major, lieutenant colonel in the ranking system, which is also something that I do genuinely love that we got in this chapter. We learn what the group was before the Kamunabi became established, the counter sorcery army. We knew that there was a group of people that existed in a government level before the Kamunabi, and simply after the Seitei War, the Kamunabi took primary role over everything. As the person that mentions it, it doesn't mean much now. It's been completely discontinued. However, it gives you a great idea of how strong those characters were during the Seitei War. Another major thing that's going on in this chapter, at least in the beginning portion, Hokori's revival. Now, last chapter ended off with the cliffhanger of Hokori being able to wake up. His brain was finally healed, thankfully was not permanently damaged from the overuse that he did in the early stages of the Swordbearer assassination arc. Thanks to Mr. Kudo, who is one of the higher ups in the Kamunabi, potentially is some kind of medical person or medical sorcerer, was able to transplant part of Hokori's nervous system, essentially take the piece of his brain that was responsible for Iso, the offensive sorcery that the Sazanami clan is capable of, move it towards the storehouse part of his nervous system to amplify its power and essentially support it while it was broken. Even though Hokori has been heavily nerfed, something of which they don't know the full extent of until he actually uses the storage house, he is still capable of using his sorcery power. The issue is, if he ever overuses it again, he most likely will forever lose it, and there is no way to save it now. Honestly, he's lucky they were able to save it in the first place, because the only reason they was because he had two kinds of sorcery. If he was a normal person with only one type of sorcery, he would have been unable to use sorcery for the rest of the time. They might have been able to heal him and resuscitate him. He might not have been any help to anybody in the Kamunabi, which is obviously the most important thing to Hokori right now, especially knowing that the Hoshaku are attacking the headquarters and going after the Shinichi. Hokori is more than ready to step in and get back into the front lines. Hokori is still very integral to not just Chihiro and the Kamunabi's plan to potentially saving the entire world, because even though he's been irrelevant for the last couple of chapters and hasn't showed up for a very long time, and even though his storehouse power is nerfed significantly, it is basically the only chance they have to save the Shinichi and the Sword Saint, because I know, everyone in the Kamunabi headquarters knows Yora, John Hatshaku, and just the Hoshaku in general are able to get hold of the Sword Saint and the Shinichi. The entire country is doomed. Whatever they plan to do with the malediction, whether Yora has an idea to kill the Sword Saint or has some kind of plans to become the new Shinichi master and not get possessed by its malediction, its horrors, and just genocidal tendencies, Hokori's storehouse, the subspace that he can hide the Shinichi in, is the only place they can hide the Shinichi, will basically be kind of safe. And sure, even though Hokori is the one-stop shop to get into the subspace, getting and torturing Hokori and making him open the subspace for someone like Yora or the Hoshaku, as opposed to just leaving it in a wide open space for the Hoshaku to just infiltrate the Kamunabi headquarters and take, is better than nothing. It's the best chance they have. If the level of the Hoshaku that are here are as strong as Azami assumes them to be, people that were directly responsible for not only killing Rokuhira, but getting in and out of the murder within 10 seconds, they've got to be absolutely strong. The Sogyo brothers may have gotten no diff and just one-shot punch through the brain, but I don't know if this Samurai Hashaku is going to be the same, and there's a reason why Azami is giving him much more grace than the other two people that are currently just necks with no heads as of right now. In my honest opinion, the threat elimination grounds and Azami being labeled as the Kamunabi's executioner gives him a level of aura that we always knew him to have. Obviously, we also get a little bit of Shiba love in this chapter as well, because even though I was wrong last chapter in assuming that Shiba would be taking part in these combats, it is still nice to know that Shiba, after getting the notification that his barrier had been breached, showed up in 10 seconds or less. Because I know a lot of people have been going back and forth on whether Shiba was a traitor or someone that we can actually trust, just based off the fact that if he was the one responsible for keeping Rokuhira safe, why was he not present and why was he not there during the fight and showed up late if he was supposedly the only one that would know immediately when the barrier was broken? Now we know that even in a 10-second time span, the Hashaku were able to get in, get the enchanted blades, and get out. How they were able to do that, we already have seen what Yora is somewhat capable of, and I don't care what anybody says, Yora was not giving Chihiro his full strength when they fought during the Rakuzachi arc. That was fully just a way for Yora to taunt and test where Chihiro was at that time. We also know Hatshaku was able to stalemate Yora. I mean, sure, he had all of the Datenseki Crystal Warriors. Remember specifically, Hatshaku was just there to delay the inevitable. Somura was on their side to begin with. They were just waiting for Tobimune to get there for Somura to reveal his betrayal. So I think Hatshaku, Yora, and now the Samurai Hashaku member are and might be some of the strongest characters, you know, we're aware of in the series so far. And knowing that there are still two other people left that are infiltrating the grounds. We know the other two are Yora and Hatshaku. Presumably, it could not be. They might have just opened up the barrier and let everybody in, but there's still two people unaccounted for. Are they Hashaku members, or are they just other mercenaries that are going to be paired with Hatshaku and Yora? We're just gonna have to wait and see for next week, but I know more than anything, I am excited to see what these next couple of fights hold, because I have been waiting to know what these Hashaku members that were capable of doing the damage they did to Rokuhira, what they can do and how powerful they are. I need to see it, but I also need to see Azami throw hands, and I would love to see more of the Kamunabi higher ups. Azami can't be the only one throwing weight in this battle. He can't take on the other people. There's got to be other combatants and other security members ready to throw hands with the Hashaku. So much happens in this chapter of Kagurabachi, while also giving us subtle and small hints as to just background lore and background characters. The way that this chapter begins is by introducing Hakori to the library of the Kamunabi. And the reason why we get this is pure setup and building. The same way that we had those Shigo brothers from last chapter be built up and set up as these murderous criminal sorcerers that have already taken out multiple Kamunabi sorcerers. That was simply just to act as a way to farm aura for Azami as he's beating the crap out of people in the threat elimination grounds. What this library serves as is to show just how the basic Kamunabi soldier or officer is extremely knowledgeable when it comes to sorcery knowledge. We already knew in Kagurabachi that someone's sorcery is innate. It's built into who they are as a person. Where someone like Hakori is special, they have both the Iso and the storage space of the Sazanami clan. Most people only have one style of sorcery. We see that in people like the Daruma sorcerer with his Daruma bombs. Where these manuals and where this library comes in is it explains sorcery that can be learned by anybody. Things like force fields, barriers, even teleportation are all material and magic that can be learned by anybody. If you study hard enough, you can become a pure-on, full-fledged sorcerer even without some kind of innate technique, which shows why the Masumi, the ninjas, are so powerful, because even though they may not have a direct sorcerer ability, because they were able to master and absorb all of the information from even just one massive floor of this library, they're able to become as strong as they are. Now, I want to make it very clear that they're not even some of the strongest characters in the series. As Mr. Kudo mentions it would probably take a Kamunabi higher up or a Kamunabi master to learn all of this to become purely strong. That's how people like Azami get powerful. And like I said in the small little lore drops that we get, that's how people like Shiba get strong. We have been theorizing on end about what Shiba's sorcery might be, based off of that one teleportation ability he did on Hakori's brother. Now we know that that teleportation was basic sorcery that anybody can learn. Shiba has just probably absorbed so much knowledge from the Kamunabi library and is just such a high-level sorcerer, he can do it and make it look easy. That's why he's also a barrier master. Shiba is a bookworm, essentially. He has mastered so much knowledge that he can even use basic sorcery on a level that people can't keep up with their innate sorcery. Hey guys, real quick, if you want to support the channel, make sure you go down to gamersubs.gg/noop and get 10% off your nootropics and energy supplement fix, and we'll get back to the video. Not only does this show how much Hakori has to learn when it comes to being an asset for Chihiro and it comes to just being helpful, but it also shows how even just the lowest level of Kamunabi officer have put in a large amount of work to understanding the basics and creating a strong foundation. And why that's important is because, once again, it's only here to exist as a way to show how far our characters have come and how far they've strived past these basic Kamunabi officers. We have gotten so much of an introduction into how the entire organization of the Kamunabi works in this infiltration moment. We understand how their force fields work, how they constantly have guards changing shifts to repair and change the barrier conditions, how we have elimination grounds that allow Azami and even people like Ichiki to go all the way out and fight, not just as if they're protecting the Kamunabi, but as if they are going all out to hunt prey. We also have the elite sorcerers, some from the anti-Sojo squad, some that we may not have seen yet, that all command their own elite troop. Why all of this matters is Azami mentions as he's fighting, this seems weird. This seems very interesting. Why are the Hishaku jumping into this in what seems like a death trap? They're getting trapped in the threat elimination grounds, which it's interesting to note, even without directly telling us, it's clear that Azami is struggling with the Hishaku member that he's fighting against. Either Ichiki is joining Azami in the threat elimination grounds and 2v1ing this Hishaku member, which says a lot considering Azami was just said to be the strongest higher up they have, or Ichiki is in his own threat eliminations grounds fighting, because we hear their brawl going on up above the entire time. The reason why Azami feels off and the reason why a strategic organization like the Hishaku are doing weird things like infiltrating directly is because they always have an ulterior motive. They always have a backup plan. They're always playing 4D chess. Yora and Hatshaku, the person whose name we still don't have been able to steadily increase the numbers of traders in the Kamunabi, most likely over the course of these last 3 years since gaining all of the enchanted blades. I originally thought maybe it was the pamphlet and the politics and the coup d'etat they were slowly building back in Somura's days of spreading out the small information of the Seitei War and the radicalism. And while that could be the case for certain of the Kamunabi traders, Yora and Hatshaku have no mercy whatsoever, because for the people that couldn't be convinced by politics, what they were able to do was quite literally kidnap their loved ones. We meet a man who is in charge of raising all of the Kamunabi warriors as they come into the organization. He is someone who has dedicated his entire life to this organization and to the country that he serves. But when his daughter is held captive by the Hishaku, he admits right before cutting his own throat that he cares more about his daughter than he cares about the entire country. And as a giant burst of the pine tree sorcery goes to kill Hakori and Mr. Kudo, in a moment of sacrifice that won't go unavenged, he teleports Hakori out of the elevator, says, "Don't worry about me." And unfortunately, where I thought he was going to start throwing hands or find a way to survive this pine tree attack, he dies, which shows how serious that this has all gotten, right? Now that the traders are fully involved, they're fully coming up from the bottom, and the Hishaku members are attacking from the top down. Eventually, they're going to meet in the middle and take out and clear out the entire organization. because who knows how many more traitors exist in the Kamunabi. The moment Hikori gets out of the elevator, he's already dealing with officers that have been taken over and have their loved ones taken hostage to cut off all of Hikori's limbs and hold him hostage so that way the core fighters come to fight them. Hikori is a trap. All of these things that they're doing has been so heavily thought out. Yura and Hatshaku are on a level of timing and genius that the Kamunabi are not ready to handle. Considering any one of these elite sorcerers could have their children held hostage, the entire Kamunabi organization is about to crumble, without doubt. However, one thing that this also did for us is show how far Hikori has grown since we were first introduced to him. Because for a character who feels like he can't really do much, and a character that when faced with two people that had a blade to his throat was only able to teleport their swords away and didn't think they would just beat the crap out of him. One thing that I love is despite all of this glazing and how much training and knowledge that is packed behind these Kamunabi officers, the most basic of NPCs in this world, Hikori getting his ass whooped and bullied by his brother on the regular throughout his entire life was worse than anything that these Kamunabi officers can do to him. It just, I don't know whether to be happy about that, feel kind of bad for him, the fact that he was bullied so hard that he now has higher durability and just does the Mark Invincible beam, thinking that the Kamunabi officers would have been stronger, but they're actually weaker than what his brother would give to him in bottomless love almost every day of his life. It shows that these characters, Hikori, Chihiro, they are so far above anything that just basic knowledge can give you. They have experience. They have fought in these battles. They have been injured and gone through hell before. And sometimes that amounts to way more than studying. And fuck it, I'll say it, dude. While knowledge is power, and that's very clear from this chapter as well, people like Shiba wouldn't exist and wouldn't be as full of aura as they would be without straining and struggling over all of these books daily. But sometimes experience can relate to the same kind of strength. We see this in not just Hikori and Chihiro, but people like Hirohiko, who I know a lot of people have turned on after he got his ass handed to him by Samura. But again, something tells me that Hirohiko, Chihiro, even Hikori still have so much more development and growth to do. And if they're already surpassing levels of elite Kamunabi troops, I'm just excited to see how far they're gonna go into the future. But not only that, I'm excited to see who else is a traitor. Is one of the higher ups a full-on traitor? Is it gonna be higher up versus higher up? Are we gonna actually see what Ichiki is capable of in the ring? Are we gonna see him fight? Is he a traitor? Is someone gonna show up that's more powerful than Azami? What's Yura currently doing right now? This infiltration part of this arc, even though everything happened at the Bloodshed Hotel was great, what's happening right now is just as exciting. And I don't want to cut back to Chihiro and Samura just yet. I want to keep seeing where this Kamunabi infiltration goes. And it's just a testament to how much fun Hokuzono is able to make this series every single time. So not only does this chapter show how far in advance the Hishaku have been planning everything, Yura and John Hatshaku's 4D chess playing has been going on for the last 3 to even longer years. It had to have, because not only were Yura and John Hatshaku able to disseminate all of that propaganda, all of those pamphlets that turned the country against Samura and the Enchanted Blade Wielders, presumably just by what happens in this series alone, you can tell that it is going even deeper than that. They have not only just infiltrated the Kamunabi and shown that they're able to take people's families hostage and throw everything against what they believe, making people that have dedicated their entire lives to their country go against those values simply because their families are at stake. We saw the character last chapter literally got put in a situation where he loves his country, but he loves his daughter and his family more. And that was enough to have him risk and sacrifice himself for the turning point of what could be the end of his country as he knows it. And then we see again with the higher ups of the Kamunabi mentioning that at this point, even with them being able to track every single seed and every single trap spell that has been planted in the 50 out of 500, 10% of the forces are basically harakiri bombers. But on top of that, you also have people that have defected from the Kamunabi simply because they align themselves with the Hoshaku's values and beliefs. We already know that even back as far as when Kunashige Rokuhira was killed, there were people in the Kamunabi higher-ups that did not agree with keeping Kunashige safe. They did not agree with the way that the enchanted blades were being handled. So we know from early on that there is even potential that people as far as the top of the Kamunabi have disseminated information and even planted people in these elite groups to enact this great plan. Sure, Samura Seiichi, someone who's a complete wild card after this chapter because the Kamunabi were not able to plot any contingency plans for Samura, while the Hoshaku were. That's why the Hoshaku were able to get so much up on the Kamunabi in this invasion. They had the planted sorcerers, they had the harakiri bombers, and they had Samura to rustle up their senses, have Samura fight and keep everything in the Bloodshed Hotel with Chihiro and all the young Hoshaku members. Meanwhile, while everyone's worried about Samura and the enchanted blade wielders potentially dying because he plans to kill them, quote unquote, they are free to just rupture the Kamunabi in every way, shape, and form that they possibly can. Now, I personally don't see how we're going to be able to get out of this one with the Shinichi being safe, because even though they have announced that there are traitors in their midst, the very fact that they really don't know who is a traitor and they can't trust anyone makes Hokori's mission to get down to the Shinichi and use his storehouse almost impossible on his own. Because not only do traitors have the ability to use transformation sorcery, and they're also skilled enough to take down entire squads of Kamunabi warriors, Hokori is a core fighter. Sure, he's got strong sorcery, he's got strong talents, and even last chapter we saw he can handle basic Kamunabi officers. But people that are above normal sorcery level, especially two of them at once, and again, any other people that decide to defect and run across Hokori in his way down to the Shinichi are gonna cause a problem. However, thankfully, Hokori is not alone. Thankfully, because I don't know how Hokori was going to go through and handle this situation on his own. Oruha, the man, the myth, the legend himself, the character that everyone has been waiting for to reappear, because after learning how Suzaku, one of Tobimune's skills that Samura is able to use, works, and now having complete context to how he was able to quote-unquote kill Chihiro, sever his connection to Enten, and then still leave him alive to recover afterwards with no wounds, we now know that that is what Samura has been planning to do with every single enchanted blade wielder, because Oruha is right here before us. And I also love how Hokazono did this little transformation sorcery trick to Hokori right before showing Oruha, because it puts this doubt in our brains. When we see Oruha running down this hallway to help Hokori, even Hokori himself is like, I can't trust it. This definitely cannot be him. This is another enemy. However, defying all logic, Oruha does EI White Purity style, the truest and only way that he could have proved it was him. Because again, we know there's only like 4 or 5 people that have actually been able to master this style of swordsmanship. Even if someone was to transform into Oruha, they would not be able to recreate this ability. And while Oruha showing up is a very big deal and honestly the highlight of the chapter, because he saves Hokori from these people and is going to be able to fight and take Hokori down to the Shinichi as a guard, which one is also just the perfect mirror. Before, Hokori and Chihiro were protecting Oruha. Now Oruha can return the favor and protect Hokori. Again, the big deal of this chapter and the background information that is shown here is Samura, his whole character is now thrown into question. This character that we once believed was walking this dark, evil path, taking it upon himself to realize that he was the only one that would be able to bear the burden of the Seitei War and the genocide that occurred. And he would have to kill all of his enchanted blade wielders, separate them from the Eternal Contract to weaken the Shinichi, and then take out the Shinichi himself and the Hoshaku in one big blaze of glory, all to his end and then he takes himself out. But that apparently was never the case. Oruha showing up here shows that what Samura did to Chihiro is what he planned to do to every single enchanted blade wielder that he was hunting down. While appearing as a direct traitor to everyone that he knows, he completely makes the Hoshaku think that he's either on their side or at least working for them for their benefit. And on top of that, by secretly killing and then resurrecting Aruha and presumably the other enchanted blade wielders, not only is Somura separating them from the eternal contract, meaning that if the Shinichi wielder dies, when the Sword Saint crumbles and passes away, none of the original sword bearers will die with him. The eternal contract will have been severed. And 2, it also means that all of these enchanted blade wielders have the potential to be helping us and fight against the Sword Saint in the end of time and go against the Hoshaku. Somura was never planning on fighting this war alone. He always knew that he could count on the people he trusted, on the people that he fought alongside that war with. And I think that adds so many deeper layers to Somura's character. This PTSD-ridden person that was never able to hold any agency because of the guilt that he bore. He was never able to put his trust in anybody. You can see how he was scared to lose his daughter and he gave his daughter away to keep her safe. And instead of killing all of his allies and again bearing that burden himself and doing it in a selfish and self-destructive manner, maybe Somura did learn something from Iori. Maybe he did learn something about being able to trust others and putting your faith in others. And again, I think that throws Somura's character into so much question because he's a truly wild card of a character. But I also think that makes me worry for Somura's character because now that the secret is out, if the Hoshaku are able to discover that Somura had betrayed them, I mean, knowing Yora and John Hatshaku, they might already know that he did betray them. They're already exploiting him, you know, to create this invasion in the first place. So they are usually steps ahead of a lot of different things. But whether Yora and John Hatshaku know Somura has been doing this betraying or whatnot, with Chihiro not knowing what's going on, Somura is still looking to hold up the disguise as this traitor-like character in front of him. And Iori, you know, having that theory that Iori could become the new wielder of Tobimune. I really don't know where this story is going to go. Is Somura going to die and not be able to complete his mission? Is Aruha being there a sign that maybe Somura already quote-unquote killed his other enchanted blade wielders and Shiba and Hiyuki are actually in the Kamunabi headquarters to help? There could be so many different possibilities. I mean, if Shiba's got teleportation, he can definitely get back and forth in plenty of different ways. So alls I know is I am fully excited to go into this next chapter and whatever the heck has to do with the rest of this invasion force. Because with the higher up mentioning that there are 4 things to protect and us getting held like a cliffhanger on the last one, was it Aruha he was mentioning? Is there another secret that the Kabunabi has that the Hoshaku are after? At this point, there could be anything coming in those next chapters. If there wasn't any doubt before that Somura was one of the most tragic characters in Kagurabachi, this chapter solidifies that entirely. Because not only do we get the saddest information when it comes to the ability of Suzaku, the revival and healing ability that is part of Tobimune, Somura's enchanted blade, but we also realize just how much Somura's PTSD, his guilt-ridden personality, has bled into his own enchanted blade's true realm entirely. Because we get the pure confirmation in this chapter here. Not only has it always been Somura's plan to kill and revive all of his enchanted blade allies to free them from their enchanted blade contracts, which is important because Somura wants to stop the malediction. If the malediction is going to happen again, the very fact that the Sword Saint and the Shinichi are alive, it is always a possibility that can occur. The only chance they ever had was minimizing the ability of it to happen, because with all of the blade wielders being tied to the Sword Saint, if the Sword Saint dies, they all die. And that is the sole reason the Shinichi and the Sword Saint were even kept alive in the first place. Somura having to constantly live with all of this guilt and bear this burden on himself. We saw how this affected him in his backstory with Iori, his daughter. How he wasn't even able to live with his wife and his daughter because he felt so guilty and had so much blood on his hands, he could not rise to the occasion and look past that PTSD to be there for his family. And in this instance, while Somura has always been someone that has cared for other people, we see this revealing itself in the Suzaku ability of Tobimune in general. Now that Somura has developed Suzaku further after the Seitei War, Suzaku was developed and grown and turned into a new ability entirely just for this one purpose of Somura being able to quote-unquote kill all of his Enchanted Blade allies, free them from their contract with their swords, and that way, when Somura kills the Sword Saint, he is the only one that needs to die. Hey guys, real quick, if you want to support the channel, make sure you go down to gamersubs.gg/noop and get 10% off your nootropics and energy supplement fix, and we'll get back to the video. The sad, honest truth of the matter is, no matter how much Tobimune has grown, Suzaku cannot share this immortality, this level of resurrection where a person dies and then heals them afterwards to himself. Because we get confirmation here using the example of Hatshaku and the seeds that he implants in others. Once the original spirit energy user dies, that sorcery ceases to exist. So if Somura ever once loses life, Suzaku cancels out, even if he leaves the flames inside of him afterwards. So while he's able to save people like Chihiro, while he's able to save people like Oruha, at the end of the day, after all of this, Somura is the only one that can't be healed. Somura is the only one that can't resurrect. So Somura knows this. And when he spoke to Oruha in that last clash, that last and final moment before he took Oruha's life, when Somura says nobody else has to join him, he's the only one that has to walk this dark path. It's not that he meant he's the only one that has to bear this evil, dark burden of killing everyone he knew and loved. He's the only one that has to die in this situation. I mean, besides the Sword Saint. Maybe he even frees the Sword Saint. Who knows what Somura plans to do with the Sword Saint, whether he's just going to kill him or free him from the Shinichi's contract. But Somura, with this revelation, is, again, the most tragic character in all of Kagurabachi. Because no matter how noble, how great and amazing Somura might be in the grand scheme of things for being willing to make executive decisions and take on all of these, burdens and guilt himself, similar to, the Shadow Kage, if you're familiar with Naruto. The sad part of the matter is Somura is doing what he has always done and is making decisions for other people, which is why Chihiro refuses to let Somura do what he needs to do. Somura even says this before he tries to quote-unquote kill Chihiro again. He says, my goal is to stop the malediction. My goal is to stop the Sword Saint, and I'm willing to do anything that I can to make sure the malediction does not happen. If you feel the exact same way and you understand why I need to do this, just let me do this. You don't even have to participate. You can move on, and I will do this. However, Chihiro refuses to let this happen, not because Somura is inherently evil or he still views Somura as a traitor, but not only does he know Iori will be upset if her father walks this path and dies, but he refuses to let Somura make this sacrifice alone. As someone who is an avenger, as someone who has dedicated his life to getting revenge for the death of Kunashige, his father, he relates and understands more than anyone what it feels to have a burden placed on you that you feel like you cannot get rid of. Chihiro knows how Somura is feeling, but it's because Chihiro knows how Somura is feeling that he refuses to let Somura walk this path alone. They can find another way. It doesn't have to be black and white. This doesn't have to be the only path that can be walked. What if they work together and find another option to stop the malediction? And sure, Somura is resolved in the path that he's taking. Somura, as Chihiro mentions earlier, he's so determined that he's not going to listen to any reason. Chihiro tried to talk to Somura before. Chihiro was in a much more emotional state and was unable to make sense and reason in that point, but still, it's not going to take just a discussion to get Somura out of this path. Which is why Somura and Chihiro begin their battle in this chapter, Enten vs. Tobimune. And in one of the coolest, most aura quota filling moments of this chapter, we get to see just how far in advance Somura is in the EI White Purity style compared to Chihiro. Because sure, Chihiro has now mastered the swordsmanship and is able to use it on a better level than Hirohiko. But when it comes to a true master like Somura, before Chihiro is even able to gulp and swallow, Somura picks up on that subtle weakness, and just the force of Somura rushing forward is enough to carry all of the furniture, chairs, and everything up into the air, push all of Chihiro's body, hair, and just weight backwards before Somura fucking rips through the air, grabs into Chihiro, and just they clash blades. Somura is only fighting with the sheath, by the way, not even really using the blade of his sword at this point. And still, he like space rockets Chihiro out of the Bloodshot Hotel and into the sky as all of these black feathers trail behind Somura here. I don't know how this battle is going to go, to be completely honest with you. Chihiro is in no way, shape, or form able to handle someone like Somura. Somura doesn't intend to kill Chihiro, despite that he's telling Chihiro that, you know, I'm going to kill you the second time, you're done, even though we see his internal monologue where he's just hoping to just kill and revive Chihiro again. And we also do get a small little flashback of how Iruha has been following Somura as well, and not only idolizing Kunishige, but idolizing Somura to the point that he has tried to follow in Somura's footsteps as someone that has pursued Somura and pursued his level of power, following him down the EI White Purity style swordsmanship path. Iruha knows that, just like Chihiro does, he has to stop Somura from bearing this burden alone. And I don't know if the other Enchanted Blade wielders will feel the exact same way, but if Iruha is any showing of how the allies that have fought on the Seitei War are going to feel, if Iruha and Chihiro are more than willing to help Somura accomplish this goal, what are the other sword bearers going to feel, and how are they going to handle what happens with the Sword Saint? Listen, I'm loving Kagurabachi lately. This entire arc, or at least the second half of the Sword Bearer assassination arc, has been nothing but fun. The very fact that both sides of the story, both Chihiro's side and Hakori's side, have nothing but hype moments happening in them. Iruha fights in the Kamunabi headquarters as their secret weapon, while Chihiro does his best to try and convince Somura to walk a different path. Iori is still present in the Bloodshot Hotel, so maybe she'll factor into the fight in some way. Somura throwing the Masumi, the Kumayori, is interesting, trusting them with the Enchanted Blade instead of taking the Enchanted Blade himself. While it also shows that Somura is not an evil guy and does still, you know, have a bond with the Masumi despite betraying them, I'm wondering why he was willing to let them hold on to the Kumayori's blade and where the sheath was, even knowing that Hirohiko is still contracted with it. We know that Enchanted Blade wielders can sense and find where their enchanted blades are. Chihiro was able to use the little goldfish despite it being in the subspace, so that makes me feel like Hirohiko is broken now, but is gonna come back. And I can't wait to also cut back to the Kamunabi headquarters, because that we also got the slight information that if Hatshaku is killed, then all of his traders, his little seed traders and explosions in the Kamunabi headquarters are also, you know, gone. So they can't plant that seed imagery anymore. I have to be honest, the recent run of Kagurabachi, since all the way back to Somura's very beginning of his betrayal, has been legendary. The story has been just ramping up every single chapter, and we've just been getting small to large pieces of lore that significantly change the trajectory of the story entirely. And while, honestly, some of the things that we learn in this chapter specifically are things that were pretty easy to theorize about and come to conclusions of, although getting the confirmation is still just as big of a payoff as it is to put in the effort and think about these things before they actually are revealed. Because in chapter 83, nicknamed after Enten, the enchanted blade that Chihiro made with his father, we get a very important question, something that Chihiro asked Shibo when he was still in the hospital before beginning this Samura hunt, which was, if my father was so guilty over what happened with the Shinichi, felt so much of a burden over creating the weapon that caused the deaths of over 200,000 lives, which is an insane number, by the way, why did we make the Enten? And it's something that we've all been thinking about since it was revealed the contracts that are held between the enchanted blade wielders and the sword master. Because clearly the Enten has special properties, something that was made very evidently clear and was obvious foreshadowing all the way back when Chihiro was not only able to break Cloud Gouger when fighting Sojo, he was also able to make use of Cloud Gouger and have it give up the rest of its energy to support Chihiro in battle. And not just support him, but also mix with the abilities that he already had. The Black Lightning, right? That was something that I think was meant to be very important. And we see here why it was important. The Enten's special ability, the answer that Chihiro has come to in regards to facing the Sword Master and stopping the malediction from happening. While Chihiro is battling with Samura, for his life, by the way, I think it's very important to note that even still, despite all of the power that Chihiro has gained, which is another thing in this small chapter that I think I loved more than anything, was seeing just how much training with the katana and learning traditional swordsmanship on top of the EI White Purity style was a benefit to Chihiro in ways that his sword actually feels like an extension of himself. It actually genuinely feels like he's more comfortable with his body. He's able to use Nishiki in ways that are way better, able to use his analytical eyes, the special trait of the Rokuhira, in order to track Samura's swapping between the feathers and notice that there is a slight gap between not just Samura instantly teleporting, but there is a slight spark almost of spirit energy before Samura goes to that feather. So by following these small sparks of spirit energy, Chihiro is actually not only able to defend against Samura, because things get fucking insane in this battle. Samura goes not all out, I would imagine, but shows us a level of power that we have yet to see him use, which just proves that we still have not even scraped the surface of Samura Seiichi's full power. Because seeing him teleport between all of the different feathers and just completely speed blitz Chihiro here, who again should be one of the fastest characters in the series, just based off of one, being able to keep up with Sojo, and the fact that Nishiki also gives him a 3x amplifier on top of that. It shows why Samura is such a big threat, because Chihiro even mentions the whole crows and blackbirds being reminiscent of death on the battlefield, and that kind of symbolism becoming prevalent because of someone like Samura with the Tobi Mune. The major conflict here, Chihiro doesn't believe what Samura is doing is correct. Samura is now aware of the malediction. He's learned everything from Shibo. We have gotten that confirmed for sure. However, despite being aware of the malediction, Chihiro doesn't surrender or submit to Samura's ideals and philosophy. Samura, as far as he is concerned, this is the only way to make the malediction guaranteed not happen. He knows that the only way to stop the malediction is to kill the Sword Master and destroy the Shinuchi. However, destroying the Shinuchi is almost impossible due to the Datenseki crystal properties of everything, which is why Cloud Gouger breaking is a big thing that Samura even has to mention. However, Samura, unfortunately, comes up with a little bit of mental gymnastics to explain it away. And that's not to say that Samura is not smart. Samura is one of the most intelligent characters in the series. However, Samura doesn't have any reason to believe that Enten has any special properties, especially with the way that Samura is thinking. He fully believes that the enchanted blades have no redeeming properties and just they have to end the Sword Saint and stop the enchanted blades from existing, and also believing there's no way to actually destroy the Shinuchi anyway. So he goes, you know what? Sure, you broke Cloud Gouger. You probably think that you can break the Shinuchi. I figured out your plan. But Chihiro, you're wrong, because Sojo was just not proficient at wielding his enchanted blade. He was still wet behind the ears. He was still a little bit of a rookie when it came to wielding the enchanted blade. And as a Sojo lover myself, even I am able to admit that Sojo was obviously meant to show the basic level of just how much an enchanted blade can level you up and make you a threat to almost everyone involved. I don't think Sojo holds a candle to any big hitters in the entire series. And I know that's controversial, but I think Samura's confirmation, even Shiba's confirmation, proves that Sojo was just the beginning. Characters like Samura, characters like Hirohiko after wielding his own true realm and hopefully maybe one day getting Kumayori back. The other enchanted blade wielders, Chihiro even now, are all on a level with their true realm that surpasses what that base level of enchanted blade actually is. There's what enchanted blades start at, and then there is what enchanted blades can become later on. There's two different levels entirely to that. I mean, Samura completely proves that. And even in this battle between Chihiro and Samura, Chihiro even admits to himself as he gets pushed back by Samura in the clash that they have, despite being able to keep up with his feather swapping just barely, even with Samura being able to, do his best to trick him and force him out of the way, Enten is able to produce some kind of reaction to not just Samura's Tobimune, but to Samura's wielding of it. He feels some kind of special power, and this goes into the Enten's special purpose. Previously, when the enchanted blades were made, their powers weren't crafted specifically. They quite literally did synchronize with their wielder and become something that the wielder themselves envisioned and created. It's all up to that person. An enchanted blade can be used to kill, or it can be used to protect. It's all up to that wielder themselves. Chihiro's usage of the enchanted blade that he was gifted with, Enten, the true realm that he has sought for, is to cease this violence that his father feels responsible for. Chihiro's main goal originally was to avenge his father, kill the Hoshaku and kill the people who gave death to his father when Chihiro felt he did not deserve it. And while I'm sure feelings of revenge still exist within Chihiro, Chihiro now has a larger goal here, and it is shown with, again, the true realm of the Enten developing in the most critical moment and the final page of the chapter, where Enten's true purpose is revealed. The true realm of Enten will be able to destroy the Shinichi. Reason being, the Enten is able to, without limit, it seems, recreate and potentially just completely outright copy the abilities of the other enchanted blades and maximize its power and potential and level up boundlessly to reach the level of the Shinichi and potentially even absorb the powers of the Shinichi and wield them to not only find a secondary answer to Samura's problem, but make sure the malediction never happens again by creating the ultimate defense, the ultimate power that forces the malediction into remission forever. Whatever that true realm is going to look like, we don't yet know. However, at the end of the chapter, as Chihiro looks on to Samura and admits to himself that they are still insanely far too powerful for him to reach, he looks down at the black Kuro fish as it slowly swims towards him, and thinking of what he and Shiba discussed, and thinking of how he, with Enten, might be one of the only people that can bring the death of the Shinichi without Samura sacrificing his life, Chihiro evolves yet again, as suddenly the Kuro becomes Enten, showing that whether Chihiro will be able to recreate it himself is the question right now. We'll have to wait till next week to see. Either way, it seems like Chihiro was able to completely outright take Samura's teleportation ability to be able to swap with feathers, and now Chihiro might be able to swap not just him, but his sword with Kuro fish, making Chihiro an insane threat and potentially leveling him up enough to change Samura's mind. We will just have to wait and see, but this was a huge chapter that I know a lot of people were waiting for. And now it's just even further confirmation that Chihiro and the Enten, a sword that was made from his father's will to repent and his son's will to achieve that goal and fulfill that legacy, Enten might be one of the most powerful weapons in the world, but not just to create destruction, to create hope. In the midst of all of this action and all of the different chaos that has occurred during this, I guess, part 2 of the Swordbearer assassination arc, I still don't know if we've gotten further clarification, if this is a separate arc, if it has its own name. I'm calling it really the Bloodshed Hotel incident just for now, because I do think it's a completely separate story, but you really forget that the whole point of all of this was for Chihiro and the Masumi to fight Somura and actually eliminate him as a threat, whether that be bringing him back over to their side or actually having to remove him from the equation, if you get what I mean. And it is so great that even though we have so many crazy things going on elsewhere in the story within Kamunabi headquarters, that the main point of where this arc all started is still happening, and both pieces of the story are beyond interesting, where Hokazono could cut to the other section and I wouldn't be mad at all with what's going on, because the battle between Somura and Chihiro here is astounding, to say the least. It truly is peak fiction, and I don't say that lightly. I know people throw around buzzwords all of the time, but this is exactly the kind of sauce that makes a great and fun series to read. And I know there's always going to be the people that exist in the community that think that I'm grifting or I'm just trying to jump into Kagurabachi's hype, but since Rakuzachi, I mean, I loved Sojo, don't get me wrong, but since Rakuzachi, I think Kagurabachi has stood out and proved that it is unique above any other series that's going on. There is always the Shonen Jump axe curse always looming over most other series, but it is safe to say that Kagurabachi is not one of those series, because the swordplay, the choreography in this fight between Chihiro and Somura, and not even just that. Before we get towards the end of the series, and for a fast-paced series like this, before people say that this series was just fights and just hype moments and nothing else, you have to give credit to the character dynamics and the depth that goes into all the different layers of characters like Samura, characters like Chihiro, especially in this fight scene. Because as we're watching Samura kind of come to terms with the fact that there may actually be another way, but he is so bought into his own beliefs. Even from the beginning, he thinks to himself that, you know what, creating Enten, a blade that would be able to destroy the Tsunuchi without actually killing all of the other sword bearers, would be something that Kunishige Rokuhiro would do. But even so, Somura has already started walking that path. Now that he's seeing that Chihiro is not going to back down, he's going full force to try and stop Chihiro, which is one of the most amazing things ever, because you see Chihiro, even though he's not matching up to Somura, Somura is still leagues above Chihiro, which is something that I'm glad isn't a issue when it comes to where these characters' power levels are, because Chihiro being able to defeat Samura here would definitely be an interesting level up from where he was last. But it's still very clear that Samura has a high advantage in this fight, and Chihiro is literally fighting for his life to survive. But at the same time, by fighting for his life, Chihiro is awakening newer forms of his Enten's true realm. He even says specifically in this chapter that he feels more one with Enten than he ever has before, and more in sync with his movements, to the point that it's a little unclear, but because I don't want to say that it is directly copying all of the different enchanted blade abilities, but I think it's important to remember that when Chihiro was using the remnants of Cloud Gouger, especially against Yora when his emotions were the highest, he was able to use a combination attack of Mei and Shred, which ended up creating this black lightning that even Yora noted was an interesting combination attack. It makes me wonder that with Chihiro now being able to very obviously use Somura's ability to swap between feathers, now Chihiro can swap between his goldfish, and the two of them are basically fighting not on equal level, but with the same ability, which I love Hokazono's paneling here with the feather and the fish. Absolutely beautiful. This is the kind of peak that I'm talking about. And the battle isn't for Chihiro to defeat Samura. The battle is just for Chihiro to prove that Enten can harm and destroy the enchanted blades. Because Samura says, you haven't even been able to put a nick in my blade, and yet you think that you can destroy the Tsunuchi. And Chihiro agrees that, hey, if I'm not going to be able to even put a crack in Tobimune here. Again, beating Samura, beating Sword Saint is far off of the ability that I'm capable of right now. But if I can't show Samura the option that he actually can live if I am trained, if I am given the potential and I have the time to grow and we have the time to plan out something different than what you have planned. That's all Chihiro is trying to show here. And again, another great inclusion here with bringing everything full circle is the Masumi helping in this battle against Somura, because Chihiro is not alone. The Masumi as we've gotten confirmation of way back when this arc first started, are not only the best possible fighting force to work alongside Samura, they're as well the best possible fighting force to work against Samura, because they are able to, with their ninja sorcery, use stealth techniques that literally get rid of all of their presence. That's temperature, that's, air movements, all of those different things that Samura would be able to pick up on with echolocation or with anything else, like with, as Chihiro mentions, he's able to sense the surrounding area with his feathers as well. So with the combination of the Masumi, even though Chihiro is hit so hard by the EIY Purity style clash that he has with Samura that his hand is literally broken by the force that Samura brings to his strikes, Samura thinks that Chihiro is using Aka to replicate Suzaku, which is one, awesome that Chihiro is using Aka like that to literally copy Suzaku. You have to love it. With every step of the way, Chihiro is using his abilities in ways that we have never seen. But obviously, we've seen Aka be used to copy Suzaku. But what I mean by this is the true realm of Enten is only just beginning. Chihiro was able to use Nishiki earlier against Hirohiko to buff the inner ear that he had, so that way he didn't fall victim to the disorientation. And now we see he's able to just use Aka on the fly like that to completely replicate Suzaku. But this is all a trick, because he didn't just use it to use Suzaku. He completely teleported behind him when the Masumi distracted Samura in order for Chihiro to get one good EI White Purity style slash, putting everything that he has into this ability. And we see, which is just even more amazing paneling, the blade begin to have a crack as we see the reflection of the force and the ripples that are put through the water as Chihiro clashes with Samura one last time. And I really have to say, while it would be terrible for Tobi Mune to break here, I think that might be what happens, because not only would that show Samura completely that breaking the enchanted blades is capable, and still leave him as an ally that we can use for the future, it gets rid of another one of the enchanted blades that are powering up the Sword Saint, and it potentially shows that even if we aren't able to best the Sword Saint in power, in experience, in sword skills, we can at least still come up with some kind of plan to break the blade. And if we can break the blade, then the Sword Saint will end up powerless. We hope. Because I'm fully convinced, at least for me, just to end this review off on a bad note, that the Shinichi and the Sword Saint have achieved the highest state of True Realm, which is they are literally just fused together. Sure, they exist as separate entities, but even if you destroy the Shinichi, the Sword Saint can still bring about the malediction. And even if you destroy the Sword Saint, vice versa. I think they have literally fused together, similar to, Bleach and Zanpakuto Toes, if you've read or watched Bleach. But anyway, guys, this was another amazing chapter, and I have to say that, again, I will be here every week covering this series, because it seems like every week there is something new or something hype going on that makes me excited to continue reading, and I've been loving it. The fact that they mentioned that Samura could probably do something against the Masumi if he would heal his eyes, and he still refuses to, that's just great character. I love it. In a world where there is a slight feeling of absence and a slight void in the shonen community, be a Kagurabachi every single time. Because I have to be honest with you, the way that this short scuffle with Samura has ended is just everything that you could ever want in character growth and development. This brief moment where we're able to see everything that Chihiro has been working towards since the beginning of the series. Because remember, since going on this quest for vengeance, there has been so much more that Chihiro has taken on, so much more weight and so many more burdens that Chihiro has been forced to carry, alongside hoping to one day get revenge against the Hoshaku. He now understands the malediction. He now knows the terror of things that can go on in the world of the country that was supposedly saved and supposedly in peace, despite everything going against this, the amount of crime, things like the Rakuzachi going unnoticed, and the government organizations like the Kamunabi even kind of just letting happen and even sending their own people to participate in. It puts all of this on this one child. And of course, Samura being the person that he is, his whole entire journey, his whole reason for being this traitor is because he doesn't want to have to put these burdens on his children. He doesn't want to be the reason that people like Chihiro, especially people like his daughter Iori, have to be ridiculed, have to be humiliated, have to be outcasted, and most importantly, have to bear the scars and fight the battles of, honestly, wars that weren't started by them, that were started aeons ago, not aeons ago, you get what I'm saying. And in this amazing scene that Hokazono manages to capture, just like he did with Sojo, as these two enchanted blade wielders, true realm synchronized warriors, are able to surround everything with their spirit energy, because Chihiro using Aka to use Crow's powers and essentially simulate exactly what Samura was doing, which funnily enough is almost a exact replica of what Chihiro did against Hirohiko in the very first time they fought. They create this domain almost of where these two characters are able to exist, and for once, even though it's for a fleeting second, Chihiro is able to reach and look at Samura as an equal. Even though Samura is significantly more powerful, Chihiro is using his pain, all of his resolve to fight and push against Samura no matter what he does. He chipped his blade, which is what he told Samura he could do, and despite still accomplishing that goal, Samura just used Suzaku to heal the blade and continue fighting because he refused. He rejected everything that Chihiro was showing him, even though Chihiro proved Samura that he was correct. Sure, Samura is also showing another side of things, that going up against an insanely powerful wielder, just chipping the blade is never going to be enough to actually put a threat down. However, it's at least a small look at what can happen. I know I keep doing the small look, fleeting moment, but like all of this happens in such a quick second. And this chapter packs all of this story into one sequence. And again, I say to people that will always look at shonen manga and say that, oh, it's just fight scenes, it's all hype, it's all aura, that's all people enjoy, there's no actual character or story. The character or story is created through fight scenes like this, through direct showing of how the vibe of the environment, the vibe of the characters and the things that they are fighting for reflect into the world around them, literally creating a battle scene where even though they're amongst a crowded battlefield, it is just these two warriors and the two things that they are fighting for, their principles and their ideals, going head to head. And even though Samura does win the clash here and pushes Chihiro to the edge, he tries to pick Enten up again, just as he did before, all that time ago when he was just teleported after fighting Hirohiko. And instead, Chihiro continues to use his crow abilities that he has momentarily and pick up the sword even though his hand is literally basically broken. Should not be able to grip a sword like this. Samura, despite having every reason to finally open his eyes and realize that there is another path, there is another way to solve the malediction other than bearing the burden of himself and being the only one that has to disappear. If he trusts the next generation, if he trusts Chihiro, if he trusts Iori, then things can get done. I know there is a massive portion of the community that defend Samura like their life depends on it. They refuse to accept this deadbeat attitude that is usually given towards Samura, even though Samura abandoned his family and left them to fend for themselves and even abandoned his daughter when things got too tough. People always say that, oh, he has a reason to do what he needed to do. And sure, I definitely believe he has a reason, but that reason is not good enough. He is taking away the accountability of the people that come after. Is Samura right that the children that come after shouldn't have to bear the sins of the fathers and the mothers? He is 100% no doubt not wrong about that. However, Chihiro has accepted this life as his own. Chihiro has every possibility to give this up and go be a swordsmith? Would the Hishaku maybe continue to be after him since Yora obviously wants Chihiro to be in some sort of plan? Maybe. But Chihiro never had to walk this path. He chooses to walk this path. And even though Samura tries to strip him of that agency and tell Chihiro that he's just a child and he doesn't know what he wants and he doesn't and shouldn't be doing what he's doing, Chihiro at the same time is saying that this is the life that I want. You keep telling me that I have a life to live. This is the life I'm trying to live and you're stopping me from doing so, which is what Iori wanted from the very beginning when Samura first, gave Iori away to his wife's sister. He thought that Iori was better off without him when all Iori wanted to do was be with him. And sure, you could argue that he's the parent, he knows best, all of that stuff. Sure. However, in this instance, in the real world, where Iori is capable of fighting and defending herself, all Samura is doing is stopping her from living the life that she wants to. He had to seal her memories away and force her into a fake life to keep her from living the life she actually wanted to. And that is the worst part. And in the final moments, as Samura and Chihiro stand across from each other, about to clash one more time, and Chihiro stands to continually yell in Samura's face against what Samura is preaching, Iori also joins the fray. And as she stands between them, instead of Iori, Samura hears his wife, which I think is just such a, chef's kiss touch to all of this. Iori has grown so much, has become a woman in her own right, where she, when speaking to Samura, doesn't speak as the little girl that he's always seen her as. If you've noticed, so many of the flashbacks that Samura has always looks at Iori as a little girl. He always sees her as this young, helpless, innocent child that can't do anything. And because Samura has refused to open his eyes, has closed them, he never sees her as anything else. Even now, when she is the age that she is, going to high school, and he's still taking away the things that she wants, he still sees her as this child. However, now, when she speaks to him, he doesn't see a child. He sees his ex-wife, because she's saying almost verbatim the exact same thing that his ex-wife has been saying to him from the very beginning. From the very moment we got that flashback chapter that started it all, where we were able to see Samura's perspective. And for all the people that have been on team deadbeat Samura, that have always been calling out Samura's hypocrisy and the mistakes that Samura has been making, this is, in my opinion, the truest sense of the word, that in this moment where Samura does finally, after everything, choose to open his eyes, it's not because of what Chihiro tells him. It's not because of all of this new information that Samura witnesses. Sure, that helps Samura see things that he wouldn't normally, but it's his own daughter's words that end up being his ex-wife's words from where this all started that are the actual wake-up call to Samura using Suzaku to open his eyes, heal the scars for what may have been over a decade now he's had and had bared that burden, so he can look his daughter for once as and see her as who she truly is, instead of blinding himself, instead of seeing this vision of her potentially, losing everything because of him, instead of choosing to blind himself and choosing to hallucinate what could be, and just letting life live, letting everything go as it should be, and letting her make her own path. He finally opens those eyes to see her for who she really is. And in that last page, that beautiful last page, he tells Iori that she really has grown in more ways than one. Not only is she much older, but she's speaking truth to him that he hadn't heard again, instead of from the only other adult that he loved in his life. So it is a amazing full circle moment, in my opinion, where Samura is finally able to acknowledge that he's not dealing with children. These children, sure, they may still have the young age, the young number next to them, but the things they've been through, the things that they've had to go through, have always been so much for them that they've had to mature fast. Anyone that's had real issues or real trauma in life understands sometimes, even though you may be young, your mind is very mature. Your mind is very older. Not because, you're some, special, intelligent person, but because you've had kind of a little bit of your childhood and a little bit of your innocence ripped away. And for Iori, she was one of those people who had to grow up quick. And it's finally time for Samura to see that and start looking at Iori as a person, not as his helpless daughter. And I don't know what to expect next. Honestly, this could go either way. Samura could be looking at his daughter for what he thinks is his last time before he doubles down on what he believes. Or maybe Samura was able to get broken through to, and he becomes an ally that helps us in our fight against the Hishaku. While one conflict comes to an end, the other conflict that has been going on in the background begins to intensify. And I just have to say that this has been a generational run for Kagurabachi in the last couple of chapters. This amazing conflict between Chihiro and Samura, and Chihiro doing his best to prove that Samura does not have to sacrifice himself to potentially destroy the Shinichi and save the world. While it was unclear what would exactly happen after this battle, a lot of people have been theorizing that Samura would die. Because let's be honest, and it's a feeling that I felt reading this chapter from the very beginning, a lot of this just feels too good to be true, right? Samura heals his eyes. He can actually see now. He catches Chihiro right as Chihiro goes to collapse, and he congratulates Chihiro and saying, you know what? You did it. You wore me down, and you proved to me that not only do you have an undying will to continue fighting and avenge your father and stop the Shinichi, you've proved to me that this future that you're seeking was a future that you forged together with your father, not a future that you are selfishly pursuing because you just want to avenge someone that you knew, that you loved, that you cared about and died. Samura realizes that this goal that Chihiro is facing is literally the combination of efforts of not just Chihiro, but Kunishige Rokuhira, the man that Samura and all of the other enchanted blade wielders idolized. So with that information, not only is Samura able to do something that is unprecedented, something that he wouldn't even do after the Seitei War, and since that point he heals his eyes and is actually able to see, something that he vowed to never do because of the blood on his hands. Completely reflect on this guilt, this PTSD that he's been carrying, and go, you know what? Maybe this isn't the answer. Maybe I need to look forward and see what this next generation can potentially do. Of course, right after this, we have the moment where Iori, his daughter that has had her memory sealed, been estranged from Samura for multiple years at this point, they finally interact. And something that is very fitting and super true, because Samura does not deserve to get let off the hook for this. I don't care what anybody says. Samura Seiichi is in my anime manga deadbeat dads category. This punch that he gets to the gut from his daughter is fully, completely justified, because she says, yeah, all you have to say to me is that I grew up. Like, no shit, I grew up. You abandoned me and left me for years. And not only on top of that, you took some of the best memories that I ever had, the last memories of my mom, of the three of us all being happy together, and you took them away from me. They do have the potential to rekindle their relationship, especially with Samura beginning to open his eyes and see the error of his ways. So this is something that can be restored, which is a beautiful, beautiful moment. But again, it's in this beautiful moment where I said things are going too well. What's going on in Kabunabi headquarters, right? There has to be something that either A, ruins this moment, makes everything that's going on in the other place 10 times worse. And unfortunately, that is what ends up happening. Because again, if you've read enough stories, not even shonen manga, you can feel the energy. Like, stuff's going a little too well here. And I even knew it the moment we were talking about Kamunabi getting ambushed, that we took this little interruption of a panel to show Yora aura farming in the background. I knew that things were going to get serious. We still have plenty of issues to deal with. Everyone is heading towards headquarters now. That's what they're all teleporting to go do and help fight, because Samura himself is even surprised that the Hishaku would be willing to attack the headquarters. He, for some reason, believes that they're going to try and kill the Sword Saint without any kind of enchanted blade and kill it early. But of course, I don't think that is what Yora is planning whatsoever. There is obviously obviously some kind of ulterior motive. There is some kind of 3D, 4D chess going on in the background. Remember, Yora is someone that was able to fan the flames of hatred and anti-Seitei war propaganda against Samura just to try and convince him to come to their side. Like, this is a man that waits patiently and has been planning this for years. He has everything meticulously figured out. He was riding a fucking horsey seesaw thing on the playground while the sword wielders were all being attacked at their temples. Like, this is a man that we should not doubt or think that he hasn't already considered every possible opportunity or eventuality. The fact that Samura would be willing to heal his eyes and help Chihiro and go against the Hishaku, this may have been taken into consideration by Yora, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm putting a little bit too much stock on Yora at this moment. This video is sponsored by GamerSupps, the ultimate energy and focus formula. GamerSupps is an awesome drink made up of a bunch of vitamins like vitamin C, vitamin D3, B6, B12, and vitamin H. All super good for you and your health, so it's not one of those awful sugar-filled concoctions that's gonna make you crash after drinking it. If you're still skeptical about it, go check out the link and use my code anyway. They are more than willing to send you some free samples and give you a chance to try their product for free. Use my code NOOP now for 10% off, and thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the channel. Funnily enough, I think it's hysterical that Chihiro reveals that Tobimune was originally supposed to be a support type blade, and that just means that Samura has been so badass that he was able to become the strongest fighter of the Enchanted Blades as a support type character, which is just more sauce in his department. And we get this amazing double spread. The OG battle between the Enchanted Wielders and the Sword Saint, and it is just immaculate. You can even see the original wielder of Cloud Gouger. You've got Samura charging up the EIY Purity style. You've even got the sushi guy you can see in the front. You got Yoji Uruha, and I believe that is even, I don't know who the other person is on the side. That might be the girl, but this is a great panel, and I have to say that Hokazono needs to at least give us more, like a little bit more of this set piece, because not only is the environment looking fucking awesome with the worlds just fucking breaking down apart around them, it looks like a big final boss battle that you'd see in some video game. You don't have to give me the whole fight, just give me small little snippets of it. Give me small little, just little tastes, just little tastes. Just even this alone was like a hit to my dopamine receptors. Insane. Speaking of hits to dopamine receptors, the chapter ends on, again, what is the intensifying action. We cut to the lowest level of Kamunabi headquarters. As we discuss that, the upper levels are in chaos, but nothing seems to be amiss down here. And as we look at the Sword Saint from a monitor from behind, this guy who gives us the rundown on what the Sword Saint has been up to for the last 18 years. Essentially being locked away in this underground prison, he gets no subsistence, no food, no one comes in to help him. The pillars around him basically are made to be life support, where they keep the organism protected inside with just enough nourishment to keep them alive. This man is supposedly not even supposed to be able to budge, move, just be little more able to just sit there and just stare. They don't think that he's able to understand that the upper levels are in chaos. However, this guy thinks, well, wait a minute, you know, this guy has not moved in 18 years, except a couple days ago, or I forget how long it's been since the Rakuzachi, when he uttered the words Magatsumi. Now that tells me, is this because the Sword Saint was able to connect with the Shinichi and realize that it was released and he just immediately, you know, jumped in? Or has the Sword Saint also had a hand in Yora's plans? The Sword Saint for once gets up and says the time is nigh. And even though I think the seal in the Shinichi was just about to be complete, it seems like Samura and Chihiro showing up to the Kamunabi headquarters in Tokyo might not be enough if the Sword Saint himself is going to be the threat. But we're just gonna have to wait and see, because this arc is yet to conclude. We have finally finished the Bloodshed Hotel section of everything, and now we are putting all of our eggs in the basket to the Kamunabi headquarters raid. So I am more than excited to see what the hell goes on in the next couple of chapters, especially with how amazing this last couple of string has been, even more so with the Sword Saint being revealed, because I think with that panel, Hokuzono was trying to show us that, yeah, this overwhelming power of the Sword Saint, you're gonna see it for yourselves. I don't need to give you a flashback. Let me show you what we're cooking with. But guys, I know you're hype, so trust me when I say that I cannot wait for next week's chapter. So subscribe, hit that like button, let me know that you enjoy this content, and I promise you I'll be here every week, including next one. So don't miss the videos, and I'll catch you guys soon. Peace.